In this world, women's dream is to marry a prince. But the girl works hard just to pass the night exam and live an easy life. It turns out the girl transmigrated into a novel as the female lead's best friend. In the original story, the female lead Hestia is sweet and cute, attracting the favor of three crazy male leads. As her best friend, Nana is also quite popular among boys. However, they approach Nana with the actual purpose of learning about Hestia. In the end, her family goes bankrupt, and she's forced to marry a rich nobleman. To change this tragic ending, the girl vows to never again be the bridge between lovers. She wants to rely on the knight position to live an easy life. But what Nana never expected was her changes not only won the love of the three male leads. Even her best friend Hestia vowed to marry no one but her. Today is the first day of school at Oakland Academy. After Hestia separates from her brother Helen, she's led into the school by the staff. On the way, Hestia asks what subject Nana chose. When she hears Nana chose swordsmanship, Hestia looks worried. Boys don't like girls who study swordsmanship, but Nana doesn't care. She doesn't care what others think. She just does what she wants. Hestia is clearly used to Nana's nonsense. She's just sad that Nana won't be in the same class as her. Soon, the entrance ceremony begins. Despite her excellent grades, Nana doesn't choose to sit in the front row because she can't sleep in positions too close to the front. At this time, the principal announces the new student representative to give a speech. Hearing this name, Nana feels it's familiar. She remembers it might be the crown prince's name. When she sees the person on stage, clearly, Nana's heart suddenly chills. It turns out she had an argument with him this morning. They fought over a precious sword. In the end, Nana caught the crown prince with a polka copyright ball and mocked him thoroughly. Remembering the crown prince's threat to look better than her next time they meet, Nana feels a chill. To make matters worse, she and the crown prince both chose the swordsmanship major. On the way to the dormitory, Nana appears distracted. Meanwhile, Hestia's outstanding looks have already attracted many hearts. However, compared to these boys, Hestia is more concerned about what's bothering Nana. Nana quickly says she's fine. Before they know it, they arrive at the dormitory. Before parting, Hestia sadly complains, "I thought you'd be upset about not living together. I didn't expect it was all my wishful thinking. Go play with those swordsmanship boys. I'll make lots of friends too." Helpless, Nana can only pat her head to comfort her, promising that Hestia is her only best friend. Hestia is still not satisfied. She wants Nana to promise not to accept confessions for boys. Nana is speechless inside. It's already good enough if she doesn't get into fights with others. Finally managing to send off this clingy person, Nana finds her dormitory. She nervously pushes open the door. On the bed, a girl majoring in beauty casually greets her. Her name is Hazel. Since she's a third-year senior, Nana respectfully greets her. Hazel asks Nana if she knows how it feels to have a single room suddenly become a double. Nana doesn't know how to answer, just as she thinks the senior has a bad personality. Hazel laughs and says it's just a joke. Then she warmly invites Nana to sit down. Nana's anxiety gradually subsides. At this point, Hazel asks about her major. When she hears it's swordsmanship, Hazel's face is full of disbelief. You know, it's hard to get married after becoming a knight. Nana says marriage isn't a guarantee for her. Only a generous income and pension can ensure a good life. Hazel excitedly grabs Nana's hands, saying she likes this kind of independent and cool girl. Nana feels deeply emotional. Whenever she tells others she wants to be a knight, people only have two reactions. They either question her decision or encourage her ambition. She understands these reactions. If it were before, she would have thought about marrying well too. But since she had dreams about her past life, her thoughts changed. In her dreams, she knew this was a novel world. She would be married off to a rich noble due to family bankruptcy and ultimately meet a tragic end. Ironically, it all started because of her good friend Hestia. She closely studied the novel, hoping to find useful information. Unexpectedly, she saw that the Crown Prince Shale in the original story had a crazy love for Hestia. Nana was so scared she jumped out of bed. When it's time for swordsmanship class, to avoid being recognized by the Crown Prince, Nana completely covers her face with a towel. Seeing the distant Crown Prince not noticing her at all, the girl secretly sighs in relief. Unexpectedly, the teacher suddenly announces one-on-one practice. Nana happens to be standing right next to the Crown Prince. She really doesn't want to face the Crown Prince. Although the three male leads in the original story are all mentally unstable, the most obsessive and crazy one is undoubtedly Crown Prince Shale. To get close to Hestia, he deliberately befriended Nana. When things didn't go as planned, he started to torment Nana pathologically, so Nana quickly runs to the teacher. She says her skills are lacking and can't participate in the practice. She hopes the teacher will allow her to practice alone in the back. The teacher frowns after hearing this. Then he firmly rejects Nana's request. He earnestly advises Nana not to run away because of fear. I admire you. For a girl to choose the path of swordsmanship, I will definitely support you with all my effort. Saying this, he asks the Crown Prince to personally guide Nana in learning swordsmanship. Seeing the Crown Prince's reluctant face, the teacher threatens to tell His Majesty about his truancy if he doesn't help. Nana silently begs the teacher to stop talking. Otherwise, her plan to become a civil servant would be ruined. Ever since Nana started dreaming about her past life, her dreams have changed. While other girls fantasize about marrying a prince, she only wants to become a civil servant and retire comfortably. For this, Nana studies hard every day, encouraging herself in the mirror at night. She persistently trains her physical strength and swordsmanship without any slacking. But if she's found insulting the royal family, she'll spend the rest of her life in prison. At this moment, the Crown Prince also notices Nana's strange appearance. He asks Nana if she's a criminal. Nana quickly shakes her head. Then take off the towel. Nana shakes her head even more vigorously. The Crown Prince gets angry seeing her like this. Suddenly, he feels Nana looks somewhat familiar. After staring for a while, he gets the answer. Oh, it's another one of my fangirls. I didn't think you girls would be so persistent. You even enrolled in swordsmanship class just to chase after me. Nana is so shocked she can't speak. She covers her face and denies it. But the Crown Prince doesn't believe her at all. He even says Nana is wearing a towel on her head to appear weak and attract his attention. Then he arrogantly tells Nana to pack up and get lost, saying such stalker behavior is disgusting. His narcissistic and arrogant attitude greatly angers Nana. She shouts at the Crown Prince not to make assumptions about others. Her purpose for attending class is for wealth and glory. Only after becoming a knight can she indulge in the government's salary and benefits. So she asks His Highness not to be so full of himself. Until he sees Nana's mocking expression, the Crown Prince suddenly remembers that the woman who trapped him in a glass ball before had a similar voice and appearance to Nana. Then he grabs the towel off Nana's head. He discovers it's indeed the woman who fought him for the sword that day. Nana takes a step back, retreating 10 meters away. She complains that the Crown Prince always dwells on small matters. The Crown Prince immediately becomes furious and charges at her. Just as he's about to catch her, Nana uses a speed magic spell. She instantly runs 50 meters away. Passing by the teacher, she explains that she's going to the bathroom. In the evening, Hestia comes to ask Nana for a walk. But Nana is too tired and just wants to sleep early. Hearing this, Hestia reluctantly hugs her. She tells her to rest well. Back in her room, Nana plunges face first into bed. Suddenly, a voice prompts sound from her bag. Nana thinks it's a call from her family, but it turns out to be a request to repair a magic item. At first, she looks impatient. However, when she hears the other party is willing to add 5 gold coins, she immediately agrees with satisfaction and promises to call back after the repair is done. It turns out that to achieve financial freedom, Nana has found other side jobs to supplement her income. Her other identity outside is called Indoor-Outdoor, a magician specializing in repairing magical items. This is all thanks to the programming knowledge she learned in her past life. Nana is thinking about quickly fixing the item and getting paid. However, a sudden shout from outside the door startles her, and she stuffs the item back. Turning her head, she sees it's Hazel who has returned. He asks Nana if anything interesting happened during the swordsmanship class. He heard that a girl in the class had severe constipation, left for the bathroom before class ended, and never came back. Nana is instantly thunderstruck. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is also throwing a tantrum in his dormitory. He's making so much noise that his roommates can't sleep. The next day, Nana was originally walking with Hestia. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's arrival scares them both into hiding in the woods. The Crown Prince angrily shouts for Nana to come out. Seeing no response, he picks up stones and starts attacking indiscriminately. By chance, a stone hits Hestia on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. Nana thinks she's done for. Unexpectedly, Hestia steps out directly. When the crown prince sees Hestia crying delicately, his previously furious face unconsciously blushes with shyness. He stutters as he inquires about Hestia's injury. Hestia chokes out that it's nothing, then ignores the crown prince and leaves alone. Suddenly, the crown prince notices Hestia's leftover Mishue ice cream. He picks it up, holds it to his chest, and starts a passionate confession. Nana in the bushes can hardly bear to listen. She involuntarily gets goosebumps all over. Recording complete. The sudden prompt startles both of them. Nana frantically pulls out the voice communication device from her pocket. It turns out she brought it along today to fix it when she had time, but forgot it had a malfunction that starts recording automatically when touched. Following the sound, the crown prince discovers Nana hiding in the bushes. Having barely escaped back to the dormitory, Nana worries if the crown prince will be so angry that he expels her from school. But then she thinks, isn't what she has in her hands the crown prince's weakness? Nana quickly makes several copies of the recording. This hilarious confession is so cringeworthy that even Hazel, a fan of the crown prince, can't help but say it's disgusting. The next day, Nana arranges to meet Hestia in the evening. She then excitedly runs off to swordsmanship class. Seeing Nana back to her usual energetic self, Chris is finally less worried about her. In swordsmanship class, Nana sarcastically asks the crown prince if he's feeling well. The crown prince is somewhat confused. Then he hears Nana mocking him using the words he said yesterday. Your Highness, you said yesterday that your heart was about to stop. Did you really come down with some serious illness? The crown prince blushes with embarrassment. This reaction makes Nana want to tease him for revenge. She then plays the recording in public. The crown prince frantically snatches it away. He smashes the communication device to pieces with his wooden sword. Unexpectedly, the next moment Nana pulls out 4 more and starts playing them on loop. The crown prince angrily tells Nana to give him a quick end. Nana repeatedly says she wouldn't dare. After all, she'll serve His Highness when she becomes a knight in the future. Seeing that the timing is about right, Nana puts away her jokes. She tells the crown prince that success requires 1% effort and 99% backing. Currently, the royal knights haven't recruited female knights for a long time. So if this continues, even if she meets the qualifications, she'll be eliminated. The crown prince nods noncommittally. He gradually understands what Nana wants him to do. She simply wants a fair and just selection environment, and it's clear she's very confident in herself. The crown prince agrees to Nana's request, but he wants to add one of his own. Hearing that he wants to rely on her to get to know Hestia, Nana flatly refuses. Meanwhile, Chris is heading to the classroom for magic class. A flash of bright pink catches his attention. Hestia's stunningly cute appearance makes it impossible for him to look away. At this moment, a boy approaches Hestia. Did you see the letter I wrote to you last time? I've been waiting for a reply for a long time. Chris directly delivers a public execution. I'm sorry, I didn't know. You should reply even to reject. Besides, the only person I like is Nana. Chris, watching from the side, breaks out in a cold sweat. Gentle-looking, but decisive in personality. But who is this Nana he's talking about? The magic class teacher is lecturing on the podium. Below, most of the students are asleep. The only one awake is Nana, seemingly taking notes diligently. In reality, she's doodling in her textbook. In the crown prince's memory, although Hestia and the crown prince didn't meet that early, they should have fallen in love at first sight. But now Hestia is clearly not interested in the crown prince. Nana convinces herself that it must be because the crown prince was more simple when he was younger. Suddenly, a flick hits Nana's forehead. The teacher criticizes her for not paying attention in class and assigns her extra homework. Nana grumbles internally. Everyone else is sleeping, but this bald guy chooses to pick on her. He must be envious and jealous of her intelligence. As soon as the bell rings, Nana rushes to the cafeteria with Hestia. Just as they're about to feast, the crown prince stops them. On the surface, he says he has something to discuss with Nana, but in reality, he wants to take the chance to talk to Hestia. Hearing that the crown prince wants to take Nana away, Hestia looks very reluctant. This extremely delicate expression deeply touches the crown prince's heart, but he doesn't know how to express it, so he pretends to be uninterested in Hestia. After Hestia leaves unwillingly, Nana looks at him like he's a pervert and tells him to get to the point. It turns out that in yesterday's sword practice, Nana defeated the Crown Prince. Although Nana cheated using magic, the Crown Prince had never seen anyone else use magic so freely. So the two made an agreement. The Crown Prince would help Nana train her physical strength, while Nana would teach the Crown Prince how to use magic. The next day, the Crown Prince made a training plan for Nana. The first item on it was 10,000 push-ups and sit-ups. Nana seriously doubted if he was just messing with her. Little did she know that Nana's plan for the Crown Prince was even more ridiculous. Endure 5,000 hits daily from magically enhanced fists and wooden swords. They both knew the other was deliberately torturing them, but neither was willing to give up. In the evening, Nana finally dragged her tired body back to the dormitory. Seeing her trembling state, Hazel came forward to support Nana. She just said she was fine, then collapsed and lay on the ground. After showering, Hazel helped Nana dry her hair, while advising her not to push herself too hard. Due to the Crown Prince's increasingly intense training, Nana returned every day covered in bruises. Sometimes she almost fell asleep before she could even wash up. Thanks to Hazel's care, she barely managed to function as a person. They had only known each other for a few days, yet Hazel cared for her so attentively. After Hazel fell asleep, Nana finally lay down to rest. A sudden shout instantly woke her up. Looking closely, it was Hestia. She wriggled into Nana's blanket. After asking, Nana learned that Hestia had a nightmare. She dreamed that Nana was in a crowd, laughing with others, but left her behind and ignored her. She couldn't imagine what to do without Nana. Hearing this, Nana felt guilty. She had been busy training these days and neglected Hestia. For a girl experiencing dormitory life for the first time, feeling anxious was normal. The next moment, Hestia snuggled into Nana's arms. She didn't want to grow up, just wanted to be spoiled by Nana forever. Nana didn't know how to comfort such an unrealistic wish. In the end, she patted Hestia to sleep, planning to make up for her recent neglect tomorrow. The next day, Nana showed Hestia the results of her recent training. Although such actions might seem silly to passers-by, seeing Hestia smile again, Nana felt it was worth it. After lunch break, they had to go to their respective classes. Before leaving, Nana gave Hestia a popsicle. This was something Hestia had wanted since childhood, but Nana always said it was too expensive to buy. Even now, Nana hadn't changed her mind. She proudly said she made it herself using grape juice. After Nana said goodbye to Hestia, the smile on Hestia's face faded again. Actually, she was feeling very conflicted inside. On one hand, she hoped Nana would continue pursuing her dreams. But on the other hand, she worried Nana would run too fast and leave her behind, transmigrating into a novel as the female lead's best friend, in order to change her tragic ending. The girl worked hard just to pass the night exam and live an easy life. However, she never expected that. Her best friend Hestia, who was frantically pursued by the male leads, actually only wanted to spend her life with her. After finally comforting Hestia, Nana got dressed and prepared to go to her swordsmanship class. Looking in the mirror, she realized her stamina and muscles had indeed improved quite a bit compared to before. Although the Crown Prince's training methods were irritating, they were much better than practicing blindly on her own. Arriving at the agreed meeting spot with the Crown Prince, Nana waited for a long time but saw no one. Only the traffic light trio nearby was chattering noisily. After observing that no one was around, the three prepared to do something big. In magic class, the teacher said there was a gas in the human body that could enhance fire magic. As a magician, Nana of course knew what that was, but she didn't expect these fools would actually try it. In an instant, a foul-smelling flame exploded. Nana felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have hidden here silently. At this moment, the Crown Prince sat down beside Nana, holding a crystal ball to record the three fools' actions. So this is how you felt when you were laughing at me last time. Seeing Nana nod, the Crown Prince clenched his fist tightly. It's good you kept your word and deleted the audio. Otherwise, it would have been a big deal. As soon as he said this, Nana felt too guilty to speak. The Crown Prince immediately realized something and angrily chased after Nana again, wanting to teach her a lesson. After class, the Crown Prince returned to his dorm to wash up. Lifting his shirt, he revealed a body covered in bruises. Nana's training for him during this time had left him dizzy with all sorts of magic attacks. Thinking about how he had never been humiliated like this before, the Crown Prince felt both angry and scared. Yet he couldn't do anything about it. She was clearly a magic genius, yet wanted to become a knight just for some money. The Crown Prince somewhat regretted provoking Nana initially, but at this point, he could only make the best of it and train properly. Thinking carefully, Nana was actually quite patient when teaching him. She would occasionally praise or correct his mistakes, but he always had the strange feeling that Nana was treating him like a little brother. Although odd, he didn't dislike it. This peculiar expression was caught by his roommate Corey, the usually imposing Crown Prince. Why was he smiling so genuinely today? The Crown Prince immediately stopped smiling and told him to mind his own business. Corey wasn't upset at all and continued lying on the bed eating chips, seeing snack leftovers scattered all over the room. The Crown Prince couldn't help but frown. Now in his eyes, his roommate was even more annoying than Nana. At this moment, Corey suddenly asked if he had seen anyone named Nana in swordsmanship class. Since he always used the nickname Blondie, he didn't know Nana was Shlena's nickname. He told Corey he didn't know her. Hearing this, Corey lay on the bed listlessly, lost in thought. The next day, Nana established a magic operation club and wanted Hestia to join. Although Hestia didn't want to disappoint Nana, she still declined Nana's invitation because she couldn't do any magic at all. Originally, Nana wanted to create a club with just 2 people. As long as they could produce results, wouldn't be disbanded, and they could get a large sponsorship from the school. Just as Hestia left for another class, Corey walked in. He asked Nana if there was a classmate named Nana in this class, and if he was now attending swordsmanship class. Hearing this, Nana was certain this boy was referring to herself, but she didn't remember knowing this handsome boy with a fierce look. Nana didn't want her quiet and stable life to be disrupted. She cautiously asked who he was and what business he had with Nana. Suddenly, Corey rummaged in his pocket for a lollipop, unwrapped it, put it in his mouth, and said it was nothing. He just wanted to see what he looked like. Nana was shocked by this absurd reason. Before leaving, Corey asked if she saw Nana. Please tell him that Corey was looking for him. Hearing this name, Nana suddenly remembered. This boy was the son of the Marquis of Devoa's empire, and one of the male leads who admired Hestia. Although his pursuit of Hestia wasn't as fanatical as the other protagonists, he actually cared a lot in his heart. He was always quietly paying attention in the background to figure out Corey's purpose in finding her. Nana confessed that she was the person he was looking for. Corey then realized Nana was actually a girl. Nana was speechless. What kind of boy would be named Nana? Then Corey explained that he didn't have any particular business. He just heard that Hestia's ideal type was Nana, so he wanted to see what kind of person she was. After saying this, he put the lollipop back in his mouth. Corey's explanation left Nana completely confused. It was fine when Hestia made such jokes when they were kids, but why was she still saying this everywhere now that they've grown up? While feeling troubled, Nana remembered that in the original story, Hestia and Corey shouldn't have met this early. Could it be that all the male leads' timelines have been moved up now? After Corey said goodbye to Nana, Nana went back to worrying about who to choose for the club. The Crown Prince had already joined the swordsmanship club early on, and Hazel was even the vice president of the beauty club. Seeing that all her acquaintances had joined clubs, Nana wondered if she should use the video to blackmail the traffic light trio into joining. Suddenly, she had an idea. She slid out of the classroom. Her club was related to magic, and in the original story, Corey was very proficient in magic. With some persuasion, he would surely join. When Nana caught up, she saw Corey bumping into other boys. The half-eaten lollipop fell to the ground. The 2 boys questioned if Corey had eyes. They were about to lash out when they saw Corey's grim expression. Frightened, the 2 quickly fled. Witnessing all this, Nana couldn't help but wonder if Corey had violent tendencies. But having just talked to Corey, Nana felt he wasn't that kind of person. She mustered up the courage to speak to Corey. I heard you like magic. I've now established a magic circle operation club. I hope you can explore the magical world with me. Corey found it puzzling and asked her to speak plainly. It's about using magical theory formulas to transform magic circles. Hearing this, Corey showed some interest, but he still declined the invitation. He preferred to join clubs with more people. Fewer people meant more responsibility for him. Nana shamelessly asked Corey several times, but was rejected each time. At this moment, a teacher coming to class saw the situation and scolded Corey for bullying Shlena. Corey felt helpless as he hadn't done anything. Nana guessed that Corey's appearance led to many misunderstandings, so she asked Corey to smile. Corey warned her she would regret it, but Nana still said it was fine. The moment Corey smiled, it was as if he was possessed by a demon. The chilling appearance scared Nana so much her hair stood on end. Nana thought to herself that it would be strange if people didn't misunderstand with such a ghastly look. Thinking that Corey must not have any friends, Nana kept persuading him, saying that even if he joined a club with many people, it wouldn't be useful. It would be better to join her club and pass the time together. Then she took out the application form and waved it in front of him. Sure enough, Corey was tricked by Nana's sweet talk. After joining, Nana moved all the necessary equipment into the club room. Even though their club had only 2 people, the school still gave them a large room. Just as Nana was about to get to work, Corey walked in. He only brought a small box. Inside, apart from a blanket, the rest was all snacks. He said these things were enough for him. If Nana wanted any snacks, she could just take them. After saying this, he covered himself with the blanket and started sleeping. After all, Corey was just there to make up the numbers. Nana couldn't be bothered to manage him. Unexpectedly, Corey on the sofa exclaimed excitedly. He calculated that now he not only had a spacious room to sleep in, but he also had a reduced class time due to club activities. It was truly a win-win situation. Seeing this, Nana said, "Corey-san, I'm glad you're happy." Unexpectedly, this form of address displeased Corey. "Can't you drop the honorifics? Call me like a friend, can you?" But Nana didn't want to have too much connection with Corey. Corey noticed her expression. Just as Nana was about to refuse, a cookie stuffed her mouth. Corey impatiently asked again. Nana still looked uncomfortable and said, "Corey-san." To her surprise, the next moment, all kinds of snacks came flying at her. Corey smirked and threatened that if she didn't agree, he would keep feeding her snacks like this. She was dressed as the novel's female lead's best friend. Originally wanting to stay away from the male lead's drama and just take it easy, she had unknowingly become acquainted with 2 male leads. What's more, he never expected that his best friend Hestia actually wanted to talk to him. A childhood joke. Today was music class day. Nana found it boring and just blended in with the crowd. If it weren't for Hestia's love for music class, she would have preferred to go back to the club and work on her inventions. Students from other classes had already finished and were gathered at the classroom door. At the front were Corey and the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Nana felt annoyed. How could the teacher drag on even for a music class? Suddenly, the teacher's call startled Nana. He immediately noticed that Nana was just mouthing the words without really singing, so he demanded that she sing a song solo. Otherwise, no one would be allowed to leave. In an instant, all the students' eyes were on Nana. Pressured by so many people, Nana had no choice but to comply. She tried her best to keep up with the volume of the song, but just after finishing the first line, the students present could barely hold back their laughter. Nana also knew her singing was terrible. She simply let herself go and started singing freely. Everyone couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Except for Hestia, who like a fangirl, praised Nana's singing. After that, whether in class or during breaks, whenever someone saw Nana, they would mock her. Nana grew increasingly angry about this. But in the end, she accepted reality, praying that time would quickly erase her embarrassing history. Nana thought about hiding in the club room. As she entered, she saw Corey sleeping on the sofa. Nana wondered why he had wrapped himself up. Suddenly, she noticed some snacks and a note on the table. The note said Nana could help herself. It was then that Nana realized all the food on the table was meant to protect the throat. She lifted the blanket to make Corey explain. Unexpectedly, she saw Corey hiding under the blanket, shaking with laughter, his face all red. Perhaps he had started to consider Nana a friend. Or maybe he felt sorry. After that, Corey would deliberately bring snacks for Nana every day. Including new candy products, he would specially deliver them. Hestia wondered why Corey kept giving Nana snacks. However, Nana thought he just wanted to get closer to Hestia. She asked Hestia what she thought of Corey. Although he's fierce, he takes good care of Nana. He shouldn't be a bad person. Most importantly, there are snacks every day. Speak of the devil. Corey happened to come to deliver today's snacks. This time he handed the snacks to Hestia. Looking at the perfect match they made, Nana became more convinced of her guess. In the afternoon, Corey and Nana went back for club activities, because only by producing results could they maintain the club's operation. So Nana's hands were never idle. To protect the club, Corey told Nana to dismantle things whenever needed. Although Corey expressed his willingness to learn, Nana felt he probably wouldn't understand the theoretical knowledge from her previous life. But after spending time together, she found Corey to be a good person. He was already a magic prodigy, yet he was humble and eager to learn and would listen attentively when she spoke. Nana thought it would be best if Hestia and Corey became a couple. As for that immature crown prince, he wasn't quite up to par. So Nana asked Corey if he liked Hestia. When you first came to find me, you also wanted to know Hestia's ideal type. Corey didn't know why Nana suddenly asked this. He frankly said that was correct. After saying this, he pondered for a moment. Finally, sitting back on the sofa, he admitted that he was indeed attracted to Hestia at first, but since they hadn't talked much, it couldn't be called liking. Thinking about it now, he probably thought Hestia looked like candy, and he was happy that Hestia wasn't afraid of him. Nana was speechless. She couldn't tell if this counted as liking or not liking Corey. Seeing Nana silent for a while, Corey picked up his cup and said, "I came to find you, not to see Hestia." Nana was momentarily shocked by Corey's words. After coming to her senses, she retorted, "Of course I know. You came to find me because you have no friends." Corey stood up excitedly to argue. "How could I have no friends? Don't I have a crown prince in you?" Seeing him anxious over such a small matter, Nana actually found Corey somewhat cute. That night, Nana was awakened by a nightmare. As a result, she had little energy the next day. Hestia was very worried seeing Nana's complexion and hoped she would talk to her if something was bothering her. But Nana couldn't possibly tell Hestia about this. Actually, these days, Nana's dreams about her previous life were becoming clearer, to the extent that those distant and difficult memories could make her feel physical pain. In the afternoon, the Dark Circle duo carried on with their club activities as usual. Under Nana's guidance, Corey successfully merged two different magic circles into one. Corey admired Nana's deep understanding of magic circles. Hearing this, Nana humbly responded, saying it wasn't actually that difficult. After reacting, she noticed Corey staring at her. He wondered why Nana, who was so good at magic, chose swordsmanship. Nana chuckled, because being a magician doesn't discriminate against making money. Corey was skeptical of her answer. "If that's the case, why are you so fixated on the club's incentive money? As far as I know, your family shouldn't be in dire financial straits." Nana didn't know how to explain. She could only say Corey's thinking was too young. No matter how good life is now, it can't guarantee a lifetime, because she had experienced it in her previous life. When she was young, her life was also very affluent. But with her parents' death in a car accident, misfortune followed. The young her chose to inherit the estate for survival, but also inherited the huge loan from her father's company. At that time, she suffered a lot due to lack of money. So in this life, no matter what, she doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes. It's just that she's sorry for her younger siblings from her previous life. In the end, she still left them behind. At this moment, Corey noticed Nana's bad mood. He waved his hand in front of her. He apologized for asking such a careless question. Seeing Nana too bound by self-blame to speak, Corey cast a spell. He tightly wrapped Nana's entire body with a blanket, then threw her onto the sofa. Corey patted her head, saying, "You sleep for a while first. Sort out your thoughts properly." Though it was a very plain tone, it made Nana feel inexplicably at ease. She choked up and buried her head in the blanket. The sweet candy scent gradually soothed her uneasy emotions. The next day, Nana made an earring that could adjust magic, and she packaged it nicely. This was a reward for Corey's cooperation with club activities during this time. It was also a thank you for the previous incident. On the other hand, the Crown Prince made a new training plan to revenge Nana for using him as a punching bag when she was mocked by the whole school. After class, Corey prepared to go to club activities. Corey's constant packing of snacks drew criticism from the Crown Prince. "In this magazine, why do you always carry it with you?" Corey told the Crown Prince to mind his own business. These candies were for sharing with others. This book contained the special skills of the person he liked. The Crown Prince, who wasn't interested in magic, couldn't understand. In the club room, they found Nana making something. He first put the snacks in a box, telling Nana to take them herself when she wanted to eat. Then he observed what Nana was working on. Judging by the shape, it looked like the Ogre Mountains near the school. Nana confirmed, "So why are you making this? Could it be that the swordsmanship department is having their final exam there?" Nana wondered how he knew. It turned out that the swordsmanship department and magic department were testing in the same place. The exam content was also an evaluation of magical beast capture skills. He still didn't understand what this had to do with the skills test. Hearing Nana say she'd explain after the exam, Corey didn't push further. He just reminded Nana to be careful of magical beasts at that time. Nana was satisfied with Corey's attitude of not prying. Usually when told not to dirty the sofa, Corey would float in mid-air to read. He always took care of Nana in his own way. Completely different from the crown prince, who only knew swordsmanship. At this moment, Nana remembered the gift she made for Corey. When Corey opened it, he found it was an earring, but he was puzzled why Nana would give him a gift. Today wasn't his birthday or any special occasion. After examining it back and forth for a while, the object before his eyes suddenly stunned him. In his excitement, he fell to the ground. He asked Nana where she bought it. Nana said she made it herself. Hearing this, Corey suddenly stood up. He opened his palm with the earring. "Is this your name on it?" Nana thought he didn't like it and stammered, asking what was wrong. Now Corey finally realized Nana and Schneewale were actually the same person. He excitedly danced around the room. Meanwhile, Nana looked through Corey's magazine with mixed feelings. She never thought someone would specifically document her. She thought she'd have to be more careful in the future, leaving no traces. At this point, she could only ask Corey to keep her secret. Before she could finish, Corey ordered her to stretch out her hand and shake it. After holding it for a while, Nana had never seen Corey so excited before. Although she was somewhat happy he admired Schneewale, she also worried their future interactions might become awkward. Soon Corey returned to the room, explaining he just went to adjust his emotions. By now, the shock on his face had completely disappeared, and he was already wearing the earring. Just as Nana was feeling relieved, the next moment, she saw Corey's ear start bleeding because the piercing was too big. Still transmigrating as the novel's female lead's best friend, she originally wanted to stay away from the male leads to make money and live an easy life. But unknowingly, she became increasingly familiar with two male leads. During class break, Hestia was focused on writing something in her notebook. Nana thought she was reviewing lessons. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to approach, Hestia hurriedly closed the notebook, explaining she was just doodling. Nana didn't pay much attention. "If you need any knowledge points, I can give them all to you." For the scholarship, she had made ample preparations early on. At this moment, a curly-haired girl approached Nana. She demanded Nana tell her the secret. The girl's name was Rose, known as the class chatterbox. But Nana usually had no interaction with her. She wondered why Rose came over saying such strange things. "I'll only tell these knowledge points to Hestia. Why should I give them to you?" Rose impatiently said, "I don't care about that. I just want to know why Corey can get along with you so well." Yet every time he went to find Corey, he would be completely ignored. Nana was speechless at his question. She explained that although Corey looked scary, he was actually very kind. Rose immediately refuted Nana. He clearly saw Corey with a murderous look in his eyes at that time. Although Nana felt a bit sorry that Corey was misunderstood, she didn't want to waste her breath arguing with this chatterbox. She pulled Hestia along to buy snacks, hoping to avoid the situation. Unexpectedly, Rose persisted, saying, "Just because Corey pampers you, you think you can disregard everyone else?" Hearing this, Nana finally lost her patience. She stomped over to Rose. "Since you want to know, I'll tell you." When Rose leaned her ear closer, Nana blew a gentle breath into it. Rose was startled and got goosebumps all over. By the time Rose reacted, Nana had already fled with Hestia. On the way, Nana complained to Hestia about Rose's intentions. How could someone who's scared still want to get close to the other person? Unexpectedly, she got a surprising answer from Hestia. It turned out that although Corey looked scary, he was actually very popular among girls. Not only was he handsome and from a good family, but he was also a talented top student in the magic class. Hearing this, Nana suddenly felt that she and Corey were quite incompatible. In the afternoon, the skills test was to be held at Mount Ogren. As soon as they arrived, Nana stared intently at Corey. Corey was confused by her strange behavior. In Nana's heart, Corey was a traitor. She had pitted him for having no friends and took him in. But in reality, he was an extremely popular campus heartthrob. Looking at Corey's dazzling features in the sunlight, Nana, though jealous, had to accept reality. After all, he was a male protagonist in the novel. But why did she look so plain? She was even often mistaken for a boy when she was younger. Corey, seeing Nana staring at him, asked if she had something to say. Nana casually shrugged. Nothing just thinking you're very handsome." As soon as she said this, Corey's face turned red. He nervously covered his face and turned his head away. In a tiny voice, he begged Nana not to say such things. Nana then remembered that Corey was her fan. Her self-doubt turned into mockery, thinking Corey was cute for being shy when complimented on his looks. To regain her self-esteem, Nana even chased after Corey, inviting this fan to shake hands and hug her. The scene of them tugging back and forth was witnessed by the Crown Prince, who had just arrived. He couldn't understand why Nana was so relaxed when the exam was about to start. Nana explained with a mischievous smile that she was figuring out how to tease someone. However, the Crown Prince, having been tricked by Nana many times, was already immune to this. Soon it was time for the exam to begin. Students needed to hunt enough magical beasts within 30 minutes, and their scores would be recorded based on the number caught. Nana seemed eager about this. To prevent students from getting hurt, their clothes were equipped with teleportation magic that would automatically transfer them to the school infirmary. The Crown Prince wondered why there were so few people in the magic department. Corey explained, since the skills assessment wasn't a compulsory subject for magicians, this time, only students focusing on offensive magic participated in the exam. The Crown Prince suddenly understood. No wonder he hadn't seen. The name Sva made Nana fall into deep thought. Listening to the discussion between Corey and the Crown Prince, Nana increasingly suspected if it was the Sva she knew. Finally, the name and a figure in her mind overlapped. Nana's expression turned sour. In her memory, he always told her to get lost. She seemed to have never cared much about him in this life, even though in her impression, his appearance was like an angel. But Nana didn't know why she couldn't remember clearly. From the conversation between the Crown Prince and Corey, it seemed they knew Sva from before. Moreover, the Crown Prince particularly disliked him. Seemingly noticing that Nana hadn't spoken for a long time, the Crown Prince turned and asked. As far as he knew, the Blanchy and Vester families were closely associated. Didn't Nana know Sva well? Nana stated that she didn't have much interaction with Sva. Although they often met, it didn't mean they were close. When they were young, Sva would visit with his father due to family business dealings. While the adults talked business, he would go to the training ground to practice swordsmanship. Therefore, he often encountered Nana. Sivan's appearance was very delicate, but extremely aloof. He always wore high-necked, long-sleeve shirts and long pants. Once, by chance, Nana noticed that his body was covered in scars. This incident had always stayed fresh in her memory. However, every time she tried to talk to him, he ignored her, so she couldn't get close to Sivan at all. On the contrary, he would only respond when Hestia spoke to him. Although this differential treatment made Nana very unhappy, for the sake of the male protagonist, Nana reluctantly forgave him. Originally, she didn't care about being close to the male lead anyway. As the exam officially began, students spontaneously formed small teams and started searching for traces of mushrooms together. Nana felt extremely reassured by their blind efforts. Her two team members were excellent in ability. At this rate, it seemed they could easily secure the scholarship. Then she started assigning tasks. She would gather all the slimes in one place. Corey would eliminate them all at once. The Crown Prince would defeat the slime leader, but remember not to kill it. After the Crown Prince left, Nana casually drew an illusion magic circle on the ground. When a magic circle took effect, the scene before Corey's eyes was unexpected. Countless slimes were all moving towards one place. He never knew illusion magic could have such an effect. It turned out Nana had improved the traditional illusion magic. Now it would emit a scent that slimes like. Hearing Nana's explanation, Corey showed an expression of admiration. Seeing that the slimes had almost gathered, the final cleanup would be done by Corey. At the moment magic gathered at Corey's fingertips, the waves of magical power even made his clothes and hair flutter. As he shouted the magic command, a powerful force poured out in front of Corey, instantly eliminating all the slimes. Nana, standing nearby, was secretly amazed. What temperature must it be for the flames to turn blue? Suddenly, Corey thought of Nana behind him. Worried that she might be affected by the scorching flames, he enclosed her in a bubble. Feeling the coolness around her, Nana thanked Corey for his concern. Corey smiled slightly and nodded at Nana. Afterwards, Nana divided the spoils equally into 3 parts. With this quantity their group would undoubtedly rank first, since there was still plenty of exam time left. Nana handed Corey an elf ball. To demonstrate how to use it, she forcefully threw the ball at a nearby slime. Just like that, the slime was shrunk and stored inside it before their eyes. Nana asked Corey to try it too, but he treated the ball in his hand with unusual care, only because the ball was engraved with a signature symbolizing Sneva. Then Nana explained that they needed to catch slimes to put into the Ogre Mountain Range model. This way, they could observe the slime's behavior patterns and help the club achieve results. While Nana was speaking, Corey listened with a smile on the side. He felt that the time spent with Nana was particularly interesting. Nana didn't know what he meant. Didn't he say it was boring just a while ago? At this moment, the Crown Prince's voice came from not far away. He had successfully defeated the slime leader. But when he saw Nana, the Crown Prince froze for a moment. He shouted with all his might, telling Nana not to come closer. Hearing this, Corey quickly shielded Nana, cautiously looking around to observe the situation. Neither of them expected that what the Crown Prince feared was actually Nana. Nana didn't know what had gotten into the Crown Prince. Looking in the direction he was pointing, she realized it was the elf ball in his hand. The Crown Prince was still excitedly accusing Nana's behavior from afar. "What did I do wrong to make you treat me like this?" But when he met Nana's gaze, the Crown Prince was too scared to speak. Nana couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. An elf ball flew straight towards the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince came to his senses and found that nothing had happened. There was just an additional elf ball containing the slime leader at his feet. Nana leisurely picked up the ball from the ground. In a soft and intimate tone, she reassured the Crown Prince, "Don't worry, now that I know you're of royal status, I won't do that kind of thing anymore." The Crown Prince awkwardly apologized for his misunderstanding, but saw Nana still smiling. He immediately realized that Nana had secretly recorded everything. However, the Crown Prince didn't back down. He also had a recording of Nana singing at that time. The two were at a stalemate, threatening each other to delete the recordings. Corey remarked that they had such a good relationship, which was immediately denied by both. But looking at the Crown Prince and Nana's confrontation, he couldn't help but feel a bit lonely. Still dressed as the novel's female lead's best friend, he had planned to stay away from the male lead, become a knight, earn money, and live an easy life. But he never expected that. His best friend Hestia only wanted to spend her life with him. However, Nana treated this as a childhood joke, unintentionally hurting Hestia's feelings. Today, the class had their final exams. Other classmates looked worried seeing their scores, but Nana appeared smug. It turned out that not long ago, the teacher had informed him that he had achieved excellent results in the exam and received the Academy's highest level scholarship. Although Nana had anticipated this, he still couldn't contain his joy. After the exam, Hestia eagerly came to find Nana. Both were in good spirits. The end of the semester meant they could go home for a break. Moreover, when at home, Hestia could come to play with Nana all day. As usual, Hestia asked Nana to help pack her luggage, but this time Nana hesitated. He wanted to break Hestia's bad habit of relying too much on others. Nana felt that Hestia's behavior was his own fault. When they were young, whether it was reading fairy tales or anything else, Nana would fulfill any request Hestia made. After some thought, Nana made up his mind. He advised Hestia to learn to pack her own luggage in the future. Because we're not children anymore. We need to find ways to be independent and not rely on others. If there's something you want to do next time, you should try to handle it yourself first. Hearing independent, Hestia looked confused. She didn't understand what Nana meant by this. But Nana didn't notice Hestia's unease. He still smiled and encouraged Hestia to pack her own luggage. After Nana said goodbye to Hestia, watching Nana's departing figure, Hestia mumbled dejectedly, "What use is independence to me?" Meanwhile, Nana was doing club activities with Corey. They were cultivating the captured slimes in the model. The slimes had adapted well and even reproduced offspring. However, Nana's mind was preoccupied with what had just happened. He regretted speaking so harshly and hurting Hestia, but he quickly convinced himself to be firm. After all, he couldn't always be by Hestia's side. At this moment, Corey's words brought Nana back to reality. "Sorry, Nana, for letting you write the report alone." Nana smiled and comforted him. "It's okay. Your handwriting is like chicken scratch. It's better if you don't help." Nana said he was a bit hungry, and Corey immediately brought cookies to feed him. He accidentally tripped, and the cookies flew out of his hand. Fortunately, Nana caught them with his mouth just in time. Seeing this, Corey applauded enthusiastically, making Nana feel a bit elated. Then Corey threw a few more cookies, which Nana skillfully caught, but he still scolded Corey for wasting food. Soon after, Nana finished writing the project report. At this time, Corey told Nana some good news. The teacher managing the club was very interested in their monster research. At this rate, they would likely continue to have good results next semester. Hearing this, Nana was visibly stunned. Initially, she had forcibly dragged Corey into the club. He had said he preferred clubs with more people. Not wanting to force him anymore, Nana looked at Corey and asked her doubt, "Do you still want to stay here next semester?" As class ended, other students excitedly rushed to the cafeteria. Only Corey was still sleeping at his desk. The Crown Prince finally managed to wake him up, but within 2 seconds, he collapsed back onto the desk. Dissatisfied, the Crown Prince lifted Corey up. Not sleeping properly, not eating properly, being lazy all day. It seems Nana's becoming lax is also your fault. Hearing this, Corey suddenly got up excitedly. He had almost forgotten about today's club activities. To show his devotion, he decided not to have lunch with the Crown Prince today. Saying this, he stuffed a few candies into the Crown Prince's hand as a meal substitute. Then he excused himself and headed to the club. This action thoroughly angered the Crown Prince, who angrily threw the candies on the ground. On the way, Corey wondered when the Crown Prince had become close to him. Before, the Crown Prince didn't even want to talk to him, let alone eat together. After pondering for a while, he recalled the source of it all. It seemed to be because he met Nana. The Crown Prince often complained in the dorm about Nana's cruelty. Nana would also show him plans to torment the Crown Prince. Without realizing it, he had joined Nana and the Crown Prince's friend list. Thinking about this, Corey became more certain that this was Nana's achievement. Arriving at the club, he found Nana sleeping on the sofa. This was the first time Corey had seen Nana's sleeping face. He crouched in front of Nana and observed carefully. Gradually, strange thoughts arose in Corey's mind. Others seemed to be infatuated with Hestia. But for him, Nana was more attention-grabbing. Her eyes always looked tired, as if she had put immense pressure on herself. Watching Nana sleep, Corey felt inexplicably at ease. In the end, he simply leaned against Nana. In the vast club room, only Nana's steady breathing could be heard. When Nana woke up, her hair was full of braids. She went to the window and questioned Corey about how this happened. Corey apologized while trying to hold back his laughter. Originally, he saw Nana's hair was too messy, so he wanted to help her braid it. But accidentally, it turned out like this. Corey came forward to help Nana undo the braids, but he heard Nana say she looked ugly. Corey quickly comforted her, saying it's normal to not look good right after waking up. He felt guilty that he shouldn't have messed with Nana's hair. After finally undoing all the braids, Nana felt she still looked no different from before, with a hazy and cute expression on her face. This made Corey's heart start a race. He tried to suppress his emotions and said gently to Nana, "You're not ugly at all. On the contrary, I think you're very cute." As soon as he finished speaking, Nana came to her senses. She nervously took Corey's words as mere flattery. After all, Corey was kind-hearted. If it were the Crown Prince, he might have mocked her. At this moment, Corey put an earring on Nana's ear. It was shaped like an orange. Nana wondered why he suddenly gave her a gift. Corey showed the earring on his own ear, explaining it was a memento from that time. Moreover, this earring was also evidence that he would stay in the club. From now on, please guide me well, Magic Operations Department Head. Corey's smile made Nana unconsciously blush. She turned her head away shyly, trying to calm her heart. Corey thought Nana was feeling unwell. Nana was about to say she was fine, but her stomach growled. Corey hadn't eaten either, so he invited Nana to go to the cafeteria together. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's words flashed through his mind, so he ordered Nana to eat properly. After using a levitation spell on Nana, Corey dragged her towards the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, a phone call came. Nana asked Corey to buy her a sandwich, saying she'd join him after taking the call. After Corey left, Nana answered the phone. It was Carl, who had repaired something for her before. He said someone important wanted to meet Schneewale. In the afternoon, the academy gate was crowded with carriages picking up children. Nana said goodbye to Corey and the Crown Prince. The three agreed to visit the food street together during the holiday. Nana wanted to eat strawberry-flavored desserts. The Crown Prince wanted apple-flavored ones. Corey, imitating them, said he wanted grape-flavored ones. Then the Crown Prince left the school first. Corey wasn't in a hurry to leave. He had an appointment with someone else at the academy. Just like that, a semester passed. Nana looked forward to life at home. But when she saw her brother Helen in the carriage, Nana's expression immediately soured. His uninvited presence almost left no room for Nana's luggage. Fortunately, even if the luggage fell, it wouldn't reach Nana and Hestia. In the carriage, Helen complained about Nana's coldness. He said he had been going crazy missing his sister at home. Yet every time he came to the academy to find Nana, she was nowhere to be seen. He strongly suspected Nana was deliberately avoiding him. Nana was about to make excuses when Hestia dealt Helen a blow, saying Nana found her brother annoying all day long. Unexpectedly, Helen didn't mind at all, saying that whatever his sister did was cute to him. He then reached out to hug Nana. Nana immediately pushed Helen away with a slap. Helen looked regretful, saying if he couldn't hug her a few more times now, he wouldn't be able to after she got married. Just thinking about a pack of hungry wolves eyeing his sister made her brother feel uneasy. Nana was annoyed by Helen's unnecessary worrying. She believed her looks and personality ensured she had no chance of getting married in this lifetime. In her previous life, she hadn't even experienced the simplest romance. This life was destined to be spent as Hestia's matchmaker. Just as Nana was sighing, Hestia seemed extremely happy. "Brother Helen, did you hear that?" Nana said she doesn't want to get married. "I'll live happily with Nana in the future." The first semester finally came to a successful end. After parting with Nana, Corey didn't choose to go home. Instead, he returned to the classroom. There, the senior student Ivnis had been waiting for a long time. The two had been conducting transactions for a while. Corey helped Ivnis process magic stones, while the other searched for Schneewell's items as payment. Ivnis expressed satisfaction with Corey's processing skills, but Corey couldn't be bothered to continue the small talk. Before leaving, Ivnis called out to Corey, saying he had some good news to tell him. Corey didn't immediately respond. He suspected Ivnis wanted to trick him into doing hard work with a bunch of useless things again. Although the other person always wore a smile, Corey knew it was a facade from years in business, so he firmly refused. After Corey left, Ivnis's previous gentle smile disappeared, replaced by a sinister and mocking expression. He had originally planned to tell him about his meeting with Schneewell, but seeing his reaction, it seemed he already knew Schneewell's true identity. Meanwhile, Nana had just returned home. Her younger brother Carl excitedly ran out to greet her. The siblings hugged each other excitedly upon meeting. Seeing this, Helen also wanted Carl to give him the same welcome. Hearing this, Nana and Carl looked at him expressionlessly. Carl innocently said he didn't want to hug his brother. So Nana held Carl's hand and went back to the house, leaving Helen protesting reluctantly on the spot. At dinner time, Nana gathered with her family. Not having seen their daughter for a long time, the Baron and his wife showered Nana with concern, asking how she was doing at school. Unlike the anxiety and embarrassment of her previous life, Nana now felt stable and comfortable. But soon, the array of delicacies on the table made Nana break out in a cold sweat. The family had never been so extravagant before. Looking at her mother's high-end dress and jewelry, Nana immediately understood that she had spent a lot of money while she was away. The chilling realization made the Baroness shiver. She nervously complimented Nana on becoming prettier and invited her daughter to go shopping in the city. Nana declined her mother's offer, thinking it best not to spoil the atmosphere. After all, these delicacies were prepared especially for her. In the evening, the maid helped Nana with a foot massage. All the servants in the Baron's mansion treated Nana with great respect because Nana never mistreated others. Even though the family's finances had been poor in recent years, she would never dismiss anyone without reason. At this time, Nana asked the maid if anything had happened at home while she was away. The maid was suddenly taken aback. She reluctantly said she knew nothing. From her reaction, Nana realized the seriousness of the problem. So, she went to find Carl to get to the bottom of it. Initially, Carl excitedly said he would tell her everything. But when Nana asked about their mother's recent spending habits, Carl immediately burst into tears and apologized to Nana. After hearing Carl's tearful explanation, Nana returned to her room trembling. She couldn't believe it. The stack in her hands was full of her mother's shopping receipts. It's worth noting that the family already had a lot of unpaid debts. But now, her mother had used emergency funds to pamper herself. At this rate, they might not even be able to pay off the interest. Helpless, Nana planned to earn some extra money using her Schneewale identity. Through the magic ball, she learned that a merchant group wanted to meet her. Carl told her that the other party was Luna Asha, a force to be reckoned with in the business world. Nana certainly wouldn't pass up such a lucrative opportunity. Early the next day, Nana went to confront her mother. Hearing Nana's gentle call from the hallway, the Baroness was so frightened she hid behind the curtains. From experience, when Nana called her like this, it meant trouble. As the surroundings gradually quieted down, she carefully peeked out. To her surprise, Nana was waiting outside. She kindly invited her mother to have a good talk. Later, the Baroness took out an orange dress from the wardrobe. "This is what Mom specially bought for Nana. How is it? Isn't it pretty?" "It's pretty, but I don't want to hear about this now." Saying this, Nana laid out the organized receipts, hoping her mother would explain clearly. The Baroness looked somewhat embarrassed, partly due to guilt for using emergency funds, and partly because she didn't realize she had spent so much. Realizing her mistake, she promptly apologized to Nana. Since Nana left home, life has become dull and unbearable. So, Mom used shopping as a way to pass the time. "Please forgive your useless mother." Seeing her mother so sad, Nana felt a bit guilty. But she couldn't stop there. Because the Baroness, like her mother in her previous life, loved her children, so Nana decided to stimulate her maternal love. Nana instantly got into character, crying and asking her mother if she really loved her. At this rate, Nana would have to be sold. Now that the family is in financial difficulty, if Mom doesn't economize, our savings will soon be gone. When that time comes, not just Nana, but even Carl and Helen will be sold. Hearing this, the Baroness immediately became flustered. She swore that no matter what, she would never do something like selling her children. Little did she know that she had already fallen into Nana's trap. Nana pretended to be scared and threw herself into her mother's arms. "I don't want to live a life without money and go hungry." The Baroness promised profusely, saying she would do her best to fulfill whatever Nana asked. Hearing this, Nana immediately dropped her pitiful expression. "If that's the case, go return all the things you bought." Nana instructed her mother to organize the receipts and report back to her afterward. After dealing with this, Nana quickly changed into her Schneewale attire. According to the client, they were to meet in the center of the capital. Nana disliked crowded places. Although it was unlikely anyone would recognize her, she still wore a magic cloak for safety. Then Nana was led by staff into the conference room at Luna Asha's headquarters. Luna Asha was the most powerful merchant group in the empire. It gathered talents from all fields across the country. Its wealth even accounted for half of the empire's treasury. And all this success was attributed to the merchant group's newly appointed agent. Nana had tried to investigate the agent's identity, but to no avail. She once suspected that her actions had been discovered, but she convinced herself not to overthink it. The other party might just be a client who could make her rich. At this moment, Nana felt the room was a bit stuffy. But being in Luna Asha's headquarters, Nana didn't want to expose herself. She knew there were numerous hidden cameras in the room. But as time passed, Nana could no longer bear it. Thinking no one would notice her for a while, Nana took off her heavy magic cloak. The next moment, someone walked in. Her other identity had been exposed. This time, the person wasn't as easy to deal with as Corey. The other party even used various means to force Nana to comply. Not long ago, Nana had agreed to meet the client at Luna Asha's headquarters. But after waiting for a long time, no one showed up. So, feeling hot and uncomfortable, Nana took off her magic cloak. Unexpectedly, Eve entered the reception room the next second. Nana couldn't help but suspect that the other party had been waiting for this moment. Having her carefully hidden identity so easily exposed, Nana felt a bit annoyed. She regretted not spending money on transformation magic potions. But was this person really the merchant group's agent? Seemingly aware of Nana's doubts, Eve Nis revealed her identity and introduced herself. Upon hearing the name Eve Nis, Nana couldn't help but frown. The other party was one of the male leads pursuing Hess in the original story. The book introduced him as the son of the merchant group's owner, but she didn't expect him to be the current agent of the group. As Nana was recalling Eve's character name, she heard Eve playfully and frivolously call her sister. Nana didn't consider Eve an incompetent person because of this. She realized that although the other party seemed carefree and jovial, in reality, their inner self was as calm as an iceberg. So she immediately asked Eve what she wanted her to do, hoping to finish the business quickly. Eve praised Nana for being straightforward, then handed over a document. Nana took it and saw that it was a contract. She didn't want to hastily sign a contract with someone she just met. Just as she was about to refuse, Eve moved behind Nana, like a smiling tape recorder, urging her to take a look. The conditions inside could be described as very generous. Considering it was the first time she had seen a contract of this scale, Nana read on out of curiosity. Suddenly, she made a puzzled sound. The compensation listed was so rich that she could hardly believe it. Just by signing with the merchant group, there would be a monthly income of 1,000 gold coins. An additional 100 gold coins for each completed item. With Nana's skills, she could easily cover her family's deficit and might even reach the peak of her life. Thinking of this, Nana's joy was evident, but seeing Eve behind her, she calmed down again. In the end, she still declined Eve's invitation. Eve seemed to have anticipated this outcome. While she turned to search for something, Nana prepared to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, a large hand forcefully blocked her way. Nana felt puzzled by this behavior. However, when she turned her head, she met those ice-cold eyes. Nana finally witnessed the craziness befitting the male lead from the original story. She rummaged through her bag for useful tools, but found only a detector and an image sphere. Nana thought of using the image sphere as a flash grenade. She suddenly threw it at Eve's face. Unexpectedly, the other party was not afraid at all. Eve took out a hairpin and shattered the image sphere. Nana complained. What kind of person would stick such a dangerous thing in their hair? Then Eve tied up her hair in 1 second and pinned Nana against the wall. Calling her sister had no effect. Is it because I'm older than you? She contemptuously played with Nana's hair. In Nana's shocked gaze, she called out. The name Nana least wanted to hear at that moment. Lie. Eve seemed satisfied with Nana's reaction. As for Nana, she pondered the other party's purpose in investigating her. Logically, it should be easy for Luna Asha Merchant Group to find someone. They had strong financial power and no worries. So no matter how much the client offered, Nana didn't want to accept. She might provoke Luna Asha by taking on their commission. Or had she accidentally accepted an alert? Unable to figure out, Nana decided to run. She suddenly made a move, rushing towards Eve beside her. Then she ran towards the door with quick steps, but she found that the door wouldn't open. Eve explained with a smile that currently only he could open this door. Being toyed with like this, Nana decided to teach him a lesson. She pulled out Eve's hairpin, then kicked him to the ground. Finally, she held the hairpin against his neck, threatening him to open the door quickly. Even though it was a life-or-death situation, the man still grinned, saying he'd open the door only if she signed the contract first. Nana increasingly felt this person was mentally unstable. She continued to press with the hairpin, but seeing that he truly wasn't moved, Nana gradually calmed down. If she really ran away like this, the other party might directly hire assassins for revenge, or broadcast it throughout the school with a loudspeaker. Neither outcome was what she wanted to see, so Nana extended her hand to apologize to Eve. Whatever your purpose is, or what you want to say, I'll listen. It turned out that everything started because of Hestia. Eve noticed Nana unintentionally because he liked Hestia. Hearing this, Nana's face darkened. She subconsciously thought the other party wanted to use her to get close to Hestia. But when Nana asked what Eve's plans were, he said he had no plans, because now he was more satisfied with the person in front of him. Nana was now 100% sure this person was mentally unstable. Then Eve gave Nana 2 choices. Either sign the contract to work for the merchant group, or leave as if nothing had happened. However, he guaranteed that if she didn't sign, Nana would be in constant danger. After saying this, he tore the contract to shreds in front of Nana. It turned out that once signed, a mark would appear on the body. Then, one would have to devote their whole life to Luna Asha, accepting all dirty deeds no matter what. Eve was very satisfied with Nana and didn't want her to be bound like this. In other words, Nana only needed to pretend to sign the contract and complete Eve's commission. But Nana didn't let her guard down because of his few words. She remembered that in the original story, Eve was best at backstabbing. Just then, the mark on Eve's neck suddenly flared up. Intense pain forced him to kneel on the ground. Eve gasped and called out to Nana for help. Meanwhile, Hestia called Nana's home. Helen told Hestia that Nana wasn't home, and if she was bored, her brother could play with her. Hestia hung up the phone directly. She didn't know when it started, but her communication with Nana was no longer smooth. She wanted to know what Nana was doing alone and how they could go back to how things were before. It was really embarrassing. Nana had really messed up this time. It turned out that not only was his singing terribly off-key, but his dancing was also hard to describe. Today, Nana had afternoon tea with Hestia in the city after a long time. Hestia complained to Nana, asking why she was never home even during the holidays. She even suspected Nana was secretly meeting Corey and the Crown Prince. But Nana kept looking around, distracted. Finally, Hestia shouted in frustration, bringing her back to reality. Seeing Hestia pouting in front of her, Nana felt sorry too. But she really didn't have time to play with Hestia. Even today, Nana was following someone on Eve's orders. Not long ago, Nana was forced to sign a secret contract with Eve, because if she didn't agree, Luna Asha would either interfere with her family's business, starving her to death, or simply hire assassins to stab her to death. Moreover, she really couldn't bring herself to ignore Eve's request. According to Eve, it was because he leaked the merchant group's secrets that the poison in the tattoo was triggered. Although Eve carried the antidote, Nana still couldn't understand. After all, the boss of the merchant group was Eve's father. How cruel must he be to give such a tattoo to his own son? Compared to such a person, the oath Nana proposed was nothing. To be safe, Nana and Eve signed an additional oath. If Eve betrayed Nana, the orange pattern on his buttocks would burn like a red-hot mace, scorching his behind. Just then, the target they were following stood up to leave. To avoid losing the target, Nana invited Hestia to take a walk with her. A few days later, the target finally showed a weakness. Nana hadn't had time to eat all day due to the surveillance. She offered Eve a sandwich. He declined Nana's kindness and turned to look at the information Nana had gathered. He was surprised that Nana had completed the task in such a short time. Nana's gaze fell on Eve, stating that she was just doing her job for money. She noticed that Eve's facial expressions were becoming fewer, and she could hardly see him smile. This was clearly his true face. But what could have happened to make him want to take revenge on his own father? Nana couldn't help but ask her question out loud. How do you plan to take revenge on the merchant group's boss? Eve told her to mind her own business. Nana felt annoyed. After all, they had signed a contract, so it was reasonable to understand the specifics of the case in advance. Eve's ears hurt from Nana's constant chatter. He explained that he would establish a company and trick his father into investing. Then, using fake projects as a trigger, combined with his past illegal activities, he would send him to prison. He knew his father wouldn't be trapped there forever, so he would take the opportunity to seize everything from his father. This way, even if he got out of prison, no one would be willing to help him start over. Nana, listening to all this, could clearly feel Eve's malice. Just then, the target left the office. Nana packed up her things, preparing to follow. But she found Eve staring in the direction the target left, unmoved. The next moment, he suddenly picked Nana up in a princess carry. We can't catch up using the stairs. Hearing this, Nana was immediately scared stiff. It's worth noting that the building they were in was a full 20 stories high. Bear with it for a moment. It'll be over soon, Eve said expressionlessly, trying to comfort her. Holding Nana, he directly made a leap of faith. In her panic, Nana could no longer think and could only clasp her hands tightly in prayer. At this moment, Eve actually let go with his left hand. Nana's lower body instantly lost its sense of security and began to sway uncontrollably. Eve ignored Nana and took out a small piece of paper. After tearing it open with water, a gentle magic instantly surrounded them both, and their falling speed gradually slowed down. However, even after landing steadily, Nana was still so scared her legs went weak. Eve had no choice but to carry Nana on his back and continue the pursuit. After turning the corner, the target had already disappeared. Nana advised Eve to come back another day, but Eve refused. Ahead, 3 older women were gossiping. Eve told Nana to pretend to be asleep quickly. Then he greeted the 3 women. "Beautiful ladies, could you help me with something?" The 3 women were delighted by Eve's compliment and asked how they could help. Eve put on a pitiful act and started lying. "My sister is drunk and unconscious. But our father didn't give us the house key. I don't want my sister to sleep on the street. I just saw our father walking this way. He's wearing a black hat and a red coat." After getting specific directions from the women, Nana and Eve arrived at a bar. It was similar to the nightclubs in Nana's previous life. The lights were dim, the music was loud, and the smell of alcohol was everywhere. It didn't take long for Eve to find a target, but there were others with him. Eve ordered Nana to create some commotion to attract attention. Nana wanted to refuse. In a place like this, a small disturbance wouldn't have any effect. But she had taken Eve's money. Seeing the dance floor nearby, Nana had an idea. However, because this was very damaging to her self-esteem, Nana hoped Eve could give her some extra help. After getting his agreement, Nana reluctantly began to execute her plan. On the dance floor, Nana went straight to the center position. She shouted, "Everyone look at me." Then Nana took off her coat and started dancing. But every move Nana made was beyond people's expectations. Like a fish thrown on shore, she flailed about wildly. Seeing this, the audience below couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Nana was both embarrassed and angry, for the sake of money, she could only persist. Before she knew it, Nana's dance had lifted the mood of the entire venue. Watching Nana dance and cheer on stage, Eve finally showed a genuine smile that had been long absent. After completing the mission, Nana hid in a corner. She couldn't believe she had done such an embarrassing thing. In her previous life, even when working part-time in a mascot costume, she was afraid of being recognized. Eve called Nana to prepare to leave. But as soon as she stood up, Nana fell to the ground. It must be because her legs were weak from dancing. Eve bent down for her to climb on, but Nana was determined not to do anything more embarrassing. During the struggle, she accidentally twisted her leg, and so Nana shamefully ended up on Eve's back again. At this time, they passed by a skewer stand. It had many varieties with all kinds of meat. When he saw the fish, Eve, who had been quiet until now, suddenly reacted. For a brief moment, he associated it with Nana's dance moves. Seeing this, Nana tightened her grip around his neck. Eve quickly returned to normal and asked Nana if she wanted some skewers. Nana was about to refuse, but her stomach growled. So Eve bought 2 chicken skewers for Nana. Nana wondered why he bought 2, thinking Eve couldn't free his hands and wanted her to feed him. But when Nana held the chicken skewer in front of him, Eve said both were for Nana, because he felt Nana needed 2 to barely be enough, and eating more would help her grow taller. Nana hated it most when people implied she was short, so she was determined to make Eve eat one too. In the end, Nana even made a big fuss on Eve's back. Helpless, Eve had to put Nana down on a box. Without giving Nana time to apologize, Eve suddenly leaned close to Nana's face. Holding Nana's shoulders, he took a bite. This action completely caught Nana off guard. After eating, he coldly wiped his mouth. Nana's heart was racing uncontrollably from embarrassment. As Nana ate the skewer, she marveled that, as expected of the novel's male lead, even eating a skewer almost caused her to die of cardiac arrest. But she wondered why Eve deliberately chose to eat vegetables. Thinking carefully, Nana had never seen Eve eat properly. Every time, he would just mix powder with water or milk. Nana couldn't help but associate his behavior with drug use. Just then, Eve's words interrupted her thoughts. Actually, he had originally intended to force Nana to help him with his revenge plan. Nana had anticipated this. After all, she felt Eve didn't seem like a good person. After a moment of silence, Eve continued. He said he had changed his mind now, because a child like you is not suitable for doing those dirty jobs. Nana's position in Corey's heart has always been unshakable. When Nana transformed into her previous life's appearance, only Corey could recognize her identity immediately. Today, Nana was juicing vegetables in the kitchen. That night, Eve's reason for refusing to do dirty work made him feel lost. He said he didn't want Nana to be so young and get stuck in the mud like him. This also means that Eve wasn't as bad as in the original story. But why did the damn author intentionally write all the main characters as flawed? Just as Nana was pondering, Helen popped up from behind her. Seeing the green juice on the table, she drank it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, this almost made her meet her great-grandmother. Yesterday, Nana came to Eve's office. Eve thought she had heeded his advice and came to withdraw from the cooperation. Unexpectedly, Nana insisted on continuing to work. After all, without Schneewale, the merchant group's owner probably wouldn't let her off easily. Hearing this, Eve looked a bit embarrassed. Actually, this was a reason he made up to keep Nana. He even planned ahead and sent a bunch of shopping discount coupons to Nana's mother. But even though Eve did these despicable things, when asked if she was willing to cooperate, Nana still hesitated. She knew she should keep her distance from Eve. But after that night, Nana felt that Eve wasn't a hopeless trash. So she finally agreed to stay. Because in the whole world, there's no client who's willing to spend money like that. Considering you've made my family's finances worse, I'll do my best to make money off you. Hearing this, Eve sighed in relief and assigned Nana today's work. After finally finishing all the documents, Eve brought lunch for Nana. It was an exquisite high-end sandwich. While Eve still ate raw flour mixed with water as his meal. While eating, Nana took out her homemade vegetable juice. She said Eve should eat more healthy food, like this nutritious, freshly squeezed vegetable juice. But Eve thought there was nothing wrong with his lunch. It not only had enough carbohydrates, but also added medicine for headaches and stress relief. Nana was almost infuriated by him. How could this be called a meal? Seeing Eve had no reaction, Nana pretended to take back the juice using reverse psychology. But Eve showed no intention of stopping her at all. Angry, Nana slammed the juice back on the table, saying, "If you don't want to drink it, throw it away yourself." Nana stormed off angrily, feeling her kindness was wasted. Unexpectedly, the next moment she heard Eve say thank you. Eve told Nana not to do these things anymore in the future, because people who are kind to him are either up to no good or perverts. After drinking, Eve complained that it was too bitter. Nana thought to herself that it was good Helen had tested the poison first, helping him improve it. Then she demanded that Eve stop eating that powder, as it was ruining his health. This way, before the salary was credited, Eve could play the role of a wealthy boss properly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hearing that his father was looking for him, Eve's face instantly darkened. But when his father's subordinate entered, Eve switched back to a laughing expression, saying he'd be right there. This contrast scared Nana so much she almost got goosebumps all over. Before leaving, Eve quietly instructed Nana to lock the door and not go out. With nothing to do, Nana looked for a book on the bookshelf. A book titled The Origin of Tragedy caught her attention. She thought it was a romantic novel, but finding it unsuitable, she boredly read the first few pages. Eve's sudden approach startled Nana into a scream. After a brief apology, Eve embraced Nana. Although this action was unexpected, she didn't resist. She knew that at this moment, Eve's heart was intertwined with pain and sorrow. The next moment, he pushed Nana away, his facial expression returning to normal. He went back to his seat to work as if nothing had happened. Nana suddenly noticed that Eve's hands were covered in scars. Seeing Eve trying to continue working even while shaking in pain, Nana directly felt for the first time the cruelty of the merchant group's boss. Over the next few days, Eve's attitude towards Nana changed. Since the day he was injured, whenever he saw Nana, Eve would excitedly come over or lean on Nana, seeking comfort. To be honest, if it were the crown prince, he would have lashed out long ago. But Nana didn't mind much with Eve, because the usually cold and cruel Eve becoming like this was enough to show his inner exhaustion. Eve's expression was sometimes full of murderous intent, and sometimes like a child. Nana convinced herself that this stemmed from Eve's trust. What troubled Nana was, whenever Eve felt anxious, he would do some inexplicable things to release his emotions. This time he stroked Nana's hair like dog fur. He even sophistically argued that he was praising Nana's fluffy hair. Seeing Eve becoming more and more presumptuous, Nana finally couldn't bear it. She regretted always worrying about Eve getting into trouble. Hearing this, a flash of disappointment crossed Eve's face. He told Nana that after executing one more undercover mission, everything would be over. Eve asked Nana to transform into a 10-year-old, unrecognizable form. He took out a magic stone from his clothes. The magic inside was powerful, yet felt familiar to Nana. It was just like the earrings Corey gave her. Remembering Corey once said he had infused magic into them, Nana became increasingly certain that this magic stone came from Corey's hand. As the magic stone activated its power, Nana's transformation gradually completed. Opening her eyes, she discovered she had turned into her childhood appearance from her previous life. Looking in the mirror, Nana seemed a bit excited, because this was the happiest moment of her life before her parents passed away. On the street, Nana suddenly remembered what she had forgotten. Today was supposed to be the day she went to the food street with Corey and the Crown Prince. Since she ran into them, Nana decided to notify them. So she ran over and asked if they were waiting for Nana. She lied, claiming her name was Ian and that she worked for Nana. She said her sister couldn't come today due to some business. The Crown Prince stared at Nana, his face full of suspicion. Nana was so scared by his expression that she broke out in a cold sweat. The Crown Prince then issued a warning, saying if Nana was abusing children, he must be told. Corey grabbed the Crown Prince and lifted him up, telling him not to say stupid things. After the Crown Prince left angrily. Corey patted Nana's head, advising her not to do dangerous things. He told Ian to be careful on the way and to contact him anytime if she wanted to come play in the future. Nana now understood that Corey had recognized her, thinking it might be because of the magic stone she used. Then she hurried to the meeting point agreed with Eve. However, as soon as she arrived, someone blocked her way. The person grabbed Nana's collar, asking if she was Shernai Banrai. Nana panicked immediately. Had Eve's plan been exposed? Nana had a quick idea. She pretended to be pitiful to get away. I'm just running an errand for my dad. If I'm late, my dad will scold me. Hearing this, the other person simply let go. Oh, so it's not Nana after all. I thought it was that long-haired little girl who likes to squeeze healthy juice. Nana finally realized the person was Eve. Furious, she wanted to punch him twice. When Eve learned that Nana had unconsciously transformed into this appearance, he fell into deep thought. For the transformation to succeed in this situation, it can only mean this person is especially important to you. The reflection in the water carried Nana's beautiful wishes from her previous life. Finally, she smiled and told Eve, although he's no longer here, he is indeed the most important person to me. The final battle with the merchant group's boss finally began. At the moment when Nana's life was in danger, Eve, disregarding the curse brought by the tattoo, resolutely ended his own father's life. Not long ago, Nana and Eve intercepted a merchant group's carriage. According to intelligence, the carriage was said to hide confidential documents of the merchant group. But after searching thoroughly, they found nothing. The documents contained records of the merchant group's investments in the Slave Trade Guild. It's worth noting that the Empire was a country of etiquette that strongly opposed slave trading. Nana didn't understand why the merchant group would take such a risk. Hearing this, Eve suddenly smiled innocently. It was he who had established the company and induced the boss to invest in the slave market. He just didn't expect the other side to become alert so quickly. Has her plan been discovered? Eve told Nana not to worry. The other side had only moved the documents and didn't suspect him. Even the beating last time was just a vent anger. After saying this, Eve's face darkened. It must be that the boss didn't trust others and took it himself. Learning that Nana had never seen a dead person, Eve took out a hairpin and told Nana to sit back in the carriage. These staff will eventually be tortured to death. I need to let them die comfortably. Eve's words made Nana feel utterly unfamiliar. She clearly realized that she and Eve were not the same kind of people. Perhaps the world Eve lived in was just this cruel. Nana covered her ears, trying her best not to hear the screams from outside. Then the two rode in the carriage and smoothly arrived at the boss's villa. Nana felt something was off. Even if they were in a merchant group's carriage, it shouldn't be so easy to let two children in. Eve didn't explain much, chuckling that they would know the answer soon. Along the way, Eve seemed to know everything, leading Nana forward. But what puzzled Nana was he never said what was in these places. Soon they came to the entrance of the basement. Eve told Nana that there were many unspeakable filthy things down there. There was still room to back out now. The serious expression on his face showed he was genuinely concerned for Nana. However, Nana still pretended not to care and told him to hurry up and lead the way. As the two went deeper, even the air became eerie. Nana suddenly felt like she was going to an underground city to kill a boss. Hearing a strange sound, Nana turned her head. The scene before her eyes shocked her. A group of severely injured children were caged like livestock. Their ages, some even looked less than 10 years old. Faced with Nana's confusion, Eve fell silent. After much self-restraint, he hesitantly spoke. This was the true headquarters of Luna Asha Group, and these children were prospective members from all over the country. They needed to pass tests to become official members. Saying it was a test, in fact, this was just to satisfy the merchant group boss's perverted desires. They had to kill each other for survival until only 3 children remained. Eve was even sent here from birth. At that time, the boss would force her to take poison at will. This led to her inability to eat food. Before Eve finished speaking, Nana covered her mouth. Nana was angry. She spoke as if nothing had happened. Actually, she was worried that Nana would fear her, so she explained in this indifferent tone. After all, she was one of those who survived to the end. The blood on her hands was already countless. Although everything Eve said was true, Nana didn't want to attribute all the mistakes to her. He couldn't tolerate this deliberate act of forcing a son to become a demon. At this moment, Nana finally understood the hatred in Eve's heart and vowed to help him seek justice personally. Eve slightly curled his lips. Nana's righteous words made him feel apologetic instead, because behind that door ahead, something horrific might happen. He suddenly regretted bringing Nana this deep. Looking at Eve's serious expression, Nana didn't want to become a burden. He asked Eve for a pair of glasses and cast magic on them. Now, whenever bloody scenes occur, the glasses would automatically replace them with cute scenes. Before entering, Eve said he would attract attention while Nana used magic to find the documents. As soon as they entered, the merchant group boss treated them as new candidate members. But he hadn't witnessed any recently. Were they introduced by someone? Eve immediately played along with his guess and explained. Someone introduced a job here that provided food and lodging with a monthly salary over $10,000. Taking this opportunity, Nana used magic to search for the document's location. When he found them, a loud noise suddenly caught his attention. The merchant group boss was kicking Eve's body again and again. Despite this, Eve still told Nana to find the documents first. But just as he was about to open the drawer, the merchant group boss suddenly locked his gaze on Nana. Nana nervously turned his head. The scene before him almost made him laugh out loud. Unexpectedly, the glasses had replaced the boss with a simple-minded teddy bear. Nana secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Nana's unique black hair and eyes, the teddy bear threatened to turn him into a specimen with a magic wand. As for that chattering brat, he was useless. Saying this, he raised the magic wand and struck Eve hard. At the critical moment, Nana kicked the teddy bear in the face. The massive impact instantly knocked the teddy bear to the ground, but he quickly stood up again. By now, the merchant group boss had realized Nana was no ordinary child. When he got serious, he emitted a strong sense of pressure. The magic wand swung down heavily. Nana quickly drew his sword to block. Despite Nana's diligent sword practice at the academy, he was ultimately no match for someone who lived by the blade. The moment Nana was knocked flying by the merchant group boss, Eve became frightened. He begged the boss to spare Nana's life. However, his desperate pleas only aroused the boss's perverted nature. He threatened to dismember Nana in front of Eve. Invisible anger forced Eve to clench his fists. But Nana shouted at him not to come over. He trembled as he propped himself up with his sword, preparing to withstand the merchant group boss's next round of attacks. He knew that harming the boss could put Eve's life in danger. Nana calmly used magic to search for the enemy's weaknesses. Unexpectedly, the opponent was wearing defensive magical items all over his body, and Nana only had one used magic stone. To extract as much magic power as possible, Nana bit it into pieces. Instantly, particles of magic power surrounded Nana, as Nana was fighting desperately with the boss. Eve nearby was lost in painful memories. Because of his father's perverse tests, some betrayed him and swung their knives. Some surrendered and begged for mercy. But his impression of all these people combined was not as profound as one person. That was the first friend he made in hell. He exchanged his death for Eve's hope of survival. At this moment, Nana's last bit of magic power was about to be exhausted. The merchant group boss's large hand firmly gripped him, rendering him immobile. Just as Nana was about to despair, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out again and again. The falling of the glasses allowed Nana to see the real scene. It was Eve who had launched an attack from behind with a hairpin. This was the first time Nana saw anger on Eve's face. Now she had returned to her original form. The tears flowing from her eyes seemed like joy for avenging her friend. As she pulled out the hairpin from the clothes, the merchant group boss finally fell to the ground, lifeless. Nana couldn't help but step back twice at the sight of the corpse. Eve smiled as she put the glasses back on Nana, telling her to leave together. Nana's face was full of confusion. She knew how long Eve had planned for this revenge. How could it end so abruptly because of her? Eve smiled slightly upon hearing this. If he died, what use would successful revenge be? After saying this, she collapsed weakly onto Nana. Due to attacking the boss, the poison in her body had begun to spread uncontrollably. Nana anxiously asked about the antidote's whereabouts. But Eve was still joking around, making requests. When a mission is over, come play with me. If you don't agree, I won't tell you. Nana was almost infuriated, but could only agree. Unexpectedly, after Eve said there was no antidote, she immediately passed out. Just as Nana was at a loss, the door was suddenly kicked open. A white-haired, purple-eyed youth appeared at the doorway, complaining about Eve's foolish protection of Nana. Eve abandoned the revenge plan he had nurtured for years and killed his own father. But the act of harming his father also caused the poison in his body to spread violently. Upon learning there was no antidote, Nana kept calling out, trying to awaken Eve's reason. At this moment, a third voice echoed in the room. If you're going to kill, why didn't you do it earlier? How foolish. Looking in the direction of the voice, a white-haired, purple-eyed youth suddenly appeared. He complained about Eve being a nuisance, making him come all this way. As he spoke, he slapped Eve awake on the ground. They seemed to have a good relationship. Nana decided to hold back for now, but she felt like she had seen him before. Eve painfully turned over, apologizing for eating all the antidote. These words, which should have evoked sympathy, instead caused the other to laugh maniacally. If that's the case, then just die. Nana was dumbfounded. She wasn't sure whether to let this madman be. At this point, Eve was in too much pain to joke around. From his plea, Nana learned the white-haired man's identity. It turned out he was Svahedon, whom he had met as a child. Sva sighed, asking what was the point of living. This was a phrase Sivan often said since childhood. What Nana didn't expect was, Sivan, who barely spoke and was always cold as a child, had now become so talkative. The only things unchanged were her arrogant personality and her angelic, intoxicating beauty. As Sivan's palm released magic power, the toxins in Eve's body were quickly neutralized. In this world, there are 3 types of magic: black magic, ordinary magic, and holy magic. Sivan and her father, Duke Blanche, were famous for their holy magic. The protagonist's halo forged by angelic looks and holy magic made Nana a bit jealous. At this time, Eve's body recovered, and he got up from the ground. Sivan asked Eve if he remembered what she wanted. The two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Moreover, Sivan knew about Eve's engine. She looked at the merchant group boss's corpse, consoling that this disgusting person's death was a good outcome. But letting him go to hell like this was a bit wasteful. How about preserving the body and sending it to the pervert? By the way, because of inheriting the Duke's title, this matter went very smoothly. He told Eve about his early admission to school. But don't greet me at school, it'll be annoying. Lastly, one more thing. I provoked the guards when I came in just now, so escape quickly while you can. After saying this, Sivan bid farewell and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he stopped in his tracks. He turned his gaze towards Nana. The moment he saw Nana clearly, a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. A moment later, he resumed his arrogant attitude and gave Nana a contemptuous look. After Sivan left, the sound of guards pursuing reminded the two to quickly take the documents and flee. At this time, Sivan looked worriedly towards the direction of the villa. He didn't understand why that girl would appear in such a place. A few days later, news of the merchant group boss's death spread throughout the streets. His dirty deeds also became topics of conversation among the people. Nana lay in bed like a dead person for several consecutive days. This incident left her feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Eve, however, was full of fighting spirit. Not only did he use the information to bring down the Luna Asha merchant group, but he also took the opportunity to transfer a large amount of funds and establish his own company. At this time, the maid's words woke up the drowsy Nana. Learning that school was about to start, Nana immediately expressed her desire to go out. Now that he had earned so much money, it was natural to have a good time. Over the next few days, she went shopping with Hess, took Carrie out for cake, went to the food street with Crown Prince Corey. Except for her annoying brother Helen, Nana created holiday memories with everyone. Now only the promise with Eve remained. She had promised that after everything was over, they would go play together. As soon as Nana opened Eve's office door, he excitedly rushed over with open arms. Frightened, she immediately closed the door and said goodbye. Eve dejectedly promised not to hug Nana. Afterwards, the two had a simple meal together. While eating salad, Eve talked about his grand plans. Nana's gaze occasionally turned to Eve. This was the first time Nana had seen him eat normal food. Since the merchant group boss's death, he seemed to have found liberation. Now that the shackles confining his soul were gone, the tattoos on his body had also lost their effect. This feeling of regained freedom made him interested in food. However, his appetite hadn't improved, so he had to entrust Nana with the leftovers. Based on the principle of not wasting food, Nana ate large mouthfuls vigorously. While she was eating heartily, Eve once again requested a hug. Unable to hold back, Nana spat out all the juice. She reminded Eve that she had only agreed to play together. For hugging, he should find someone else. Hearing this, Eve looked very disappointed. He said he just wanted to hug Nana because he looked like a soft little dog. Nana was fed up with his nonsense. She told him to go get a dog then. Unexpectedly, Eve actually intended to do so. He wanted to find a dog and name it Nana. Nana immediately warned him to give up this ridiculous idea. Besides, why should she accept Eve's hugs anyway? What if it prevented her from finding a partner? Eve shook his head confidently, telling her not to date. Nana suppressed her anger and asked why. Because after noble ladies get married, they can no longer move around freely. This will cause your talents to be restricted and unable to develop. Hearing the explanation, Nana slightly calmed down, but she didn't think marriage could defeat someone as talented as herself. As soon as she finished speaking, Eve slammed the table and stood up. If that's the case, then find someone decent. The person's strength must at least match a divine dragon to gain his approval. Eve's unreasonable demands left Nana at a loss for words, so she said goodbye and fled. Nana felt that Eve's current unreasonable behavior was just like Helen's. Although it was a bit annoying, at least she had returned to normal life. Everything was back to peace, which made Nana feel at ease. Suddenly, Corey called Nana. He invited her to watch fireworks together that night. Since experiencing Eve's incident, Nana's attitude towards life had changed. Perhaps she had deeply realized the fear of death. She was determined to accompany her companions and enjoy their carefree student days together. After all, no one could be certain what would happen in the future. Even if she planned everything step by step, if something unexpected occurred, it would be a great loss. The four of them rode Corey's magic carpet and flew into the sky. The fireworks were within reach, blooming brilliantly in front of them. Nana prayed in her heart, hoping that before she was ready, everything that happened in the future would be as peaceful and smooth as it was now. Her academy life finally entered its second semester. But what she didn't expect was, after just a short 6-month holiday, not only the Crown Prince and Corey, even Hess had grown much taller. Only Nana remained like a little bean, without any change. Looking at the two tall and straight figures in front of her, Nana felt like crying but had no tears. After returning to the dorm and unpacking, Nana accidentally saw herself in the mirror. She rubbed her chest back and forth in disbelief, trying to find signs of secondary development. She usually ate a lot. Why wasn't she growing taller? It made Hess look like an older sister next to her. In her memory, Corey used to be the same height as her, but now he was a head taller, and the Crown Prince had to look down to talk to her. Thinking about the future, she, this little one, would have 5 towering friends. Nana felt overwhelmed. Everyone was about the same height last semester. Nana even suspected they had deliberately hidden the secret to growing taller. While thinking, Hazel returned to the dorm. As soon as he saw Nana, he excitedly pounced on her. After greeting, Hazel complained that Nana didn't come to play with him during the holiday. The start of school was already busy, and he couldn't see her. Nana, you also had to research club activities, practicing sword every day until late at night before returning. So Hazel demanded that Nana must come to his classroom to play during breaks. Only after getting a promise did Hazel let Nana go. Later, Nana asked Corey how to grow taller. After thinking for a while, he thought it should be related to eating vegetables. Nana was speechless. No matter how many vegetables she ate, it couldn't be less than Corey. If height was proportional to vegetables, his head would at least reach the ceiling. This left Corey unable to find an answer for the time being. After all, during the holiday, apart from eating vegetables, everything else was the same as usual. He comforted Nana, saying it might be due to different developmental stages. Actually, Nana had asked others this question too. Hazel suggested Nana drink more milk. The crown prince, that silly one, still didn't speak human language. He even thought that he hadn't grown taller during the holiday, but that Nana had become shorter. As for Hess, he was still the same. No matter Nana's height or weight, he thought she was perfect. Based on everyone's comments, Nana suspected it might be genetic factors. She called Helen, but Helen wouldn't say. She just joked and told Nana to go find her in the upper grades herself. Since Carrie and Helen had also grown taller, Nana didn't think it was a genetic issue, but she was really curious about what answer Helen would give her. Just as Nana was hesitating whether to go to the upper grade building, Corey landed his magic. He used his hand to compare with Nana's head. Looking at it this way, she was indeed a bit short. As soon as he said that, Nana gave him a Lushan rising dragon fist, sending Corey into the ceiling. A moment later, Corey fell heavily to the ground. The end of class bell rang at the same time. Then, Nana unceremoniously requisitioned Corey's carpet. To avoid being discovered by acquaintances, Nana completely wrapped herself in the carpet. She only wanted to find Helen quickly and ask about the method to grow taller. Unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed by Hazel passing by. Excited, he immediately introduced his little cutie to several good sisters. Nana was hugged and rubbed like a doll by several people. Learning that Nana came to find Helen, Hazel was about to take her there, but an uninvited guest interrupted him. It was Eve. While Nis greeted Nana, he took on the task of helping to find Helen. Little did he know that Nana was hiding her identity precisely because she didn't want to see him. Before he could agree, Hazel left with his little sisters. Seeing Eve approaching step by step, Nana frowned and threatened not to say nonsense like hugging. But Eve was even more greasy than Nana thought. She gently stroked Nana's cheek, telling her to forget about Helen. The one standing here now is also your brother. Then she leaned in front of her, promising not to tell anyone about this. The falling strands of hair inadvertently stirred Nana's heart. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the two. Helen saw Eve touching her sister and clenched her fists in anger. Unexpectedly, Eve didn't take Helen seriously at all. She smiled and said she was more suitable to be Nana's brother, and asked Helen how much money she wanted. She was willing to buy the rights of being a brother from him, because what Nana needed now was a handsome brother. Moreover, my blonde hair looks more like Nana's. We look like siblings. During their argument, Nana tiptoed away from the conflict. At this time, Eve proudly boasted that she and Nana had couple tattoos. Nana panicked immediately. How could this lunatic use the contract signing tattoo as a bargaining chip in an argument? The moment Eve said the tattoo was on her, but Nana and Helen both froze in place. Without giving Nana a chance to explain, Helen's frenzied appearance made Nana swear never to set foot in the upper grades again. That night, Eve used an image ball to admire Nana's dance moves at the bar that day. No matter how many times she watched it, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although it was fun, it was only a small part of her beautiful memories with Nana. Thinking carefully, every day spent with Nana was happy. Whether it was her thoughtful preparation of vegetable juice, forcing herself to eat chicken skewers she didn't like, or the worry on her face when she was poisoned and injured, all these moments were unforgettable in Eve's heart. After much thought, Eve came up with a dangerous idea. She should have used forceful means to keep Nana by her side forever. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Eve opened the door and was confused by the piles of luggage in front of her. It turned out a new roommate was moving in. When she heard the person's name was Swaif, her face immediately darkened. The next day, the news of Nana wanting to grow taller spread throughout the school. From then on, Nana's desk was piled with milk every day. During breaks, classmates would friendly pull Nana to help her grow taller. Even the cafeteria lady gave Nana extra portions. Although this was the first time Nana received so many blessings, she felt more embarrassed than anything. On the way, Nana complained about the crown prince's big mouth, making this matter known to everyone. Hess comforted Nana, saying there was no need to grow taller. He heard that shorter girls could better arouse men's protective instincts. Nana only took Hess's words as flattery. Now, except for him, everyone was maturing. Moreover, she believed that her current appearance had nothing to do with love. However, Nana still said that students should focus on studying. Looking at the increasingly handsome Hess beside her, Nana was troubled about which male lead to match with Hess. Hess noticed the worry on Nana's face and thought she was still troubled about her height. So he held Nana's hand and spun her around, trying to cheer her up, but accidentally collided with someone in front. Nana quickly helped Hess up. Hearing a curse from the other side, Hess apologized. However, when they saw the person's face clearly, both Nana and Hess were surprised. The person had white hair and purple eyes, clearly the SWA that Nana had seen at the villa recently. At the same time, SWA also noticed Nana and Hess. He immediately showed a bright smile and greeted Hess. Hess coldly responded with a tone. Then the two left in their respective directions without looking back. Nana was dumbfounded. Why didn't Sivan greet her? The fourth male lead, Sivan, finally arrived at the academy. But he only greeted Hess and ignored Nana standing beside him. In sword class, Nana followed the Crown Prince's height training, using her head to touch tree branches. During this time, she vented all her dissatisfaction towards Sivan. They were all childhood friends. Why did he only remember Hess? A few minutes later, Nana calmed down. In novels, it's normal for the male lead to recognize the female lead at first sight. She was just a supporting character. Besides, Sivan had a bad personality in the book. Not having any connection with him might be a good thing. Suddenly, a sword interrupted her thoughts. The Crown Prince accused Nana of daydreaming and not taking the training seriously. Nana pointed at the branch above her head, saying she didn't think this training method would help her grow taller. She suggested the Crown Prince try it for 6 months first. If it worked, she would continue. The Crown Prince immediately got angry. He was already tall. Why would he need to put in this effort? Besides, he designed this training method for Nana's benefit. Just then, the teacher's shout interrupted their argument. He announced that from today, a new student would be joining the sword specialty. Upon hearing new student, the Crown Prince's whole body trembled uncontrollably. His reaction made Nana curious. However, when she saw Sivan, Nana was also somewhat surprised. As the teacher introduced, Sivan was from the Blanche Duke's family, famous for their holy magic. Everyone couldn't understand why someone from the Blanche family, who had studied healing magic for generations, would come specifically to learn swordsmanship. However, more than that, people were surprised by Sivan's beauty. At this moment, the Crown Prince beside Nana disappeared. After looking around, she found him hiding behind a tree. The Crown Prince anxiously bit his fingers, muttering about why Sivan came here. Nana wondered why the Crown Prince was afraid of him. Facing Nana's questioning, the Crown Prince explained that he just didn't get along with Sivan. Because his swordsmanship was very annoying, he would just slash randomly without any technique. When they were young, the Crown Prince's clothes were cut several times by Sivan. So now, the Crown Prince absolutely didn't want to have anything to do with Sivan. Although Nana had the same thought, she still felt the Crown Prince's reaction was too intense. Just then, Sivan ran over. He twirled his sword while greeting the Crown Prince. "You're not hiding from me, are you? That would break my heart. I was so happy when I saw you." Before he could continue, the Crown Prince made an excuse and slipped away. Sivan passed by, with Nana closely following. His behavior made Nana feel disgusted. Even if he didn't remember her, he shouldn't completely ignore her. Later, when Nana was with Hess, she often saw Sivan, whether in class or eating snacks outside during lunch break. Therefore, Nana concluded that Sivan had fallen for Hess. After all, he was always lurking around Hess. At the same time, Nana also noticed that he was indeed ignoring her. He often came to find Hess, but never looked at her properly. Isn't it normal to get along with a girl's best friend when pursuing her? With resentment, Nana went to sword class. As soon as she arrived at the training ground, she saw the traffic light trio angrily chasing Sivan. Sivan had poked several holes in the trio's fencing uniforms. It turned out that Red Hair was planning to confess to a girl after class. The traffic light trio always followed him like shadows. So Sivan took it upon himself to make pure love battle suits for all three of them. Seeing the hearts on their chests, Nana almost couldn't hold back her laughter. However, this also confirmed Sivan's terrible personality. Meanwhile, Sivan went to the teacher for help. He looked pitiful, holding the teacher's hand tightly, complaining that the traffic light trio was bullying him. The teacher fell for it, scolding the trio for lacking perspective and bullying a new student who had only been here for a few days. When the teacher took the three away to lecture them, Nana realized that only Sivan and herself were left on the field. She glared at him, thinking, "Let's see how you ignore me now." The moment Sivan and Nana's eyes met, the malicious smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of difficulty and confusion. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." Then he immediately turned and fled from the sword class. Watching Sivon's retreating figure, Nana suspected that he wasn't ignoring her, but simply disliked her. In the following days, Nana didn't see Sivon again. She became more certain of her guess. At this time, Hess suggested they go to the shop together to buy drinks. Actually, Nana had always wanted to help set up Hess with a certain male lead. Thinking about how obsessed Sivon was with Hess, Nana was curious about Hess's thoughts. However, the moment she mentioned Sivon's name, Hess's expression suddenly became rigid. "Why are you asking about this? Nana, do you like Sivon?" Hess's counter-question was unexpected for Nana. She explained that Sivon might like him. Hearing this, Hess seemed to frown in disgust. After learning that Sivon came to see him every day, he fell into deep thought. Finally, Hess solemnly warned Nana that anyone else was fine, but Sivon was absolutely off limits. Back in the classroom, Hess returned to his usual self. When he saw Nana, he still greeted her with a smile, completely different from the stern Hess just moments ago. This was the first time Nana felt unfamiliar with Hess. No matter how much she asked about the reason, Hess wouldn't say. Feeling dejected, she decided to go to the next class to find Corey and the Crown Prince, and also to get some snacks from Corey. However, as soon as she arrived at the classroom, Nana was stunned. For some reason, Sivon had come here again and was horsing around with the Crown Prince. Sivon was ordering the Crown Prince to return something to him, while using magic to control numerous paper cranes. With a wave of his hand, the paper cranes flew towards the Crown Prince. They ended up sticking straight into the blackboard behind the Crown Prince. The terrified Crown Prince was caught off guard by Sivon. Corey advised him that it would be best to return the recording. After speaking, he noticed Nana in the best spectator seat. Corey greeted Nana. Sivon heard from behind and fell to the ground along with the Crown Prince. Nana and Corey were speechless when they saw this. They decided to leave the classroom, which had become a place of trouble. Afterwards, Nana happily ate her snacks. She mused that Corey was the best, able to tell at a glance that she wanted sweets. It turned out that as soon as they left the classroom, Corey had gestured for Nana to reach into his pocket. He had specially reserved a space in his pocket. The magic could directly access Corey's snack storage. Moreover, Corey said that as long as Nana wanted to eat, he would always be prepared. Because Corey gave so much, Nana skipped lunch entirely. Passing by a bench, she found someone had arrived even earlier than her. Several expensive magical items were placed beside them. Nana immediately deduced that it must be the well-off Crown Prince. The body type also matched. Nana approached to wake him up, but no matter how she called, there was no response. So she simply lifted the coat covering him. Unexpectedly, the one sleeping here was Sivon. Seeing his face visibly worsen, Nana panicked for a moment. Before she could apologize or explain, Sivon snatched back his coat. Then he covered his face with it again. Nana felt his attitude was reasonable. After all, Sivon already disliked her. But Nana still sincerely apologized to Sivon. Just as she finished speaking, Sivon suddenly sat up. He covered his face and staggered, intending to leave. But he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Nana suddenly felt a bit sorry for him, suffering like this because of disliking her. Thinking Sivon probably hadn't eaten yet, she left a sandwich beside him. Before Nana could walk away, Sivon angrily kicked the stone on the ground. Nana took this as Sivon's dislike for her and quickly left the scene. In the evening, Hess helped Nana with stretching exercises. She believed that with consistent exercise and the medicine Hess gave her, she would grow taller soon. But Hess suggested Nana should stop for the day because the lights on the second floor of the classroom weren't off and she didn't want to be seen while stretching. So Nana told her to rest nearby while she worked even harder on the difficult moves Hess couldn't do. Suddenly, Hess asked if Sivon had said anything. Startled, Nana lost her balance. With a crack, she twisted her ankle. The intense pain prevented Nana from standing up. Just as Hess was about to find help, a figure quickly leaped down from the second floor. The person was wrapped in clothes, with a visible blush on their face. Nana felt bewildered. She recognized at once that it was Sivon. Our Nana truly had the charm to captivate everyone. She not only won the hearts of the male leads, but also made the female and male leads become rivals in competing for her. Not long ago, Nana accidentally twisted her ankle while stretching. Her injury was so severe that she couldn't even stand. Just when Hess was at a loss, a figure leaped down from the second floor. Although the person's head was wrapped in clothes, Nana immediately recognized their identity from their outstanding appearance and aura. At the same time, a naked man ran out from the second floor, shouting at Sivan to return his clothes. This confirmed Nana's guess, but she couldn't understand Sivan's purpose for coming. By now, Hess had already guessed Sivan's intentions. He told Nana to wait here while he went to get the first aid kit. After Hess left, Sivan showed no intention of leaving. After hesitating for a while, Sivan finally spoke, "Give me your foot." Nana was instantly confused upon hearing this. Then Sivan pointed at Nana's injured area. "Your foot is sprained. I'll treat it for you." Nana immediately refused Sivan's kindness, but felt increasingly puzzled. She wondered if he had jumped down just to treat her, but she quickly told herself not to overthink it. After all, he disliked her so much that he didn't even want to look at her. While Nana was lost in thought, Sivan ignored Nana's refusal and extended his hand in front of her. In an instant, a holy magic burst forth from his palm. Nana was amazed by Sivan's healing magic. Not only did it heal her injured ankle, but it also swept away the fatigue from her body after a day of training. This magic seemed to penetrate Nana's entire body, right to her core. Before Nana could fully enjoy it, Sivan stopped the magic. Then, he unwrapped the bandage on his arm in front of Nana. He carefully tied it around the injured area. After doing this, he rummaged in his pocket. Without allowing refusal, he handed Nana several bottles. Upon closer inspection, they were all top-grade healing potions. Sivan only left with a brief, "Be careful in the future," before turning to leave. Nana was stunned by a series of actions, unable to understand why Sivan would treat her like this. Just then, Hess returned with the first aid kit. The two acted like strangers, not greeting each other at all. Only when they passed each other did Hess speak in a cold, indifferent tone. "You're such a pretender." Sivan, unwilling to back down, retorted, "That's what I should be saying to you." At this moment, Nana was completely unaware of the conflict between these two. She neatly arranged the 5 potion bottles on the table, her eyes fixed on the potions, trying to decipher Sivan's intentions. Originally, she thought Sivan disliked her, but his recent behavior suggested otherwise. After some thought, she considered this might be a new form of prank. Sivan must have deliberately left the potions for her to use, then extort her to repay 10 times the price. Of course, Nana knew her thoughts might be far-fetched, so she decided to ask others' opinions tomorrow. The first person she consulted was the Crown Prince, who also found Sivan's recent behavior strange. Although he usually enjoys bullying others, now he likes to smile a lot. Nana didn't understand. What's strange about smiling? The Crown Prince pointed behind him, explaining that Sivan didn't usually smile much. Now, smiling while tormenting others makes it even more terrifying. As he spoke, the Crown Prince leaned in, warning Nana to be careful in the future. He heard that Sivan was collecting information about him everywhere. But when Nana asked for Corey's opinion, he told her not to worry. While braiding Nana's hair, Corey pondered his words. He thought that what Sivan was doing was similar to him. Nana couldn't understand what Corey meant at all and hoped he would explain more clearly. Hearing this, Corey slightly curved his lips. He didn't answer Nana's question, but changed the subject, complimenting Nana on her beauty. Nana picked up a mirror and found that Corey's hair braiding skills had improved. Before leaving, Corey also advised Nana to be careful. After all, Sivan was indeed not a good person. Then Nana went to ask Eve. She put on a sour face and ordered Nana to stay away from Sivan. Nana was speechless. She hadn't even thought about getting close to him. Hearing this, Eve finally relaxed. She patted Nana's head, warning that Sivan was a dangerous person. "If he comes to talk to you, you must tell me." As she spoke, Eve's expression became serious. She explained that Sivan's behavior these days was too suspicious. Having known him for so many years, this was the first time she felt unfamiliar with Sivan. The stern warning made Nana nervous too. Unexpectedly, just as Eve was in the middle of bad-mouthing, Sivan caught her red-handed. Although Sivan wore a cute sheep-eye mask, his words were unusually harmful. "If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll send you to a nursing home early." Then he grabbed Eve by the neck, saying they should go somewhere private to calm down. Watching Eve being dragged away, Nana could only pray that she would come back alive. Combining the testimonies of the three references, although Sivan had helped Nana once, Nana believed this wasn't enough to change her view of him. Moreover, Nana was certain that Sivan didn't like her, so she must avoid him as much as possible in the future. But things don't always go according to plan. For the second semester's practical exam, although it was still monster subjugation, this time Corey and the Crown Prince couldn't participate. Facing Nana's questions, the Crown Prince explained that his abilities were too outstanding, and he was invited to participate in the Empire's Excellent Swordsman exam. As for Corey, he was called to repair the school's magical equipment. The Crown Prince patted Nana's head, saying he also wanted to take the exam together, but unfortunately, Nana wasn't on the same level as him. Nana was furious at the Crown Prince's provocation. Unexpectedly, his daily practice of bullying the Crown Prince with high-level magical beasts had improved his skills significantly. Afterwards, both Corey and the Crown Prince hoped that Nana could team up with Sivan. Nana saw concern in their eyes. She verbally agreed to try inviting Sivan, but in her heart, she thought Sivan wouldn't want to team up with her. Soon, the practical exam officially began. Everyone formed small groups to deal with the monsters, but Nana was all alone. As Nana swung her sharp sword, a high-level magical beast fell to the ground. Obtaining the monster's core meant that Nana's performance in this exam wouldn't be too bad. She put the magic box in her pocket, feeling that the Crown Prince and Corey had underestimated her. Then Nana squatted down to relieve the pain. These days, she had some stomach pain due to her period. To make matters worse, she had also caught a cold, making her body feel cold. So Nana decided to rest on the spot and wait for the exam to end. At this moment, a sudden scream caught her attention. Following the sound, Nana found 3 people surrounded by monsters. These 3 girls were newcomers who had just joined the sword department this year. Although Nana complained about why newbies would participate in the monster exam, she still resolutely drew her sword and attacked the monsters. Due to her illness, Nana tried to concentrate her magic power as much as possible to achieve one-hit kills. Soon, the monsters were all dealt with by Nana. The 3 girls instantly turned into fangirls and rushed towards Nana. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Nana felt a bit at a loss. Due to her poor condition, she didn't have time to observe her surroundings. Without realizing it, she had retreated to the edge of a cliff. Finally, she missed a step and accidentally fell. In the emergency, Nana wanted to use levitation magic. However, her magic power was already exhausted. In desperation, Nana regretted not teaming up with Sivan. After an unknown amount of time, Nana's consciousness gradually recovered. She wondered why she didn't feel any pain on her body. Only rapid breathing could be heard beside her ear. Finally, Nana was awakened by someone. She instinctively thought she was in heaven. After all, the person before her eyes was as radiant as an angel. Seeing the anxious and trembling expression on the angel's face, Nana suddenly came to her senses. It turned out that the angel before her was Sivan. But why was he looking at her with such a pained and worried expression? The outwardly cold Sivan had always been secretly caring for Nana. That's why he was able to arrive at the scene immediately when Nana fell off the cliff to help heal her. Today was the day of the Academy's Unified exam. Many students envied the sword and magic departments for not having to take written tests, but they didn't know that the so-called practical test could be life-threatening at any time. With Sivan's treatment and support, Nana could barely manage to move independently. But looking at the steep cliff before her, Nana didn't know which way to go back, so she could only place her hope on Sivan. Hearing Nana's question, Sivan sighed. He told Nana to follow him, then turned and left on his own. Nana couldn't understand what his inconsistent attitude meant. He seemed so worried when he saved her just now. If he disliked her, why did he keep helping her over and over again? After walking for a few minutes, Nana's body was already struggling to keep up. Her entire body was in pain now. Nana's unusual condition raised Sivan's concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Nana stubbornly said she was fine. She didn't want to accept any more help from Sivan. But Sivan clearly realized her stubbornness. He quickly walked towards Nana, his handsome face suddenly very close to hers. "You say you're fine, but you look terrible," he said, placing his hand on Nana's forehead to check her temperature. He found that Nana had symptoms of fever. "How are you going to get back in this condition?" The next moment, Sivan said in a worried voice, "Silly girl, you should tell me when you're not feeling well." Nana couldn't tell if it was intimacy or fever. Perhaps her heart was truly racing because of Sivon's gentle tone. But now she wanted to know more about Sivon's thoughts. So Nana tugged at Sivon's sleeve and asked the question in her heart, "Do you remember me? We should have met a few times when we were young." Hearing this question, Sivon was startled. His eyes seemed to show a hint of guilt. After thinking for a while, he answered Nana, "We played well together when we were young." Now, it was Nana's turn to be surprised. In her memory, Sivon had always been someone who ignored her completely. Even if she wanted to talk to him, he never gave her any chance. But now this person was saying they used to play well together. At this point, Sivon turned to tell Nana not to use formal language with him anymore. He would feel uncomfortable. After saying this, he muttered softly, wondering if he was being too harsh. From his behavior, Nana believed he wasn't lying. Moreover, Nana imagined speaking to Sivon without formal language and didn't find it strange at all. It was as if she had always spoken to him this way before. Since that was the case, Nana decided to press on. This matter, compared to his childhood relationship with Sivon, made her more curious. "Why do you always avoid me, Sivon?" Hearing this, Sivon nervously turned his gaze to the side. In the end, he directly turned and left. But the more he acted like this, the more Nana felt he was avoiding her. She asked Sivon if she had done something wrong to make him dislike her. Sivon immediately turned and denied her guess. Unexpectedly, Nana lost her balance due to dizziness and was about to fall. At the critical moment, Sivon caught her in time, and so Nana fell into Sivon's arms. At this moment, Sivon could no longer maintain his usual aloof and cold demeanor. The blush on his face indicated his inner shyness and timidity. Suddenly, Nana heard a faint cry for help. She saw Sivon's right hand frantically pulling grass, while his left hand was helplessly pounding the ground. Nana shakily propped herself up, only to see that Sivon was also blushing. So, she reached out her hand to check if Sivon was sick. Seeing this, Sivon struggled continuously to resist. He pleaded with Nana to get off him quickly, but Nana was having difficulty maintaining consciousness, let alone getting up from Sivon. In the end, she simply passed out in Sivon's arms. When Nana woke up, she found herself lying in the school's infirmary. She vaguely remembered that Sivon had brought her here. After confirming with the teacher that she was fine, Nana left the room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Sivon sitting on the ground. Before she could greet him, he took the initiative to embrace her. His hug started gently and gradually became tighter. Then, in a faint voice, he begged Nana not to fall ill. His eyes were still moist, revealing worry and sadness. Although she had never seen such an expression on Sivon before, his every action made Nana feel familiar and close. Yet Nana couldn't remember anything no matter how hard she tried. Afterwards, Sivon handed Nana a large pile of vitamin supplements. He insisted that she must take them every day without fail. "If you run out, come to me for more. And absolutely do not get sick again." Nana agreed to everything. Seeing that Sivon still looked on the verge of tears, Nana took the initiative to hug Sivon, reassuring him that she would be fine. Unexpectedly, this action nearly caused Sivon to lose emotional control. He abruptly pushed Nana away, and then quickly fled the scene. Nana found this familiar scene somewhat amusing. After Sivon left, others came running over. The Crown Prince and Corey, upon hearing that Nana was injured, both pulled out their weapons, ready to make the monsters pay. Even Hess, who had no combat ability, was holding a small shovel with a worried face. Seeing everyone's indignant expressions, Nana didn't know where to begin explaining. Fortunately, Nana managed to brush it off as a cold. She then told everyone not to worry and to go about their own business. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone stared at Nana with suspicious looks. They unanimously agreed that even if it was just a cold, she should return to the infirmary to rest. With a command from the Crown Prince, Corey and Hess instinctively lifted Nana up. Just then, Helen and Eve rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Nana pleaded with them, insisting she was healthy and didn't need hospitalization. Unexpectedly, Eve kicked the corridor wall and instructed Helen to quickly arrange a leave of absence for Nana. Nana's heart sank instantly. Over the next few days, Hess brought various books every day to keep Nana entertained. To prevent Nana from falling ill again, Eve thoroughly cleaned every corner of the room daily. Because she slept too much during the day, the Crown Prince and Corey would play games with her when she couldn't sleep at night. Finally, the day of discharge arrived without notice. Initially, Nana thought this period would be boring, but unexpectedly, time flew by quickly in the company of her friends. She even discovered unexpectedly that Eve was an expert in cleaning. At this moment, a phone call came in. As soon as she answered, she heard her mother's anxious voice. Although Nana assured her that she had fully recovered and there was no need to worry, but the Baroness still cautioned Nana to be careful. From childhood until now, you don't know how many times you've broken my heart. In the past, you'd touch insects and then rub your eyes, causing eye infections. You'd practice swordsmanship daily until you were covered in injuries without resting. Nana was tired of hearing these stories, but her mother's next words made her suddenly feel chilled to the bone. It turned out that in the past, Nana had suddenly disappeared one day. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find any trace of her. But in the end, Nana inexplicably returned to her own room. However, this incident her mother spoke of had never appeared in Nana's memory from beginning to end. When asked if he liked her, the innocent puppy's cheeks turned red and he couldn't speak. During sword practice class, Nana sat in a tree, slacking off. He had planned to go straight to the practice field after eating, but a question gradually took root in his mind. In the morning, Nana learned from Hess that the pen he had used for many years was actually a gift from her. But Nana had absolutely no memory of giving the pen. Yet his name was indeed engraved on the pen. All along, Nana had believed she knew her past life and childhood memories like the back of her hand. She even remembered clearly that Helen wet the bed at age 7. But she couldn't remember giving Hess a gift. Nana instinctively suspected this was related to her disappearance. Just then, a shout caught Nana's attention. It turned out someone wanted to duel Sivan. Faced with the challenge, Sivan showed no interest at all. Every attack from the opponent was easily dodged by Sivan. Nana remembered that the challenging student was named Jimmy. Before Sivan came to the swordsmanship major, Jimmy was ranked first in the class. Now his frenzied sword swinging clearly showed that Sivan had hurt his pride. Nana decided to stay hidden in the tree and observe. She was curious about what kind of powerful swordsmanship could make even the crown prince afraid to oppose. However, the difference in their abilities was too great. Facing Jimmy's attacks, Sivan didn't even show any intention of counterattacking. Seeing this result, Nana couldn't help but feel bored. At this moment, Sivan yawned and advised Jimmy to give up, not to waste his energy. But his lazy attitude ignited a nameless fire in the opponent, who swung his sword, shouting that they must determine a winner today. Hearing this, Sivan's kind face instantly flashed with murderous intent. In an instant, the sharp sword thrust fiercely towards Jimmy's body. By now, Jimmy was already frightened by Sivan's aura. He touched his pale stomach, looking incredulous. Sivan smiled and asked Jimmy why he dodged. "A hole in your stomach. At worst you'll die," he said, raising his sword again towards Jimmy. Seeing this, Jimmy immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. He knew that if he continued to resist, his life would definitely be in danger. Since he had won, Sivan demanded Jimmy agree to one condition. "Do you know who the most beautiful girl in school is?" Jimmy instinctively thought Sivan was referring to Hess. Even Nana, who was watching from afar, had the same thought. However, Sivan denied this answer and accused Jimmy of having poor eyesight. "It's the girl who's often with Hess." Jimmy begged Sivan to be straightforward and just say the name. Unexpectedly, Sivan, with a shy face, said that saying the name would be embarrassing for him. Jimmy had no choice but to guess. Could it be that yellow-haired girl with a bad temper? As soon as he finished speaking, Sivan thrust his sword between Jimmy's legs. "If you don't want to die, shut up immediately." Faced with the threat, Jimmy changed his words, calling the person a goddess. Afterwards, Sivan demanded Jimmy to hand over all photos and videos related to this person. In short, they shouldn't be spread around the school. After Jimmy agreed, Sivan left the scene. Nana didn't think Sivan was referring to her. After all, she wasn't the only blonde in school. But the images that floated in her mind shattered her wishful thinking. In the evening, Sivan sat by the pond, throwing pebbles. His white hair gently swayed in the evening breeze. In the sunset's glow, his eyes held a hint of worry. Nana, passing by, was inadvertently drawn to this fairy-like figure. Nana thought this was a good chance to ask him something. Seeing Sivan cover himself with clothes, preparing to sleep, Nana quickly ran over to wake Sivan up. She called out several times but got no response. Nana simply moved closer to him and softly asked Sivan, "Do you like me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sivan sprang up. By now his face was completely flushed. With an almost trembling voice, he asked Nana what she had just said. Because he dared not look directly at Nana, Sivan pulled his clothes over his head, stuttering and flustered, and asked again. Sivan's mouth opened and closed, trying to say something, but no sound came out for a long time. Seeing his stiff expression, Nana thought she had made him very angry. She said that she was just joking earlier to wake him up. Hearing this, Sivan calmed down slightly. Under his questioning, Nana first expressed her gratitude to Sivan. Whether it was the help when she sprained her ankle or the first aid during the practical exam, she apologized for misunderstanding that Sivan disliked her, which is why she hadn't been able to say thank you. Sivan shyly took off his clothes and told Nana not to worry about it. Seeing his hair a bit messy from static electricity, Nana reached out to smooth it. This simple action, however, caused an intense reaction from Sivan. Just as Nana thought she had been too rash, Sivan suddenly spoke up, saying he wasn't a suspicious person. You don't need to be wary of me, his face half buried in his arms, because I have no resistance to you. And when you weren't around, I tried my best. So can you praise me a little? The evening wind was blowing hard. The leaves rustled in the wind, and Nana's hair was also blown about. But her gaze remained fixed on the young man in front of her. After hearing Sivan's statement, Nana became even more doubtful about her past. He didn't know how to respond, because everything Sivan said was related to those forgotten memories. He had to interrupt Sivan, although it sounded a bit cruel, but I can't remember how close we were before. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Sivan was slightly stunned. Then he turned his head and gave a bitter laugh. From his reaction, Nana felt that Sivan must know the reason. The moment Nana asked why, Sivan shuddered. He seemed to be hesitating whether to tell the truth. Actually, since Nana learned about her memory loss, she had been collecting information about the Blanche family. Their holy magic could not only be applied to the body, but also to the nerves. So Nana once suspected that her memory was erased by holy magic. Suddenly, Sivan's brain overloaded and he grabbed his hair. Finally, he used being late for class as an excuse to leave. Before leaving, he said he wouldn't tell Nana, because even if she remembered, it wouldn't do any good. You just need to live in the present. Sivan's expression revealed sadness, making Nana feel uncomfortable to continue asking. But soon, Sivan laughed and asked Nana to get along well in the future. Just like today, talk to me every day. Nana asked back, why can't it be you finding me? Hearing this, Sivan turned his head shyly. Because I'm too shy to speak up, and I can't look you in the eye either. His attitude made Nana feel puzzled. Weren't they close as children? How could he still be shy after knowing each other for so long? So Sivan waved goodbye to Nana. But after this inquiry, Nana became even more curious. What exactly happened that Sivan was hiding? On the other side, Sivan returned to his room and sighed with relief. He was glad he didn't tell the truth. The heart-wrenching screams from back then still echoed in his ears. After a painful recollection, Sivan was determined to keep this matter hidden forever. The childhood memories of Nana and Sivan were finally revealed. It turns out they weren't simply friends. In the despair so dark that no light could be seen, Nana became Sivan's only salvation. Not long ago, under Nana's questioning, Sivan had fled back to the dormitory, still shaken. In her panic, she didn't even notice there was someone else in the room. Eve, sitting on the bed, greeted Sivan with a laugh. It was the first time she had seen Sivan so dejected, and she couldn't help but tease him a bit. She said that what Sivan wanted was on the table. Eve used the excuse of living in the dorm to tell Sivan she couldn't help him collect information anymore. Sivan didn't care much at first, but when he saw the item, he was stunned. He had asked for something related to Nana, but Eve had given him a photo of a yellow puppy, saying the dog was named Nana. Seeing Sivan's furious expression, Eve quickly moved to the window, preparing to escape. Before leaving, she warned Sivan not to care about Nana anymore. After all, people from the Blanche family have no emotions. Although you look like angels on the outside, your hearts are extremely dirty. No one knows what evil intentions you have. So please stay away from our Nana. Hearing this, Sivan's body trembled involuntarily. Were you then? What right do you have to criticize me? To Sivan's question, Eve seemed helpless on the surface, but was actually overjoyed inside. She decided to show off. She proudly stated that she was Nana's coolest and sexiest brother. Faced with Eve's boasting, Sivan had no reaction at all. He grabbed a book and knocked Eve out of the window. After driving Eve away, Sivan collapsed on the bed, although he pretended not to care about Eve's words. Every word had hit him right in the heart. Just as Eve said, throughout the history of the Blanche family, there had never been a mentally stable person, and this was due to their family's devilish training methods for heirs. In order to possess powerful healing abilities, heirs had to endure hellish pain every day. Only by constantly suffering torture could they break through the limits of their innate healing power. Such vicious training caused heirs to harbor hatred towards everyone. So the Blanche family had a tradition. When the heir was granted a title, they needed to personally kill the previous Duke Sivan. It seemed that after years of such torture, it would be stranger to remain mentally stable. He used to constantly fantasize about killing the Duke. Perhaps it was luck or prearranged, but now he had no interest in it at all. After all, it was because of his father that he had the chance to meet Nana. 7 years ago, Duke Blanche, who had never spoken to him before, suddenly took him to the Wester family. After telling Sivan that the Duke would pick him up after the meeting, Sivan endured the pain, not understanding his father's intention in bringing him here. But anything was better than being locked up. Later, Sivan went to the training ground to practice swordsmanship. He turned his hatred into strength, imagining each attack landing on those who tortured him. Suddenly, voices from others interrupted him. A little yellow-haired brat was explaining spatial movement magic to another child. Sivan recognized them as children from the Wester family. He turned his head to focus on his own training. At this time, Nana and Hess also noticed Sivan. Nana quietly introduced him as probably Duke Blanche's son. Remembering her father's words to get along well with the Duke's son, out of politeness, Nana decided to greet him. The two approached Sivan while saying hello, but Sivan continued hitting the wooden post as if he hadn't heard them. Helplessly, Nana introduced herself first, then introduced Hess. Unexpectedly, Sivan hit even harder, as if determined not to acknowledge the two. Seeing this, Hess advised Nana to let him be alone and suggested they go play elsewhere. So Nana pulled Hess aside and began explaining magic circles on the ground. Although Hess couldn't understand at all, he still praised Nana for being smart. Sivan curiously observed the two. Seeing them playing happily by themselves, he felt irritated. Others lived so carefree. Why did he have to endure such torture for no reason? Due to his dispersed magic power, Sivan's healing magic couldn't be maintained. Blood continuously seeped out from his body. Nana happened to see this scene. Anxiously, she immediately ran over to check the situation. Discovering Sivan was injured, Nana advised him to stop practicing swordsmanship. At that moment, Sivan spoke his first words to Nana, words he would regret for a lifetime. "Get lost." The hoarse roar frightened Nana into silence. Later, every time they visited the Wester family, the Duke would have Sivan prepare in advance. Sivan was extremely reluctant, because even if he went, the Duke would just leave him at the training ground to practice swordsmanship. Helplessly, the Duke sighed and ordered him to go even if he didn't want to. "Because I say so. If you don't want to listen to the family head, then hurry up and inherit the title." Sivan was immediately speechless, so he was left alone at the training ground again. Sivan seriously doubted if the Duke was conducting an obedience test on him. However, more than the Duke, he couldn't understand Nana. Every time he came, she would deliberately seek him out, sometimes to play with him, sometimes to give him cookies, or to recklessly challenge him in swordsmanship. Actually, Nana was also annoyed by him, but she was following her father's instructions to treat guests kindly. But Sivan had enough of this child who would come to find him no matter how he lost his temper. Until one day, Sivan's attitude towards Nana changed. That day, Sivan's condition was worse than ever because the training intensity had increased daily. He couldn't perfectly control the magic power in his body. Just as he was thinking about resting well today, Nana approached him again. Sivan immediately bristled like an angry cat, glaring at Nana hostilely. Hess was immediately frightened by Sivan and hid behind Nana. He didn't want Nana to talk to this fierce person anymore. So Nana decided to show Hess her teleportation magic today. While Nana was drawing the magic circle, Sivan sat on a bench to rest, watching the two play nearby. Sivan's mood became increasingly irritated. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down his face. Unable to concentrate magic power to heal his wounds, blood gradually seeped through the bandages. At that moment, Nana instantly teleported in front of Sivan. She was apologizing for her mistake, but then she saw Sivan's blood-stained bandages. Nana immediately started rummaging through her bag. I know you don't like me interfering, but your wounds are worse than usual. Nana placed the gauze beside Sivan. She instructed him to apply the ointment and replace the bandages. You don't want to endure this until you get home, right? As Nana was about to leave, Sivan warned her from behind. If you dare tell anyone about this, I'll kill you. Nana instinctively turned her head. She saw Sivan's eyes sharp as a blade. That night at home, Sivan trained as usual. After what seemed like an eternity, the servant finally ended Sivan's torment. As the door slowly closed, Sivan's gaze grew increasingly cold. Because he wasn't in good condition today, the pain he felt was more intense than usual. Sivan hugged himself tightly, desperately trying to use healing magic. Suddenly, his eyes became vacant. He thought about ending it all. After death, he wouldn't have to endure pain anymore. Maybe he'd even feel comfortable and peaceful. Just then, a figure flashed before him. Thinking it was an intruder, Sivan immediately became alert. He raised a broken plate, ready to slash at the person's neck. Nana turned and awkwardly said hello to Sivan. After explaining, it turned out her teleportation magic had malfunctioned again. Now, with her magic depleted, she couldn't use teleportation a second time. Sivan didn't have the energy to chase Nana away, so he simply let her stay and do as she pleased. Seeing that Sivan's condition was worse than usual, Nana advised him to lie down on the bed. No energy, and I don't need you to take care of me. Nana didn't want to care either, but she felt Sivan might faint at any moment. So she grabbed Sivan's clothes and hauled him onto the bed. She also helped change his bandages to clean ones. Seeing those horrific wounds, Nana couldn't help but throw up. So she grabbed a cloth to clean the floor, explaining that her dinner hadn't agreed with her. Seeing Nana looking like she might vomit again at any moment, Sivan tossed her a magic stone, telling her to use it quickly. If you dare come to my room again when you get home, I'll tear you apart. He believed this perfect threat would surely deter Nana. However, just a few days later, Nana showed up again, bringing a bunch of magical items. The childhood memories with Sivan were finally revealed. In the endless prison of pain, Nana became Sivan's only salvation. After Nana's first teleportation to Sivan's house, Sivan warned that if she came again, he'd tear her apart. Who would have thought the very next day, Nana showed up with a bunch of magical items. Seeing her smug expression, Sivan was at a loss for words. Do you think these will stop me from dealing with you? Nana ignored Sivan's warning. Are you hungry? I brought snacks. Seeing Nana disregard him, Sivan gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted and lunged at Nana, but she easily dodged with a quick move. Instead, Sivan fell flat on his face. Having just finished training, Sivan didn't even have the strength to get up from the floor. At this moment, Nana, forgetting past grievances, extended a helping hand. She smiled brightly as she pulled Sivan up. After changing the bandages, let's play together. Since then, Nana often came to Sivan's room. At first, Sivan found it annoying, but Nana always brought him sweets. She would feed him by hand, help change his bandages, and tuck him into bed. Under Nana's tireless care, Sivan's healing ability improved visibly. Now, small wounds could heal completely in an instant. Just then, Nana teleported into Sivan's room. They exchanged brief greetings. Sivan then voluntarily extended his arm. Since I can't resist anyway, if you're going to change the bandages, do it quickly. Nana was quite satisfied with his compliance. While changing the bandages, Nana noticed that Sivan's wounds weren't as severe as before. It seemed her care had led to an improvement in Sivan's healing ability. Sivan's sudden question caught her off guard. Do you like pretending to be kind? Is that why you come to take care of me? Nana, of course, denied this answer, but Sivan kept pressing the issue. Nana simply ignored his questions, quickly changing Sivan's bandages in a few swift moves. Then she took out some snacks she had brought from home. Finally, she produced a chess set for entertainment. All right, now let's start playing. This clumsy attempt to change the subject was almost too much for Sivan to bear. So Nana made up an excuse, saying her chess skills were unmatched, so she just wanted to find someone to defeat her. Sivan's loud shout interrupted her nonsense. Startled, Nana explained honestly. Actually, She simply felt that Sivan being confined to his room alone was pitiful. Generally, when someone is sick, it's better to have someone by their side. Plus, she couldn't stand to see children hurt and sad. Sivan was puzzled. Is this why you treat your pink-haired girlfriend like a little sister? Besides, aren't you a child too? Why act so mature? Hearing Nana's explanation, Sivan suddenly felt disinterested. So you visit me every day just out of pity. Although Nana tried to avoid using that word, the fact was indeed, as Sivan said. To prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward, Nana immediately challenged Sivan to a chess match to the death. As the chess game concluded, Sivan let out a sneer. You lose every day, yet you're still so boastful. Nana angrily flipped the chessboard, insisting she hadn't lost. Seeing it was getting late, Nana prepared to leave using teleportation magic. Sivan watched quietly, showing no intention of asking her to stay. Suddenly, he reminded Nana to come at the same time next time, and absolutely not earlier. Nana nodded, agreeing and saying, "See you tomorrow, friend." Sivan didn't like the word friend. Nana explained that playing together every day and knowing each other's secrets made them friends. Sivan, sipping tea, retorted, "I've never known any of your secrets." Nana thought he had a point. "Well then, I'll tell you one. Actually, I'm a girl." Hearing this, Sivan couldn't help but spit out all his tea. His mind was in chaos. In his understanding, except for his perverted father, anyone with long hair was a girl, and those with short hair were boys. After collecting his thoughts, he calmed down. As long as he knew Nana was a girl, and he was a boy, that was enough. Unknowingly, Sivan had opened his heart to Nana. It was thanks to Nana's companionship that he could endure the cruel abuse. At that time, he even thought he could withstand any pain. Reality, however, was vastly different from fantasy. That day, Nana teleported to Sivan's room, as usual, but she found him crawling on the ground in agony. Nana rushed forward to ask about Sivan's condition. This was the first time she had seen Sivan so severely injured. Then she heard Sivan, tears streaming down his face, mumbling in a trembling voice. "Why do I have to suffer this pain? I want to kill them all." After saying this, Sivan collapsed and fainted in front of Nana. When Sivan regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw Nana sitting by his bed. He sat up, wanted to check his injuries. Expecting to see many scars, he was surprised to find his skin remarkably clean. Although Nana had helped treat the wounds, there shouldn't have been no trace at all. Suddenly, he noticed the injury on Nana's shoulder. Faced with Sivan's inquiry, Nana seemed distracted. From her reaction, Sivan guessed he had caused it. He reached out to heal Nana, but Nana was startled by his movement. She slapped Sivan's hand away, stating that she didn't need healing magic. As soon as she said this, Sivan was stunned. Could Nana know the true meaning of healing magic? Then a memory flooded into his mind. Before he fainted earlier, he had hysterically poured out his heart to Nana. He resented being like a trash can, bearing others' pain. Since no one cared whether he lived or died, why should he be anyone's scapegoat? He swore to make those people feel what it was like to be abused. It was then that he had unintentionally hurt Nana. And now Nana was refusing his healing magic. This meant the Blanche family's secret had been exposed. Sivan urged Nana to let him see the wound before erasing her memory. Seeing Nana's persistent refusal, Sivan felt as if his filth had been exposed. He shouted at Nana in despair. "Our family exists for this purpose." So this was the reason Sivan was covered in scars every day. As Nana's wound was transferred to Sivan's body, it quickly disappeared. The Blanche family's healing magic was actually just a way to transfer wounds. They transferred others' wounds to themselves, then used their healing ability to cure themselves. Therefore, the family's heirs needed to endure daily abuse to improve their healing abilities. To save patients on the brink of death, the heirs had to train countless times on the edge of life and death. Sivan possessed the most powerful magic in Blanche family history, so he started training earlier than anyone else. Seeing Nana seemed somewhat shocked, Sivan said he had a question. "During my blackout, did you help enhance my magic?" Logically, after a magic outburst, he should have many wounds on his body, but now his skin was clean. From Nana's evasive gaze, Sivan immediately guessed the truth. Recently, Nana had been studying holy magic using Sivan's magic stone. Nana was speechless. Sivan couldn't even tell her gender, yet was so sensitive in this aspect. So she frankly admitted that she had developed a magic array that could enhance healing effects. She told Sivan to just ask if he needed anything, happy to be able to help him. But looking at Nana, Sivan fell into confusion. On one hand, he was glad to have a friend to confide in. But on the other hand, he felt scared. He worried that getting involved with the Blanche family would bring harm to Nana. Sivan hesitated whether to erase Nana's memory and send her home, but he couldn't bear to do it. He could only pretend to be impatient, advising Nana not to be overly sympathetic and meddlesome in the future. Just as Nana was about to say goodbye, Sivan didn't want her to leave like this. He poked his head out from under the blanket, asking Nana to wait until he fell asleep before leaving. Faced with Nana's questioning look, Sivan showed his childish side for the first time. Before, he thought being born into such a family meant he could only endure. But Nana's presence gave him a chance to act spoiled. Nana could hardly believe this was the Sivan she knew. In the end, Nana was defeated by Sivan's cute offensive and chose to stay. She lay down on the bed, asking Sivan how he wanted to be coaxed to sleep. Sivan set a high price of 1 magic stone for singing a lullaby. However, Nana's singing made Sivan wonder if her vocal cords were damaged. Before long, Nana herself fell into a deep sleep. Sivan stared blankly at Nana's sleeping face. He reached out and gently pinched Nana's sleeve. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to erase Nana's memories. He didn't want Nana to forget the time they spent together. The truth about the lost memories was finally about to surface. After Nana learned the secret of the Blanche family's healing magic, her memory should have been erased on the spot. But Sivan had always held onto a glimmer of hope. He couldn't bear to let Nana forget the time they spent together. He thought he could selfishly enjoy Nana's kindness forever. However, it wasn't long before he regretted it. That day, Duke Blanche ordered Sivan to prepare for a visit to the Wester family. Unlike his usual protests, Sivan agreed readily. Seeing this, the Duke stared at Sivan, pausing before saying, "You agreed so quickly. You weren't just waiting for me to take you, were you?" Soon, Sivan arrived at the Wester house. At that time, Nana was practicing swordsmanship in the training ground. Hess sat nearby, tried to persuade Nana to come play at his house. When Nana mentioned Sidon was coming, he looked puzzled. Nana explained that Sidon was Saiwa Hayden. At this moment, Sivan also arrived at the training ground. As soon as he saw Sivan, Hess became hostile. "Why do you get a nickname from Nana?" He hugged Nana, declaring, "I'm the one closest to Nana." Sivan impatiently waved his hand. "It's not even raining, yet you're always carrying an umbrella. I want to practice dancing with Nana. Please leave." Hearing this, Hess immediately told Nana he didn't agree. Sivan absolutely couldn't. Due to rarely going out, Sivan lacked the ability to judge gender. He subconsciously assumed Hess, who said this, was a boy. Hearing this, Hess was petrified, frozen in place. He choked up, demanding Nana choose between them. Unable to find a solution that pleased both, Nana escaped using the excuse of going to the bathroom. To get a response, Hess followed closely behind. Watching their retreating figures, Sivan couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't like the pink-haired one, they had fun together during this time. Suddenly, Sivan felt a sharp pain in his neck. He touched the wound with his hand. The blood on his hand gave Sivan an ominous feeling. That night, Sivan still underwent cruel training. This time, he was forced to endure various wounds from soldiers and patients. Thinking it wouldn't heal easily, Sivan painfully laid down on the bed. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He wondered when Nana would come. Suddenly, he remembered Nana saying she wouldn't come today. Nana had agreed to go to Hess's house to avoid him making a fuss. Sivan couldn't understand what they could play with the stupid pink-haired one. But Nana said Hess was actually very smart. She had once seen Hess reading books about imperial politics. However, perhaps because his parents didn't like him reading, Hess never told anyone. Because of this, Nana thought of making a fountain pen for Hess, hoping he could freely do what he liked. Knowing Nana wouldn't come, Sivan fell into despair. He never thought he would depend on someone so much. Sivan gripped the blanket tightly. He tried to face the pain alone like before. He ordered himself to persevere. Just wait until tomorrow, and Nana would come. However, at this moment, all of Sivan's wounds began to tear open. Accompanied by a piercing cry, unimaginable pain consumed Sivan completely. Before he could heal, new wounds would constantly grow on his skin. As new and old wounds piled up, Sivan's mind was on the verge of collapse. Thinking that this pain would happen again in the future, unprecedented despair and fear instantly eroded his mind. Worried about Sivan's condition, Nana bid farewell to Hess and immediately teleported to Sivan's room. But But the scene before her was unbelievable. Sivan was lying motionless in a pool of blood, covered in wounds. Nana tried to clean Sivan's wounds, but unlike before, they showed no signs of healing. At this point, she had lost the courage to live, allowing blood to continuously flow from her wounds. With a hoarse voice, she struggled to ask Nana to grant her request. "Kill me. Don't let me suffer anymore. Since you once said we're friends, I won't feel wrong dying by your hand." After speaking, she managed to sit up on the bed. "Right here. Cut my throat. Let me be free." Nana angrily told Sivan to stop talking nonsense. However, Sivan's response was a desperate roar. She accused Nana of not understanding how much it hurt, saying she'd had enough of this hellish life. Her breathing became labored and rapid due to the pain. Listening to Sivan's constant pleas, Nana hesitated, unsure of what to do. In the end, she said she couldn't do it. "Asking me to do this. Do you want me to wake up from nightmares? I won't be responsible for your death." Then Nana grabbed Sivan. Forcing Sivan's forehead against her own, she said, "Though I can't end your life, I can share your pain." With that, Nana chanted the activation spell for the magic circle. A blinding light enveloped them both. Sivan understood the meaning of Nana's words, but he couldn't stop her in time. Until the magic was completely finished, Nana finally let go. Her body also burst open. At this moment, Sivan's pain had disappeared, but he couldn't feel happy at all, because the harm he should have endured was now transferred to Nana. Sivan ordered her to transfer the damage back. Nana didn't agree. She wanted to wait until Sivan's magic power stabilized before transferring it back. Moreover, she had specially prepared tools to regulate magic power, which could greatly alleviate the symptoms. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the magic stone shattered in Nana's palm. Instantly, visible wounds began to appear continuously on Nana's body. Clearly, Nana had greatly underestimated the pain Sivan had been enduring all along. When she fainted in front of Sivan, Sivan suddenly went mad, losing control and starting to shout. Looking at Nana lying in a pool of blood, shock, despair, and fear kept swirling in her heart. Now Sivan could only place all hope in her healing magic. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't stop Nana's wounds from worsening. Seeing Nana's body gradually grow cold, Sivan felt truly powerless for the first time in her life. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. If only she had healing abilities like the Duke, how wonderful that would be. At this thought, Sivan's eyes lit up. He carried the badly wounded Nana and begged his father to save her. With the Duke's treatment, Nana successfully escaped danger. He was surprised that Nana could research magic to enhance holy magic, and even more surprised that she came to see Sivan every night. At the Duke's suggestion, Sivan also decided to erase Nana's memories. Although the Duke agreed that Sivan could keep the memories and only delete those related to healing abilities, Sivan chose to delete everything about himself because he didn't want Nana to remember him covered in wounds, and he didn't want to involve her anymore. Sivan placed his hand on Nana's forehead. As magic power was injected, Sivan entered Nana's mental world. The candles before him were the carriers of memories. Although curious about what good memories Nana had with others in the past, Sivan didn't rashly look into them. After finding memories related to himself, Sivan picked them up and reviewed the time spent with Nana. Then, frowning, he blew them out one by one. After finishing this, he sank the candles to the bottom of the water. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought, since he had destroyed one of Nana's memories, he might as well help heal one of her bad memories. In the mental world, wine red represents painful memories. Sivan looked around but couldn't find a single wine red candle. At this moment, he looked up and discovered, in a place far out of his reach, countless wine-red memories were densely tangled together. Sivan couldn't believe that Nana had so many painful memories. In those memories, he saw a black-haired girl he had never seen before. When Sivan was desperate enough to give up on himself, Nana voluntarily used magic to transfer his pain. However, this action nearly cost her life. In the critical moment, Sivan asked the Duke to save Nana and went to the mental world to erase Nana's memories of him. After doing all this, Sivan stayed by Nana's bedside all night. But Nana showed no signs of waking up. Out of concern, Sivan went to the Duke to inquire about Nana's condition. The Duke was annoyed by Sivan, as he had just been called to check an hour ago. He bluntly stated that it was probably Sivan who was holding Nana back. Hearing this, Sivan angrily called the Duke a quack and turned to go back to his room. At this moment, the Duke called out to Sivan. His power had now reached the level of inspection. The Duke wanted to hear if Sivan was interested in participating. This was a necessary experience for each generation of heirs of the Blanchy family. It was also a necessary condition for inheriting the title. Healing countless wounded soldiers on the battlefield to hone oneself as a general heir. It usually requires staying there for 10 years or more. But the Duke believed that with Sivan's talent, he could complete it in just 3 years. After saying this, he pointed to the mountain of documents behind him, hoping Sivan would return soon to inherit the title. For this, he promised Sivan that no matter which academy Nana would attend in the future, he would buy it. Sivan was speechless about the Duke's reason for giving up the title. Suddenly, he thought of a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Why, as a magic family, did the Duke require him to learn swordsmanship? Why did he deliberately take him to the Wester family back then? The Duke explained casually. He just wanted to take Sivan out for some fresh air. Before he inherited the title, the Duke kept him confined in his room for training until he went out for inspection. So he did this simply because he wanted Sivan not to torture too much when taking action, preferably to cleanly cut off his neck. Although Sivan was full of disdain for the Duke's answer, he felt closer to the Duke in his heart. He clearly remembered wanting to kill him at every moment before. Now, after talking with him, he no longer had that thought. Not just the Duke, Sivan didn't hate others as much either. And this was thanks to having a friend willing to share the pain with him. Looking at the unconscious Nana on the bed, Sivan seriously doubted that the Duke was lying. Unexpectedly, the next moment Nana woke up. Faced with Nana's gaze, Sivan felt a bit at a loss. Hearing Nana ask about his identity, Sivan's whole body couldn't help but tremble. He persuaded himself that he must be ruthless. To make Nana completely forget him, he planned to erase even this moment of memory. Just as Nana was confused, Sivan placed his hand on Nana's forehead and released magic. With his blessing, Nana fell into a deep sleep again. Now all he had to do was send Nana home, and everything would be fine. As a farewell, Sivan gently left a kiss on Nana's forehead. After this incident, Sivan and the Duke opened up to each other. But what gave the Duke a headache was that Sivan kept mentioning Nana all the time. He even beat up the Crown Prince because of this, which made the Duke consider erasing Sivan's memory. Not long after, Sivan voluntarily went to the battlefield. He didn't want to meet Nana again and pretend nothing had happened. He didn't want Nana to be hurt again because of his incompetence, so Sivan gave his all at every moment, just to be qualified to stand in front of Nana in the future, even though this process was extremely painful. But he gritted his teeth and endured again and again, just hoping to meet Nana again. Back to the present. Sivan was worrying in the classroom about how to greet Nana. Just thinking about Nana made his heart uncontrollably excited. He originally thought Nana would still be like a boy as in the past. Unexpectedly, she had become so beautiful now. In his eyes, Nana was as beautiful as an elf, too dazzling for him to look at directly. That's why he didn't dare to greet her the first time they met. At that time, when moving luggage on the road, he had already noticed Nana. Because he was nervous and not prepared, he planned to pretend not to see her. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into that damn pink cat. Seeing the person he had been thinking about appear before him, Sivan couldn't say a word. Now, thinking back to this scene, he felt embarrassed. Other classmates in the class gave him strange looks. In an instant, a scene flashed through Sivan's mind. His first meeting with Nana should have been at the villa. Although they were in the form of children, he was certain. This was the person he saw when deleting memories. At that time, he had tried to heal Nana, but the pain was too deep. He couldn't even get close. Sivan guessed in his heart about the relationship between Nana and that woman. Why did Nana deliberately change into that appearance? Nana was already cute enough. He was clumsily drawing Nana's portrait on paper. Unexpectedly, the pink-haired one came looking for him at this time. Interrupted in his drawing, Sivan was very unhappy. However, Hess surprisingly didn't argue with Sivan. After all, in his view, everything about Nana was of first importance. He reminded Sivan to go to the red spot to be a person after the transformation. Hearing that person confess to Nana and mock her for being just a baroness, Sivan broke his pencil in anger on the spot. She pulled out her killing intent, threatening to let that guy know what karma means. The surrounding classmates were all trembling in fear. Only Hess expressionlessly helped Sivan lead the way, and Sivan was also very happy in his heart. Now it was finally his turn to protect Nana. To meet Nana at the academy as soon as possible, Sivan gave his all and completed the family training at the fastest speed. But when he saw Nana, Sivan didn't have the confidence to greet her face to face, because in his eyes, Nana was just too beautiful, as dazzling as an elf fallen into the mortal world. After returning home, Sivan played chess with the Duke. This was the game Nana had taught him hands-on back then. He also hoped that one day he could play chess with Nana like before. After winning several games in a row, the Duke's face looked quite unpleasant. Although he still had a pile of work to deal with, he still declared that even if he had to work overtime, he would definitely win a game. However, Sivan showed no mercy to the Duke. With Sivan's move, the game was quickly decided. He got up skillfully to get high-grade potions. Only because Nana looked too thin and often got sick, Sivan repeatedly brought medicine from home for her. This operation made the Duke click his tongue. If you want potions, just take them. Why bother playing chess with me? Suddenly, he guessed that Sivan must have something troubling him. Because in the past, whenever something happened to Nana, Sivan would find him to play chess to vent. It seemed that seeing him lose at chess made Sivan feel happy. Seeing the Duke speak the truth, Sivan didn't refute. He told the Duke it was because during his absence, several annoying bugs had appeared around Nana. Hearing his son worry about such a small matter, the Duke couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. To this, Sivan said the Duke didn't need to worry too much. After all, an old man like you wouldn't understand. In Sivan's heart, what he found most repulsive was the one stuck between him and Nana. He remembered before he joined the inspection. He had met Nana at a noble's banquet before. Since Nana's memory had been erased at that time, that damn pink-haired guy took the opportunity to brainwash Nana frantically, saying he had a terrible personality and was especially disrespectful to adults. Worried about being disliked when meeting Nana again, Sivan specially studied ethics and etiquette. At this moment, Sivan saw Nana walking towards him. Indeed, Nana was still so beautiful today. Every strand of her hair seemed to tug at Sivan's heart, making it beat uncontrollably. Although cute, Sivan thought Nana was too thin and frail. He thought about giving her a few more bottles of high-grade potions later. Suddenly, a familiar yet nauseating voice rang out. The one appearing beside Nana was none other than the disgusting pink cat. Seeing it made Sivan feel angry, so he decided to give Nana the potions next time. Just as he was quickly passing by the two, Nana's greeting made him stop in his tracks. Sivan stiffly nodded in response. Watching Sivan's departing figure, Hess wondered when Nana had become so familiar with Sivan. Moreover, why did she take the initiative to greet him? After learning that this was Sivan's request, Hess frowned in disagreement. He advised Nana not to indulge any of Sivan's requests in the future. Then Hess even muttered about throwing that damn lunatic Sivan into a mud pit. Nana couldn't believe Hess would say such a thing. At this point, Hess also realized his slip of the tongue. Thinking about how Hess always behaved shockingly after seeing Sivan, Nana could only attribute it to puberty. Although he seemed a bit aggressive, Nana felt that Hess was more confident this way. In the afternoon swordsmanship class, Nana was practicing with the Crown Prince as usual. The two were fighting neck and neck, attracting onlookers to stop and watch. Finally, the teacher's dismissal made those who had been slacking off become lively. Nana poured some water on a towel, then threw it onto the Crown Prince's face, saying, "Good job. Here's a wet towel to wipe your sweat." Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince was also prepared. Not to be outdone, he retaliated. This was their unique way of greeting after spending a long time together. But every time, they still couldn't help laughing out loud. Just as the Crown Prince and Nana were fooling around, a simpleton handed Nana a letter. Seeing it was a love letter, the Crown Prince immediately showed a playful expression. He teased Nana, saying she's becoming a celebrity now. Who knew the other side became anxious upon hearing this, roughly grabbing Nana's hand and stuffing the love letter back. The previously shy tone turned into a command, demanding Nana to pass the letter to Hess. Nana didn't care much, only sighing that Hess had been receiving more and more love letters lately. However, the crown prince was displeased on the spot. He angrily came to that person and questioned why they couldn't do this themselves. Although the crown prince's rebuke left them with a stiff expression, they quickly seized upon the soft target, shouting at Nana, "I'm just too shy to deliver it myself. You've helped other boys deliver so many times. Why won't you do it for me?" The crown prince turned to ask Nana if this was true. Upon hearing Nana's affirmative response, the crown prince's anger grew, and he was very disappointed in Nana's attitude. Someone had given Nana a love letter to pass on, but the crown prince was so angry he wanted to teach that person a lesson on the spot. It turned out the person wanted Nana to help deliver the love letter to Hess. Yet their attitude was extremely rude. Just because Nana had helped others before, this simpleton felt entitled to start moral blackmail, demanding that Nana must help him deliver it too. However, what really angered the crown prince was Nana's attitude. It was clearly the other person asking for a favor, yet she was willing to be bullied and swallow her pride. He couldn't understand why Nana would accept such a self-esteem damaging thing. Moreover, Nana should have quite a few suitors herself. Hearing this, Nana's face fell completely. "If you can't speak properly, just shut up." Learning that Nana really had no pursuers, the crown prince apologized awkwardly because he thought Nana was quite charming. So he subconsciously assumed she had many suitors. Nana fell silent after hearing this. Then she vigorously flexed her biceps. "Having strong muscles is my charm." The crown prince quickly stopped Nana from embarrassing herself. Turning back, he aimed his criticism at the simpleton. "I just can't stand Nana being ordered around by such a nobody." With that, he snatched the love letter. He stuffed it into the person's collar, leaving no room for refusal. "If you want to deliver it, do it yourself. If you don't dare, then forget it." Nana guessed that the crown prince probably didn't want to see others confessing to Hess. Unexpectedly, he immediately started lecturing on how to behave, scolding the simpleton that when asking for favors, one should have the right attitude. Although Nana looks short and doesn't give a good impression, she's a foodie. He should have brought more snacks and cookies to bribe her. Suddenly, Nana's cold threat came from behind. "Do you want to die at the hands of a short, gluttonous girl?" Just as the crown prince was anxiously trying to find an excuse, janitor Sivan ran up to them to pick up plastic bottles, reminding them not to litter. It turned out Sivan was often caught bullying classmates, so he was punished to stay after school to clean up. At this point, Sivan came to the simpleton and ordered him to open his mouth. Seeing no response, Sivan lost patience. "Before I tear your stinking mouth apart, hurry up and open it." Then Sivan picked up the love letter from the person's body and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. Trash can only be put in the trash can. As the love letter was too dry to swallow, Sivan thoughtfully chased after him to give him water. Watching the two figures disappear in the distance, the crown prince showed approval of Sivan's behavior for the first time. Nana increasingly couldn't understand why the crown prince helped her get revenge. Was it his ego at work? Perhaps he just couldn't accept that there were others at the top of the food chain. So Nana told the crown prince that after becoming a knight, he'd face even more disrespect. Being so particular about everything would make life too tiring. But the crown prince still felt that such things shouldn't be seen as normal. Nana didn't bother arguing with him and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the crown prince called out to her again. He wanted to take back his request for Nana to help him connect with Hess. He had been thinking about it for days. He felt that Hess wasn't quite right for him. Rather than continuing to dwell on Hess, he'd rather focus on practicing swordsmanship. Now his swordsmanship was about to reach the master level. Seeing the crown prince's genuine excitement as he raised his sword, Nana could hardly believe it. He had unintentionally ended the crown prince's love story. However, he didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he felt like celebrating with champagne, because there was one less male lead for him to play matchmaker for. After returning to the dorm, Nana took a relaxing shower in a good mood. In the room, Hazel was fully focused on tinkering with something. Nana curiously walked over to take a look. It turned out Hazel was making handmade hair accessories. Each one had a flower pattern and was very pretty. He casually pinned the accessory in his hair. He invited Nana to be a model for his family's magazine. Nana politely declined. He thought Hess would be more suitable for this kind of thing. Of course, Hazel was 800 times willing for that, but he still suggested Nana give it a try. After all, his family had various styles that needed models. This punk style frightened Nana and made him shudder. He immediately ran out to ask if Hess was interested. Meanwhile, Hess was reading love letters in his room. Without realizing it, 300 letters had piled up on the bed. However, Hess's gaze toward these love letters was full of disdain and disgust. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Hearing it was Nana, Hess immediately put on a different expression. As soon as Nana opened the door, Hess rushed over and gave her a big hug. They had just seen each other during the day, so Nana didn't understand why Hess was so happy. To this, Hess just explained with a grin that he was just thinking of going to find Nana, and unexpectedly, Nana came to him instead. Nana was speechless. Was it necessary for the female lead's halo to work on her? Nana wanted to ask if Hess was busy. Then her gaze fell on that thick stack of love letters. Hess, embarrassed, asked Nana to wait a moment while he went to throw away this trash. However, Nana was quite sharp-eyed and asked Hess if he had taken a liking to any of them. Hearing this, Hess didn't answer. He casually picked up one and handed it to Nana, hoping she could read it to him. Nana was suddenly flattered. Was this something he could casually look at? Hess's expression was a bit tired, but he still smiled. If it's Nana, it's okay. From Hess's expression, Nana sensed something was off. It's like a popular girl showing her love letters to her best friend. Nana suddenly felt honored, but seeing the tired, forced smile on Hess's face as a close friend, Nana immediately sensed something was wrong. She had thought the love letters would be full of cheesy romantic words, but after just a glance, her blood rushed to her head. Nana's hands trembled, wishing she could tear those scumbags apart. Some accused Hess of seducing them first. Others wanted to use their vast wealth to exploit him. Even worse, some insulted Hess, saying he had nothing but looks. Nana knew well that many of these letters had been passed to Hess through her hands. She suppressed her anger, advising Hess not to overthink it. But Hess's attitude seemed somewhat self-destructive. Those people thought he was a flower for viewing, so they wanted to pluck him and keep him by their side. Nana was furious. Although Hess was indeed as beautiful as a flower, including his brother Callie, who was occasionally praised like this, but who dared to pluck him? She wanted to rip off their heads first. Suddenly, Hess hugged Nana tightly, whispering in her ear. He once thought that after leaving home, this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. But now it seemed nothing had changed. Those scumbags still disgusted him as always. Hearing this, Nana felt guilty. Her thinking had been too shallow, assuming that high popularity was always a good thing for Hess. She thought those pursuers were all as pure as in fairy tales, leading to some jerks hurting Hess's feelings. At this moment, Nana noticed that Hess had already sorted the love letters, so she asked Hess for them, saying she'd throw them away because they were dirty. In reality, she wanted to use any clues to catch these bastards. Since they dared to insult Hess, she didn't need to show mercy. Hess thanked her. Then Nana took Hess's hand, saying she'd take him to change his mood. She knew someone who could help Hess feel better. After explaining the situation to Hazel back at the dorm, he immediately showed an international friendly gesture to these scumbags and warmly greeted their entire families. Hearing his colorful language, Hess's mood finally improved a bit. Then Hazel suggested giving Hess a makeover, as changing one's look is like changing one's mood. It was also a chance to try his newly made hair accessories. Indeed, being the vice president of the beauty department, he had skills. After Hazel's styling, Hess looked even more beautiful than before. However, soon after, they both turned their attention to Nana. They gave her an adorably explosive bun hairstyle. Looking in the mirror, Nana thought if it could make Hess happy, she'd be satisfied. After taking photos, they ended up playing in the room until midnight. Early the next morning, Hess rushed to class in a hurry. Hazel woke Nana up as they were running late. Hazel directly pulled off the blanket. The sight before him instantly startled him. At this moment, Nana was still groggy and confused about the situation. With a broccoli-like head, she angrily walked towards the classroom. Classmates who saw her on the way couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that because Nana's hair was too fluffy, Hazel had used a magical styling tool last night. Nana felt like she wanted to die. Unexpectedly, she bumped into someone at that moment. Of all people, it was Eve. As soon as she saw Nana, she complimented her hair, saying it was super cute. Then she hugged Nana like a puppy. Nana couldn't understand why she'd run into this senior year weirdo at a time like this. Eve was unapologetic about it. She admitted she missed Nana and was lucky to not have missed such a cutie. She begged Nana to keep this hairstyle forever. Nana was speechless inside, wanted her to hurry up and leave. Fortunately, Sivan appeared just in time to save the situation. He had warned Eve not to harass Nana again, but she still hadn't learned her lesson. So after scolding her, he promptly pulled out his weapon, threatening to teach Eve a lesson. Eve was so frightened by his threat that she broke out in a cold sweat. The two began a chase in front of everyone. Nana had already embarrassed herself enough today. Thinking no one was paying attention to her now, she quickly tried to run back to the classroom. But just as she turned around, she was caught red-handed by the Crown Prince and Corey. The Crown Prince's unrestrained laughter immediately echoed through the sky. Even Sivan was shaking, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Seeing Nana's hair so fluffy it could be used as a treasure bag, the Crown Prince put a chocolate in it, telling Nana to save it for class. Surprisingly, it fell into her hair and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the Crown Prince laughed even harder. Nana, embarrassed and angry, borrowed Corey's blanket as a cover. In the afternoon, Nana found time to wash her hair, finally returning to normal. Thinking about the Crown Prince's mockery in the morning, Nana planned to get revenge on him during sword practice class. However, just as she was about to leave the changing room, she accidentally overheard other girls slandering Hess, calling him a flirtatious vixen who constantly seduced boys. Because the girl was beautiful, gentle, and kind, and was pursued by half the boys in school, she was slandered by other girls as a flirtatious vixen who constantly seduced boys. Coincidentally, these words were overheard by the girl's best friend, Nana. What era are we in? Still advocating that girls should be submissive and virtuous. These people might have pretty faces, but they clearly have no brains. The increasingly harsh criticism made Nana frown. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their discussion. It turned out Nana had kicked open a locker. She coldly questioned what they were just saying. Looking closely, two of them were classmates Nana had helped her in the last exam. Nana's appearance made the two of them uneasy. They quietly explained they hadn't said anything bad about Nana. Of course, Nana knew this. She wanted to know who exactly said Hess was just for show. Whether he's for show or not, what does it have to do with you? Hearing this, the two stepped back, looking towards the purple-eyed leader. At this point, Nana raised her voice, sternly asking once again who it was. The remaining two were almost scared to tears by Nana. The purple-haired instigator finally stepped forward, impatiently questioning Nana. What does this have to do with you? We didn't say anything bad about you. Besides, even if Hess heard it, he wouldn't care. After all, she believed what she said was right. Anyone with eyes can see that Hess has no brains. Before she could finish, Nana grabbed her collar. It seems you've grown a brain. Despite being a 5-foot-tall little potato, Nana's aura at this moment genuinely frightened Purple Hair. She sneered and asked Purple Hair, "Are you smarter than Hess?" Purple Hair's self-esteem seemed to be hurt. Embarrassed and angry, she forcefully broke free from Nana's grip and accused her. "You look mentally unstable too. I thought you were decent, but you're even crazier than Hess. No wonder you're always hanging out with him. You two are a perfect match." Nana found Purple Hair's words puzzling. To her, it sounded more like praise and flattery. She was so plain-looking. How could she possibly be compared to Hess? So she sarcastically thanked Purple Hair in a highly insulting manner. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince had already changed his clothes. He was curious why Nana hadn't come out yet, as class was about to start. He had wanted to tease that broccoli head a bit more. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the changing room. Soon, curious students gathered around. The noise clearly indicated a fight was happening. Seeing this, the Crown Prince immediately ordered several people to find a teacher. Finally, the situation was resolved. The Crown Prince, seeing Nana's state, held back his laughter and brought Corey's blanket to cover her. It turned out that during the fight, Purple Hair had suddenly ambushed her, causing a lock of Nana's hair to be pulled out by the roots. Now you could even see her exposed scalp. After avenging Hess, Nana felt satisfied inside, but her scalp also felt very cool. After some thought, Nana decided to quickly research a hair growth spell. In the afternoon, Nana was punished with confinement in the dormitory. She sat bored on her bed, lost in thought. Thinking Hess would return to the dorm after lunch, Nana decided to check on him. Arriving at his room, she found the door unlocked. His backpack and uniform were there, so he must have already come back once. Usually, Hess was very neat, but now he had left without even folding his uniform. He must have encountered something urgent. Nana decided to tidy up for Hess. Suddenly, she noticed the fountain pen she had given Hess on the table. Now Nana remembered why she had given him this gift. When they were young, Nana was invited to play at Hess's house. Her room was decorated like a princess's room. While Hess was called away by his mother to talk, Nana accidentally discovered some books hidden under the desk. They were all about imperial history and politics, books that children couldn't understand. At first, Nana wondered if Hess was reading them. It wasn't until later, when she saw Hess's ideas written in his notebook, that it was confirmed to be him. Just like this secret notebook in front of her now. From then on, Nana learned Hess's true face. He had always lived a passive life, trying his best to present himself in a way that met his parents' needs. In reality, the young Hess harbored grand dreams deep inside. To encourage Hess, Nana chose to give him this fountain pen. Unable to resist, Nana started reading Hess's notebook again. Hess's writing technique was very engaging, always drawing Nana in unconsciously. Thinking about Hess constantly striving alone for his goals, Nana felt a bit melancholic. She couldn't imagine how repressed Hess's life must be. Despite having such a brilliant mind, his talent was forced to be confined to this notebook. Just then, heavy footsteps were heard from outside the door. Nana quickly looked around for a place to hide. Outside, Hess was cursing. He threatened to shave the heads of those girls who bullied Nana this morning and throw them into a monastery. If he couldn't handle it alone, he'd ask the mortal Sivan to do the dirty work for him. Just as Hess returned triumphantly with a few strands of hair, he suddenly noticed Nana in the corner. Seeing Nana awkwardly waving at him, Hess was immediately shocked and pale. He said Nana had a lock of hair pulled out, and Hess became furious on the spot. He vowed to shave those people's heads and throw them into a monastery. Little did he know that his hysterical cursing was witnessed by Nana. Hess was immediately shocked and pale. Then Hess tenderly applied medicine to Nana's scalp, asking if it hurt while applying it. Nana having scars made it impossible for Hess to forgive Purple Eyes. Even when Nana said she was fine, it didn't help. Nana was used to this. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what happened, Hess always stood by her side. He never thought Nana could do anything wrong. Suddenly, Hess shyly asked Nana to forget what he had just said. To Hess, being caught cursing and raging by Nana was humiliating. Nana thought cursing wasn't a big deal at all, but Hess still quietly defended himself, saying he only said those things instinctively after hearing Nana was insulted and hurt. That wasn't him. Looking at Hess's wavering gaze, Nana fell into deep thought. You say that wasn't you then. So who do you think you should be? The sharp question made Hess's heart tremble. He stammered, unable to say anything coherent. His eyes became unsettled. Seeing this, Nana decided not to press further. She simply lay down on the bed, saying she wanted to sleep well before the teacher took attendance. Then she patted the empty space beside her, gesturing for Hess to lie down too. Within 0.1 seconds, Hess agreed and kept inching towards Nana's direction. Hess's unblinking stare made it impossible for Nana to fall asleep. But Nana just found this Hess very cute. She had felt this way since they were very young. No matter where they went, Hess would always follow behind, clutching the hem of her clothes. Many people mistook Hess for her little sister because of this. Thinking about it now, Hess had already started pretending to be someone else back then. Nana didn't want Hess to be afraid of showing his true self because of others' opinions. Besides, she couldn't always stand up for Hess. Nana reached out to stroke Hess's hair, then pinched his cheeks. Hess, you should know I've always considered you family, right? In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Without hesitation, Hess expressed that he admired Nana very much, because Nana was very capable and would always help him no matter what happened. However, Hess's praise made Nana feel ashamed. She wasn't actually as perfect as Hess imagined. She often made heartbreaking choices too. Now Hess's dependence was putting a lot of pressure on Nana. If this continued unchecked, Hess's growth would also stagnate. When Nana expressed her hope that Hess wouldn't rely on her too much in the future, Hess's expression suddenly became panicked. He wondered why she was suddenly saying these things. However, this time Nana's attitude was unusually firm. She told Hess that she couldn't fulfill his dreams, because fundamentally, their goals were different. Although Nana worked hard and diligently, she actually didn't have much ambition. Her biggest wish was just to enter the Royal Knights and retire peacefully. But Hess was different. Although he outwardly seemed to only want to be a supportive spouse and parent, Nana knew that he had always craved power that could command the world. Hearing this, Hess didn't deny it, but he wondered how Nana knew. Nana vaguely attributed it to intuition. After all, She couldn't say she had sneaked a look at Hess's notebook and saw his meticulously planned improvement strategies due to concerns about the Empire's future. Seeing that Hess's gaze remained confused and perplexed, Nana had to steel herself and show Hess her selfish side. I can't always help you. Before you feel that I betrayed you, go find your own dreams. Hearing this, Hess felt as if his world had collapsed. He clutched the blanket tightly, trying hard to suppress his emotions, but he still couldn't control it. Tears kept falling from his eyes. Without Nana, he would feel scared. Couldn't he just remain childish for his whole life? Even if you ask me, I have nothing to say. It's all your own choice. Actually, Nana said these cruel words so that Hess could find his own way of life in the future. Hess hadn't realized that the wishes he sought were far beyond what his current efforts could achieve. Nana picked up the fountain pen on the table. She handed it to Hess. I gave you this pen originally to encourage you. Now I'm giving this pen to you again. The moment the pen was placed in Hess's hand, Hess regained his long-forgotten fighting spirit and ambition. Seeing it was getting late, Nana prepared to say goodbye and leave. Before leaving, she told Hess, I'm someone who needs help. Sometimes I want to find someone to rely on. I hope that person can be you. As soon as she finished speaking, Hess's eyes became excited. He incredulously asked Nana for confirmation. Faced with Hess's question, Nana smiled and gave an affirmative answer. After closing the door, Nana let out a long sigh. Although it was a reluctant move, she had indeed said heartless words to Hess. She just hoped Hess could understand her intentions. At this moment, Hess held that fountain pen. In his mind, he recalled Nana's encouragement when she gave him the pen as a child. He held it up like a treasure. Tears involuntarily flowed from his eyes again, but this time they were clearer and brighter than ever before. To let Hess find his own way of life. Nana had confessed her feelings to Hess. Although she viewed Hess as family, their goals and dreams were different after all. Nana couldn't be Hess's dependence for life. Moreover, she herself was an imperfect person who occasionally wanted someone to rely on, and she hoped that person could be Hess. Hearing this, Hess finally regained his spirit. The clear tears in the corners of his eyes signaled his determination. The next day, in the locker room, the news of Nana taking on 3 opponents spread quickly. As a result, he became a hot topic at the academy. However, Nana didn't guess the real reason people were talking about him. He thought it was because of the strange hairstyle Hazel had tied for him. Yesterday, busy comforting Hess, Nana had hastily used magic to grow some hair. Just then, the Crown Prince stopped Nana to greet him, mocking that Nana's hair looked like a fighting rooster. Nana first politely greeted Corey, then turned to question the Crown Prince about what he meant by fighting rooster. He angrily advised Nana to be more careful. Although you're tone deaf and people mock you for having an exploded broccoli hairstyle, you shouldn't become a school bully and engage in cockfights when you're insulted. With such moral character, you probably won't qualify to join the Royal Knights. Nana stared at the Crown Prince as if he were an idiot. He told him to hurry up and get lost. The Crown Prince promptly said goodbye after hearing this. Nana was annoyed by the Crown Prince's teasing. Why was he being treated as the bad guy? At this moment, a lollipop was held out in front of Nana. Corey offered the candy to comfort Nana, telling him not to mind others. He believed Nana wouldn't bully the weak. Nana took the candy and thanked Corey, thinking that Corey was indeed kind to him. They agreed to meet again during club time. That said, Nana felt it wasn't unreasonable to be called a school bully. Although those 3 were also in the swordsmanship major, their regular training couldn't compare to Nana's. When the purple-haired one rushed at him, Nana couldn't help it and dealt with the other 2 as well. However, being in puberty, he couldn't control his emotions, which seemed natural. It was probably due to the restless black flame dragon inside him. Suddenly, Nana realized he was in the public eye at that moment. Embarrassed and angry, he pushed all the blame onto the Crown Prince. Back in the classroom, Nana cautiously observed from the doorway. He wasn't sure if Hess would be too discouraged to come to class. Unexpectedly, the scene before him surprised Nana. The 3 girls from yesterday were unanimously apologizing to Hess. He wondered how Hess had managed to do this. Given the purple-haired girl's personality, she wouldn't easily back down. Fortunately, the issue seemed resolved. Both sides no longer appeared tense. Nana entered the classroom and greeted Hess. Seeing it was Nana, Hess immediately put on a smile and responded. His state gradually eased Nana's worried heart. At this point, Nana noticed that all three people had a bald spot on their heads. He clearly remembered only pulling the purple-haired one's hair yesterday. Hearing this, the three simultaneously cast fearful glances towards Hess. Before Nana could ask, Hess reminded them with consecutive elbow jabs, asking if they had something to say to his Nana. So, the three apologized to Nana for what they had said yesterday. Because Hess was beautiful and Nana excelled in studies, they were driven by jealousy to say things they shouldn't have. However, Hess's brain indeed wasn't very good. Before the purple-haired one could finish speaking, Hess interrupted his nonsense with a big slap, telling him not to say unnecessary things. Then Purple Hair continued to review. He said he chose swordsmanship because he respected Nana. Another girl foolishly contradicted. Didn't you say it was because of the crown prince? At this point, Nana was completely confused about what was happening. Yesterday's argument with Purple Hair was clearly about bad-mouthing Hess. So why was this person constantly apologizing to him? Nana was about to tell Purple Hair that there was no need to explain so much. Unexpectedly, Hess couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Purple Hair's collar and held his chin. He warned, "No matter how much you respect Nana, he's mine, not yours." Nana was startled by Hess's change. His mind was in chaos. Although Hess was no longer hiding his true self, this transformation came too quickly. Nana even suspected Hess might have a split personality. At this moment, Hess noticed Nana's gaze. He smiled at Nana, as usual, even though Hess was the biggest victim in this incident. Just because the bad-mouthing involved Nana, he single-handedly forced three people to apologize to Nana. Seeing this, Nana decided not to dwell on it. After all, Hess's smile was still as beautiful as ever. He immediately announced that he would use hair growth magic on the three to commemorate their reconciliation. Just as Nana was about to cast the spell, surrounding classmates, annoyed by their noise, started complaining. Nana instinctively thought of his recent nickname. As the magic was completed, a broccoli grew on each of the three people's heads. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. After fixing it for them, Nana went to the club. Regarding Hess's transformation, Corey was curious if Nana would feel anxious about it. Nana said this level was within his expectations, but sometimes he was also surprised. Hess now dared to challenge him. Despite being a poor student who usually slept in class, he claimed he would surpass Nana in history and language in the next exam. Nana felt he had to teach Hess a lesson for peaking at rankings. Despite saying this, Nana's face was full of smiles. He was genuinely happy about Hess's change. Because Nana had confessed his feelings to Hess, Hess underwent an unprecedented transformation. Not only did he tame the three swordsmanship girls to apologize to Nana, but he also claimed he would surpass Nana in history and language in the next exam. Nana was glad that Hess could become cheerful and energetic. Facing Hess's challenge, Nana's competitive spirit was aroused, so he suggested a bet based on their exam results, with the loser granting one wish to the winner. Hearing this reward, Hess appeared extremely happy. Seeing the joyful expression on Hess's face, Nana was a bit confused. It was just a very cliché copyright bet. But Hess didn't think so, because Nana was excellent in all aspects. Having the chance to bet with Nana was his honor. At the same time, he also looked forward to the moment of making a wish to Nana. Since Hess was so confident, Nana also decided to give it his all in response. As an observer, Corey predicted a tragedy would occur after learning about the bet. In the following days, Hess was more eager than ever to achieve self-breakthrough. His desk was filled with notes taken in class. He kept mumbling, trying to memorize all the knowledge. Other classmates also noticed Hess's transformation. He not only became more outspoken, but also particularly hardworking. Even history, which was known as a sleeping pill, he could focus on studying. At this moment, Nana walked into the classroom and heard the discussions. Facing everyone's confusion, Nana understood. After all, as his desk mate, he occasionally felt unfamiliar with Hess too. The current Hess was even more hardworking and diligent compared to the one in the original novel. On one hand, Nana was satisfied with Hess's change, but on the other hand, he worried that Hess might gradually become a threat. So Nana suggested that Hess shouldn't study too hard and should go out more to relax. Hess smiled and refused, saying he wouldn't be able to beat Nana that way. Nana didn't expect that Hess, in order to win, would even neglect his usually most important appearance. Realizing Hess's determination, Nana also worked hard and studied diligently. Later, both of them were reading books while walking. They were also reading while eating. Even at night, they were still reading while washing up. In the end, Nana got so tired that his nose started bleeding. At this moment, in the library, Corey saw Hess and Nana's complexion and advised them to rest for a day. Both of them had heavy dark circles under their eyes, and their hair was a mess. But even so, Nana still said he was fine. To make them realize the seriousness of the problem, Corey took out a ruler and put on his face, saying he would measure the size of their dark circles. After measuring, Hess's dark circles were a full 4 centimeters, while Nana's were 3.45 centimeters. It's worth noting that even Corey's own dark circles were only 3 centimeters. This data was enough to show how bad their condition was, because through Corey's observation, he found that anyone with darker circles than his would eventually faint. For a moment, Nana and Hess were speechless. Neither of them took Corey's superstition seriously. Seeing that he was being ignored, Corey simply joined this reckless study group. He sat on the side, waiting for them to faint. Nana had no objection to Corey joining, but just reminded him to be quiet. During this period, Hess didn't ask Corey for any help with studying. Instead, he watched him vigilantly. Suddenly, he arrogantly began to declare his ownership. Honestly, at first, he didn't have a good impression of Corey, but after actually interacting, he felt the person wasn't bad. Corey was pondering what this sentence meant. The next moment, Hess glared at Corey, stating that he was the closest person to Nana. Corey didn't refute immediately. After thinking for a while, he showed the earring on his ear. See this? Nana made it himself. Then he quickly moved to Nana's side. He revealed the earring he gave to Nana as well. And this is the friendship token I made for Nana. Seeing this scene, Hess felt like the sky was falling. Then, he sobbed and asked Nana where her share was. Nana had to comfort him by saying they would go get matching accessories after the exam. A few days later, the midterm exam arrived as scheduled. Many poor students crammed at the last minute, looking for people to copy answers from. Corey immediately found Nana to inquire about the competition results. Although Nana won in the end, he didn't feel happy about it. Perhaps because Hess had never seriously sat down to take an exam before. Being too nervous, he collapsed on the desk midway through and fell ill. Unexpectedly, his dark circle curse came true at that moment. Later, Nana went to the infirmary to visit Hess. Seeing his own report card, Hess was full of disappointment. He had tried so hard, yet failed at the crucial moment. Facing Hess's self-blame, Nana felt sorry for him. He comforted Hess, saying it was his responsibility for not considering Hess's health. And thanks to Hess, he was able to improve further in his weakest subject, history. Suddenly, Hess remembered the bet and asked Nana what wish he wanted. Nana didn't answer immediately. Hess. Instead, he gave him a mysterious smile. Hess and Nana had bet on their exam scores. They agreed that the loser would fulfill a wish for the winner. For this, Hess studied desperately, cramming class notes. However, he became too nervous during the exam and fell ill at his desk. In the end, unsurprisingly, Nana won the competition. When Hess asked Nana what wish he wanted, Nana's face showed a mischievous grin. Under Hess's puzzled gaze, Nana took out a form for Hess to fill out. It was an application for the school's news department for next semester. He hoped Hess could join the news department to promote his club. After all, for such a long time, his club only had 2 members. Then Nana threw out a pile of books from his bag. Hess discovered that the content of the books was all related to imperial political parties and political history. When he heard Nana's request to read them all and write reviews, Hess immediately felt resistant. Not only because the books were difficult to understand, but also because he had never written any reviews before. To make Hess recognize his own abilities, Nana had to confess that he had secretly read Hess's diary. Hearing this, Hess blushed with embarrassment. His diary contained many things he didn't want others to see. Nana explained that the first time he saw it was when they were young. At that time, he couldn't understand anything written in it. It wasn't until a few days ago, when he accidentally came across Hess's diary again, that he truly realized Hess's talent. But at this moment, Hess didn't want to hear any explanation. He buried his head in the blanket, begging Nana to quickly forget about his diary. Unexpectedly, Nana's next words startled Hess. The descriptions in the diary were so exquisite that he couldn't forget them. He believed that if it were Hess, he could definitely write the most perfect reviews. Seeing that Hess still couldn't believe it, Nana gently repeated once more, acknowledging that Hess's articles were indeed excellent. Hearing this, Hess momentarily forgot how to react. He had thought no one knew about his dream. All those days and nights of hard work were just for his own amusement. But now all his efforts were recognized, and by the person he liked most, Nana. After calming down, Hess agreed to Nana's request. At this point, Nana remembered he had made 2 wishes to Hess. So for fairness, Nana let Hess make a wish too. Hess nervously rubbed the book in his hands back and forth. He hesitantly spoke to Nana. He hoped Nana could promise him that even if he hated him or got tired of him in the future, he would never leave him. After saying this, Hess uncontrollably began to sob. Just thinking about Nana leaving him made him unable to suppress his feelings of sadness and fear. Seeing this, Nana hugged Hess tightly, patting his head to comfort him. In a while, they would go get matching accessories together. Nana sighed helplessly. Sure enough, Hess hadn't let go of what he had said earlier about not being dependent. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the ward. Hearing it was Corey, Nana told him to come in quickly. He was feeling a bit hungry and wanted some snacks. Unexpectedly, as soon as Corey entered, he was shocked by the scene before him. Hess also anxiously sat up in bed. They saw blood flowing continuously from Nana's nose. Then he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Corey joked that indeed, those with longer dark circles than him never end up well. Nana, lying on the ground, hadn't expected that just a 0.45 centimeters difference, and the curse still didn't spare him. Then Corey used magic to throw Nana onto the bed and ran out to help Nana ask for leave. After Corey left, Nana and Hess lay quietly on the bed without speaking. They tacitly used their peripheral vision to peek at each other's reactions, realizing they had the same intention. Nana and Hess couldn't help but burst into laughter. A few days later, Hess, recovering from his illness, returned home. Because before fulfilling his promise to Nana, he had to face his mother. Hess's father was a very old-fashioned and conservative person. He forced Hess to strictly adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. In his father's eyes, apart from dressing up, learning anything else was useless. After all, it wouldn't be of use after marriage. Once, his mother was very confident before marriage, but this caused his father's dislike. Under his father's daily harsh treatment, his mother's values became distorted. She believed that for a woman to be loved, she must lower her status and have a beautiful appearance to become her husband's pride. And to gain his parents' hypocritical love, Hess unknowingly hid his true self. By chance, Hess met Nana. Her orange hair and lively personality immediately attracted Hess. He not only learned swordsmanship, but also magic. Every move Nana made Hess feel envious. But what excited him most was what Nana said. Whether boy or girl, everyone dies in the end, so why care about so many complicated things? Because Hess was timid and didn't dare to defy his parents, he followed behind Nana to fill his own void. He knew Nana was right. They couldn't be together forever, so he must live for himself while he can. This was the reason for Hess's first act of defiance against his mother. On Hess's way back to school, pigeons occasionally flew across the sky, and his mood was as free as those pigeons, incredibly light. At this time, Nana finished her sword class and came to find Hess. She thought Hess had just gone home to take care of some business. When she heard him say that after graduation, his mother would kick him out of the house, Nana instinctively took it as a joke. Hess smiled without saying anything, because for him, this was the best outcome, fulfilling his promise to Nana. Hess went home and confessed to his mother about his plan to join the news club. Although his mother threatened to kick him out of the house, Hess felt incredibly free and lighthearted. The first thing Hess did after returning to school was to fill out the application form for the news club. This news quickly reached the ears of the gardening club members. They were very confused by Hess's decision. Hadn't Hess said before that he loved gardening the most? He even claimed that gardening was a basic element of being a lady. How could he just leave now? Faced with their questions, Hess only explained that he wasn't very suitable for gardening. Then he smiled and asked them, "Will you hate me because of this?" The two didn't dare to agree, frantically shaking their heads in denial. They then hurriedly said goodbye to Hess, agreeing to meet again at the club activities time. Actually, Hess understood their mistake. After all, even his mother was very angry when she learned he wanted to join the news department. At that time, Hess used the progress of the times as a reason, urging his mother not to always look at his father's face. His purpose in joining the news department was also to help more people like his mother someday. He hoped to create an environment where everyone would be accepted for their abilities. After hearing this, his mother stared at Hess with a strange look. She knew that even if times changed, her husband wouldn't change. But her daughter's words had deeply touched her heart. Finally, she trembled and shed tears. She didn't think Hess alone could change anything. However, Hess's mind was made up. He originally didn't expect his mother's understanding, let alone hope for support. It was only because his father was impossible to communicate with that he chose to inform his mother. As Hess was about to leave, his mother sternly warned Hess that his father would never forgive his actions. She even threatened to kick him out of the house after graduation. Hearing this, Hess stopped in his tracks. On the verge of tears, he apologized to his mother for not being able to become the daughter she wanted. By this time, his mother was already in tears. She seemed to have found her former self in Hess. But the long-term, miserable torment had become shackles imprisoning her thoughts. She firmly believed Hess would regret today's decision. Hess cheered himself up. He didn't care about the reactions of family or outsiders. He only cared about Nana's reaction. And last time Nana said she wanted to rely on him, he began to imagine how blissful that would be. But Hess suddenly felt troubled again, because Nana had also said not to hide his true self. He worried that Nana wouldn't accept him after he exposed himself. Whether it was him fighting 1 against 3, dragging out 3 girls from the sword department, or him secretly ordering Swan to eliminate all the boys who had a crush on Nana. If Nana found out about these things, wouldn't his impression in Nana's heart take a sharp turn for the worse? Suddenly, Nana returned to her seat and greeted Hess. Seeing Hess startled, Nana thought it was due to nervousness, so she smiled and comforted Hess, telling him not to feel too burdened. Otherwise, it would be even harder to write well. Hess guiltily agreed. Just then, a classmate informed Hess that there was a boy waiting for her outside. Looking in that direction, Nana discovered that the sneaky boy was none other than the reckless blue hair. Since Hess had already clearly rejected him last time, Nana volunteered to help Hess chase away the reckless boy. With that, Nana lunged towards the reckless boy. Seeing this commotion, Hess couldn't help but wonder if the two had some personal grudge. At this moment, Hess realized that Nana would also have to date someday. But given her somewhat capricious personality, it might not be easy for her to find a partner. So Hess thought that he might need to step in and help Nana find someone. After all, in the past, Nana had missed out on dating opportunities more than once or twice because of him. Hess began to recall the boys around Nana. First was bachelor number 1, Zaire. Although he held the high-ranking position of crown prince, his behavior was somewhat childish, so not suitable. Bachelor number 2 was Corey. Despite his fierce appearance, he turned out to be quite nice after getting to know him. Still not suitable. Bachelor number 3, Evenus. Wealthy, meticulous, and quite capable. But he was always clinging to Nana, so even more unsuitable. The last bachelor was Swaharden. Just thinking about this person, Hess didn't even want to find a reason and rejected him outright. First of all, SWA obviously liked Nana, which was unacceptable. He would steal glances at Nana even while walking. Fortunately, Nana was too dense to notice. Moreover, Nana's childhood memory loss must have something to do with SWA. Otherwise, how could Nana possibly forget the experiences she had with Sivan? And it even caused Nana to forget about the fountain pen gift. Considering all of this, she would never forgive Sivan. Thinking about this, Hess's entire demeanor instantly darkened. He muttered that scum like Sivan who hurt Nana didn't even qualify to be a backup option. At this moment, Nana's call awakened Hess. Nana boasted about chasing away the reckless boy, while Hess also mentioned he had finished the application form. So, hand in hand, they went to submit the documents to the news department. The other classmates were stunned to see Hess switch between his dual personalities. On their way to the news department, Hess apologized to Nana in his heart. He couldn't agree to Nana dating anyone else. If there could only be one person in the world who could love Nana, then that person could only be him. Even if the other person was a handsome and capable giant dragon. It wouldn't do. Time flies, autumn leaves fall, and a year quickly passed. Nana and Hess both studied hard for their respective dreams. During the holidays, younger brother Callie had unknowingly grown taller. And now the third semester was also coming to an end. On the way, classmates sighed that it was really difficult for ordinary people to improve their grades, unlike some heavenly favored ones who could easily get first place. Suddenly, the two were startled by someone appearing in front of them, because the person they were just discussing was none other than Selena, who ranked first in the entire grade. After Nana helped Hess make changes, another year passed. Although on the surface, the two of them were still working hard as usual. Nana never imagined that Hess would unknowingly display such amazing power at the academy. During Hess's time in the news department, he won the admiration of many students with his excellent writing skills. Many professors also began to sponsor Hess's articles. As attention grew, Hess's articles had a huge influence on the school. If he emphasized bathroom hygiene issues, the school would specifically find people to clean them. If he mentioned students' misconduct issues, problematic students like Swan would be punished with cleaning duties. Now, Hess has become the most powerful spokesperson among students. He does his best to improve the school's environment and atmosphere, and he never abuses his power, except for occasionally targeting SWA and putting Nana on the front page column of the school magazine. At this moment, Nana saw herself in the newspaper and her hands trembled with excitement. These photos, even he didn't know where they came from. Although Nana was proud of Hess's growth rate, it didn't mean he would tolerate such behavior. Because in Nana's view, this was simply nonsense. What Deposit King Selena, double agent of the Swordsmanship Department and Magic Circle Club. Anyway, as long as the school magazine was published, Nana would always be the first special feature on the page. Amidst shame and anger, Nana guessed that someone must have passed information to Hess. He couldn't possibly write so much content on his own. Suddenly, the discussion of bystanders startled Nana. Hearing the voices of the Crown Prince and Corey, Nana quietly hid behind a potted plant. Corey skillfully took 6 copies of the newspaper at once. The Crown Prince wondered why he needed so many copies. To this, Corey explained, 1 for display, 1 for reading, 1 for collection, and the rest as backup for those 3. At this time, Corey noticed that the Crown Prince also bought quite a few, and his uses were even stranger. 1 for reading, 1 for making fun of Nana, and the last one hidden to prevent Nana from snatching it away. Then the Crown Prince proudly told Corey that the next special feature on Nana was written by him. After Hess helped edit and polish it, it would be published in the newspaper. Nana was speechless about him. As a Crown Prince, he had nothing better to do than this all day. What angered him even more was that the Crown Prince wrote a lot of flattering rainbow praise about him in the article. Finally, Nana couldn't bear it anymore and stood up, ready to catch these 2 culprits who embarrassed him. He threatened them to hand over the newspapers in their hands so he could burn them. Seeing this, the Crown Prince and Corey quickly fled, one with swift legs, the other with instant teleportation, making it impossible for Nana to catch up. Just then, the third suspect, Eve, entered with light steps. He stated that he had already signed an exclusive sales contract for Nana's special feature. Before Nana could rebuke Eve, the contract in his hand suddenly disappeared, only to see Sivan, exasperated, holding the contract in his mouth, questioning Eve about who agreed to the exclusive sale. Then the two started fighting over the contract. Nana couldn't understand these people's thought processes at all. Feeling mentally and physically exhausted, he decided to go to the convenience store to buy some snacks. After the afternoon swordsmanship class ended, Nana originally wanted to go back to the dorm to change clothes. But due to sore legs, he sat down on a chair to rest first. At this moment, Nana felt a bit frustrated. It turned out that the Royal Knight Order had released a recruitment notice today, but Nana couldn't take the exam because he wasn't old enough. Suddenly, he heard someone talking to him. Looking up, it was his younger brother, Callie. Now, he's already a first-year student at Oakland Academy. Seeing his cute little brother, Nana felt all the fatigue of the day being healed. Callie expressed dissatisfaction with his sister's attitude of always treating him like a child. At this moment, he noticed that, not far away, Swan seemed to be practicing magic with classmates, although everyone could see that Swan was bullying others. But Nana was more curious about how Callie and Swan knew each other. Callie explained that Swan had helped him many times, including the last time when his roommate asked him to fold the blanket. It was Swan who helped him out. At this point, both of them fell silent. It was obvious how Swan had helped. Then Callie added that his classmates were all envious of him because not only Swan, but even Crown Prince Corey and Eve often helped him. Nana was puzzled why these people would do such things. After pondering for a while, he attributed the reason to Callie's cuteness. Later, Nana asked about Callie's grades. Hearing this, Callie immediately felt discouraged. He was naturally insensitive to magic, and his body wasn't good, so he couldn't train excessively. Nana quickly comforted Callie, saying he was smarter and theoretical knowledge was more important in today's society. But Callie was still gloomy. Nana knew that at his age, it was natural to admire magic and swordsmanship. So he asked Callie if he could choose between swordsmanship and magic, which one would he choose? Looking at the scene of Swan disciplining others in the distance, Callie chose magic without hesitation. Nana was curious about his reason for choosing magic. Callie explained that he longed to fly in the sky using magic. Senior Corey had once used levitation magic on him, so he hoped that in the future he would have the chance to fly anywhere he wanted to go. Nana silently noted Callie's wish in his heart. That night, Nana started working overtime. As long as he could make Callie's wish come true, a little hardship meant nothing to him. Finally, with Nana's efforts, a broom-shaped flying magic tool came into being. To fulfill Callie's wish to fly, Nana decided to make a magic tool for him. From returning to the dorm in the afternoon until midnight, after Nana's hard work and overtime, a flying broom was finally created. To verify if the broom could fly, Nana specially came to an open space to test its function. Actually, Nana learned from the conversation with Callie in the afternoon that his choice of magic was just an excuse. What he truly desired was flying. Coincidentally, Nana had also longed for witches riding brooms to fly in the past. So, she made this prop based on what she had seen on TV in her previous life. When the magic particles were installed, the broom started up successfully. Nana sat on the slowly rising broom. Before she could get excited for 2 seconds, she lost her balance. Obviously, this prop required a lot of practice to use skillfully. After countless times of losing balance, Nana decided to add some balancing magic when giving it to Callie. By this time, her brain was also a bit congested. Fortunately, through effort, Nana successfully mastered the balance. The view she saw in the sky was even more spectacular than she had imagined. While feeling happy, Nana thought about bringing Hess to try it next time. Then Nana prepared to practice moving forward and backward. Unexpectedly, a sudden gust of wind hit her. The broom beneath her immediately lost control. Nana was also blown dizzy by this. To escape the gale, Nana increased the power of the broom. In an instant, the broom shot out at an extremely fast speed. Just as she was about to crash into the boys' dormitory, Nana had to dive into one of the rooms. Finally, the broom stopped after hitting the wall. Luckily, Nana avoided injury at the critical moment using magic. At this time, Eve and Swan's puzzled voices came from behind. The two rushed forward to check on Nana's injuries. Nana explained that she was fine, just accidentally bit her tongue and bled a little. Seeing this, Eve immediately ordered Swan to heal Nana. Swan was very unhappy after hearing this. "You don't need to tell me to do such a thing. Moreover, you're in the way here. Can you get lost?" And so Eve and Swan started arguing, one sentence after another. Their noisy argument attracted the attention of the dorm manager. The approaching footsteps made everyone instantly realize the trouble, because according to school rules, girls entering the boys' dorm would be expelled. Fortunately, Eve reacted quickly. Under his instructions, Swan took a blanket and covered Nana with it. When the dorm manager opened the door, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. These two problematic students who were like fire and water were now hugging each other. Swan and Eve explained that they just had a small argument. Now, they were hugging to improve their relationship and make up. Meanwhile, Nana was squeezed between them, unable to breathe. Seeing that the dorm manager was still half doubting, Eve and Swan had to throw away their dignity and act enthusiastically. "Uncle, you misunderstood. How could we possibly bear to really argue with each other?" At this moment, an answer formed in the dorm manager's mind. He was so shocked that he couldn't even hold his notebook steady. Then the dorm manager noticed the broom on the wall. Swan explained that it was Senior Eve's collection. He usually likes to clean. At this point, she could no longer bear it. Her fingers kept pressing hard, almost breaking Eve's arm. Before leaving, the dorm manager advised the two, with a disgusted look, "You can argue all you want, but is your brain okay?" Upon hearing this question, Swan's murderous intent spread instantly, scaring the dorm manager into a hasty retreat. After the dorm manager left, Nana emerged from under the blanket to breathe. Although Nana explained that she entered the room because of the flying broom, Eve still took it as Nana missing him too much, so she broke into his room in the middle of the night. The next moment, Swan kicked Eve flying. She warned Eve not to touch her Nana with his dirty hands. or she would cut them off. Since he couldn't touch her, Eve suggested Nana return quickly. If discovered, she would not only be punished, but also face many negative consequences. But with the broom in its current state, it obviously couldn't be ridden. So Eve asked Swan to use teleportation magic to send Nana back. To this, Swan apologetically showed the bracelet on her hand, indicating she couldn't do it. This January, our Nana finally returned. Unexpectedly, she broke into the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night. Not long ago, Nana's flying broom went out of control during a test. Left with no choice, she had to enter Swan and Eve's room. After learning the situation, Eve asked Swan to use magic to send Nana back. Swan raised her hand, showing the bracelet, indicating she couldn't do it. It turned out that because Swan always damaged school property, she was singled out for criticism by Hess and the committee. She believed the reason Swan was so reckless was that the punishment wasn't severe enough. It was necessary to impose a more severe punishment on this kid. Since she likes to use magic to bully others so much, why not just restrict her from abusing magic? Swan complained to Nana, blaming that pink-haired girl for making her unable to use much magic. Just when they were at a loss for what to do, Eve suddenly thought of Corey. His room was just below them, but taking the stairs at this time might be discovered by the door manager. Swan pointed behind her. We could just go through the window then. Nana also thought this was a good idea. Climbing walls wasn't a difficult task for her. Suddenly, a blanket covered her. Swan used magic to wrap Nana layer by layer. You just hit the wall. Besides biting your tongue, you might have other internal injuries. So we just rest well like this. Nana was initially resistant, but then Swan used a floating spell, making Nana instantly comfortable and indulging in it. Then Eve suggested that he carry Nana on his back. Swan slapped away his lecherous hand. She threw the flying broom to Eve. You just hold this and follow me. Then Swan stood on the windowsill. He was about to say to let him check if the window was closed first. Unexpectedly, the next moment Swan jumped down with Nana. She was holding a rope in her hand, with the other end fixed to the bed. Then Swan kicked the window open and swung into the Crown Prince's room. Swan raised her hand to celebrate her perfect landing. The Crown Prince behind her was quite startled. He scolded Swan, asking what was wrong with her, breaking into his room in the middle of the night. Before he could finish, Eve also came through the window. He greeted the Crown Prince with a smile. Then he reminded him not to shout, or it would be bad for all of them if the door manager came. At this moment, Corey, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by them. He pointed at the cocoon behind Swan and asked what it was. As soon as he finished speaking, Nana poked her head out to greet Corey and the Crown Prince. After explaining the whole situation, Nana lay on the bed without saying a word. The Crown Prince stood by, mocking Nana. Can this cocoon look at me? Nana felt like dying from embarrassment. Originally, this magic was comfortable, and she deliberately didn't let Swan undo it. She never expected things to turn out like this. She asked Corey if she looked ridiculous. Corey comforted Nana, telling her not to overthink it. You look cute like this. Nana, in my eyes, you've always been a beautiful and lovely girl. Nana felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She thought to herself that Corey occasionally says such strange things. At this time, the other three were thinking about how to handle Nana's situation. The Crown Prince suggested letting Nana sleep in the dorm for the night, then turn her into a man to send her out in the morning. Or they could all accelerate and help her escape right now. After some discussion, the three agreed to let Corey take Nana back. Then, to prevent accidents during the flight, all three used their own methods to add protection for Nana. Finally, the Nana rocket was successfully launched amidst the applause of the three. A few days later, Carrie received a flying broom sent by Nana to ensure the broom's mobility and safety. Nana later spent a lot of time improving it. She didn't want Carrie to encounter the same situation. Seeing Carrie playing happily, Nana felt relieved and prepared to go to class. Seeing the falling yellow leaves, Nana realized that autumn had arrived. Without noticing, her third school year was about to end. As Nana was reflecting on how time flies, a flirting couple appeared behind her, breaking the atmosphere. This public display of affection made Nana uncomfortable. Nana angrily crushed a leaf. Those two combined were old enough to be considered aunties, yet she hadn't even received a single confession. But Nana wasn't in the mood at all. Besides, why practice on this main street? However, the Crown Prince insisted on raising his sword. He pointed towards the lovey-dovey couples behind them. Why not choose a place that hasn't been polluted by the stench of love? Nana immediately understood. She took out her wooden sword and accepted the Crown Prince's challenge. Their common target was the group of couples behind them. The Crown Prince swung his sword fiercely at Nana. As Nana blocked the Crown Prince's attack, they verbally corrected each other's sword movements. But in reality, each of their attacks was aimed at separating the couples stuck together. After some time, both stopped to catch their breath. Justice had finally prevailed. The previously love-stench-filled walkway was now empty. Suddenly, they both felt too embarrassed to speak. Back at the dorm, Nana felt ashamed about what happened earlier. That childish behavior was just like the first-year Crown Prince. Seeing this, Hess quickly asked Nana what had happened. Her face was so red, it must be something good. Nana explained it was probably because she just took a shower. At this point, Hess guessed another answer. He thought Nana must have received an invitation to be someone's partner for the ball. Hearing this, Nana was confused. Apparently, the school was organizing a ball for the graduating students of the youth and junior groups. Nana explained awkwardly that she hadn't received any invitations at all. Hess didn't believe it, saying Nana was cute and should be quite popular. She might even be elected as the Ogren Queen. Nana appreciated Hess's faith in her, but the Ogren Queen was chosen through student votes. She knew she had no chance, because on the way to the classroom, many people were inviting girls they liked to be their dance partners. But Nana hadn't received a single invitation, so she didn't dare to even think about being queen. Although one could attend the ball without a partner, Nana didn't want to feel like an outsider. Since first years wouldn't participate in this event, besides Carrie, it seemed Helen was her only option. However, asking that guy might lead to trouble, so she decided against it. After entering the classroom, Nana noticed that Hess was already surrounded by boys wanting to be his dance partner. Many were even from other classes. Suddenly, Hess caught a glimpse of Nana. Nana waved to say hello. Hess responded with a bright smile. The protagonist's smile instantly struck Nana's heart. At this moment, Hess lifted the necklace on his body to thank Nana. Thanks to Nana's gift, he wasn't bothered by the people around him. Nana told Hess not to mention it. She thought only a beautiful and cute girl like Hess deserved the title of Ogren Queen. Seeing her seat occupied, Nana decided to go to the bathroom before returning to class. Unexpectedly, she bumped into a dark-skinned athlete. "Why are you blocking the way, you stinky octopus?" I almost dropped the gift for Hess. Nana convinced herself to resist the urge to react. After all, it wasn't the first or second time she'd been treated like this. She didn't expect anyone to ask her, an octopus, to be their dance partner. After all, dancing with others at the graduation ball was meaningless. She had just managed to hypnotize herself into believing this. As soon as she left the classroom, she saw 3 people in the corridor holding flowers. Nana's face was full of confusion. The Crown Prince was holding a bouquet of roses. Corey had a bouquet adorned with candies. The most puzzling was Swan. The roses in his hands were almost as big as a person. Corey told Nana that they were facing a serious problem. For a moment, Nana thought they were looking for Hess. But then she realized they were troubled because Hess had too many suitors. Although she couldn't be of much help, Nana still asked Corey if they needed assistance. Just then, a voice calling Nana came from afar. It was Eve, holding a bouquet that looked expensive, walking towards her. Nana instantly got goosebumps. The next moment, Eve was in front of her. "I have something to tell you." Before he could finish, Nana threw a bouquet of roses at his head. "Eve, you're a senior student. You must be very busy now. Why don't you go study first?" This time, he was quite determined. He said no matter how busy he was, he wanted to attend the ball with Nana. Unexpectedly, Corey also intervened, casually throwing a lollipop to block Eve's mouth. Then the Crown Prince sprang into action, quickly tying Eve up. Finally, the 3 of them fled the scene carrying Eve. Only the scattered flowers and candies on the ground showed their intentions. To think that our Nana would have a day of shocking beauty. Today was the day of the Academy's ball. All the girls were busy choosing dresses and doing makeup, but Nana was the only one who had nothing to do. Because until now, no one had invited her to be their dance partner. But considering it was a rare end-of-term ball, and there might be plenty of delicious food, Nana decided to make an appearance. She took out the makeup her mother had prepared and the fluorescent green dress from her closet. Nana quickly got ready by herself. It was very cold today, so she wore a thick coat and scarf. She felt good about her first attempt at makeup. Just then, Hazel returned to the room after taking a shower. Seeing Nana's makeup, she was shocked. She tactfully asked Nana if she was going to the ball. Hearing Nana's confirmation, Hazel grabbed Nana's collar. "If you dare to go out like this, I'll kill you." Nana was still confused. The next moment, Hazel stripped her naked. She rummaged through the closet and found an orange dress. Then, with Hazel's excellent makeup skills, finally, Nana's brand new look was born. Looking at herself in the mirror, Nana's eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only did the dress fit her figure perfectly, but even the hair accessories were just right. Hazel excitedly hugged Nana, praising her that with just a little bit of dressing up, she looked like a fairy. Before leaving, Nana wanted to grab a scarf, but Hazel sternly warned her not to ruin the look. She also told her not to rub her eyes, or else the makeup would be ruined. After escaping Hazel's nagging, Nana hurried towards the ball. Her steps were a bit rushed. After all, it would be terrible if all the food was gone. Suddenly, there was a splash of water from the direction of the pond. It sounded like something had fallen into the water, but with time running short, Nana didn't pay much attention to it. Finally arriving at the venue, Nana curiously surveyed her surroundings. She thought that this school ball was quite different from social balls in the outside world. Just then, she accidentally bumped into someone. It happened to be the dark-skinned athlete who had called Nana an octopus before. He turned around impatiently. Nana thought she was about to be humiliated again, but after seeing her, not only did he swallow his curse words, but he sincerely apologized to Nana for his carelessness. Nana felt relieved and went to find Hess, unaware that the athlete hadn't recognized who she actually was. When she found Hess, she discovered him chatting happily with Helen. Considering that Hess had rejected so many invitations, yet chose Helen as his dance partner, Nana couldn't help but wonder if something might happen between them. And this could be a good thing for her, because if these two got together, then in the future, Hess would always be meeting her as a sister-in-law. Not wanting to be a third wheel, Nana quietly left. At this moment, her gaze fell on the crown prince, who was alone in the hall. At this time, he showed no trace of his usual childishness. His red eyes sparkled like jewels. Nana was momentarily dazzled by this protagonist's aura. Then, Nana asked the crown prince why he was alone. The crown prince first heard Nana's voice, and then matched the girl in front of him with Nana. The crown prince was also stunned by Nana's appearance, unable to speak. Faced with Nana's question, the crown prince shyly turned his head away, stammering an explanation that Nana couldn't understand a word of. She continued to ask why the crown prince was alone. Where was his dance partner? Seeing that the crown prince still wouldn't speak, Nana guessed that he must be so engrossed in swordsmanship that he had lost interest in romance. So she asked about Swan and Corey's whereabouts. But the crown prince kept mumbling unclearly. Annoyed, Nana slapped him, saying, "Who are you even talking to like this?" The crown prince said that Corey had gone out to look for her because Swan said she had arrived at the venue early. After saying this, the crown prince covered his face and fled in panic. Nana was left standing there, confused about the situation. He could feel all of Nana's kindness towards him. It's just that Nana was emotionally slow and didn't understand his feelings. Not long ago, Nana had attended the Academy's graduation ball in full dress. She stunned her archenemy, the crown prince, to speechlessness. He ran away shyly. Nana was a bit puzzled by this. Then she set her sights on the food at the ball. She picked up a macaron and started munching on it, planning to eat while waiting for the crown prince to return. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of the crown prince. Having eaten and drunk her fill and feeling a bit bored, Nana decided to go look for Corey. Following the crown prince's clue, Nana went outside the venue. Nana shivered from a cold, wondering why Corey didn't go find a dance partner, but specifically went to look for him. Thinking carefully, it was really strange. If Corey was unapproachable to girls because of his fierce appearance, then with the crown prince's looks, he could easily find a dance partner, including Swan as well. Could it be that they all didn't have dance partners because they liked Hess? With these doubts, Nana arrived at the Ogrenflower Garden. This type of flower blooms all year round, causing the path to always appear dark red. At the end of the garden, Nana saw Corey's silhouette from afar. At this moment, Corey was looking up at the sky, murmuring, "Nana, where are you?" Then he conjured a blanket and a fireball to warm himself. He didn't notice at all that the person he was looking for was right behind him. Hearing Corey's sniffling sound, Nana found it a bit cute. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted back to the past, to the first time she met Corey. He was also looking for her then. At that time, She was still short and looked even cuter. Now she had not only grown taller, but her voice had also become deeper. Nana felt sentimental about how time flies. Seeing that Corey was still calling out her name incessantly, Nana quickly caught up to respond. Hearing Nana's voice, Corey suddenly turned around. When Corey saw Nana's appearance, he was so surprised that he stepped back a few steps. Then he turned his head, not daring to look directly at Nana. Faced with Nana's inquiry, Corey couldn't answer for a long time. After he calmed down a bit, he still stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. Nana wondered why Corey and the Crown Prince were both acting the same way. She shouted at Corey to snap out of it. Corey stuttered, saying he just couldn't speak right now. This answer immediately left Nana speechless. So, she attributed all the reasons to her own appearance. Looking like this, she should have just worn her school uniform to the ball. Why bother learning to put on makeup like others, doing things she wasn't good at? Hearing this, Corey hurriedly tried to persuade Nana not to overthink it. Although these words were embarrassing, he forced himself to say them. Because you, Nana, are just too beautiful. Just looking at you makes me feel embarrassed. The air around them suddenly froze. Nana thought to herself, Corey couldn't come up with such exaggerated praise, so he must mean that she looked embarrassing like this. The next moment, Corey put a blanket over Nana and clarified the meaning of what he had just said. I said this because you look very beautiful, so just understand it literally. Feeling the lingering warmth of Corey on the blanket, Nana realized that Corey always seemed to be particularly kind to her. But in his family, he had a sister the same age as Carly. Perhaps Corey was so good at taking care of people because he treated her like a sister. Thinking of this, Nana smiled with relief. Seeing Nana smile, Corey smiled as well. Because the weather was cold, he planned to take Nana back to the ball venue. On the way, he confessed that he had originally wanted to ask Nana to be his dance partner. Not just him, but even the Crown Prince and Swan had the same idea. Nana was completely incredulous. No wonder those three were waiting at the classroom door at that time. After learning the truth, she felt both flattered and surprised. Corey smiled and comforted her, saying it was all because Nana was just that good. While she was happy to receive such praise for the first time, Nana also noticed that the male leads were getting further and further away from Hess. So she advised Corey to choose his dance partner carefully next time. It would be more interesting to choose someone he liked rather than just a friend. Corey nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Nana remembered Swan. Although they knew each other in the past, they weren't close enough to be dance partners. So Nana asked Corey about Swan's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, Corey just smiled and said that Swan was already dead. If they went now, they might still be able to see his dead state. His stunning beauty had finally conquered everyone. Not only did it make Swan so excited that she jumped into the river, but even he tried every means to be alone with Nana because of it. Not long ago, Nana asked Corey about Swan's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, he replied that Swan was already dead. If they went now, they might still be able to see his dead state. When Nana and Corey arrived at the riverside, they found Swan lying motionless on the surface of the river. Nana panicked at the sight. However, just as she was about to rush over to rescue him, Swan suddenly turned over on the river surface. At this moment, Nana realized that Swan was actually still alive. Corey joked with a smile, saying it was only natural for Swan to become like this after seeing Nana's appearance. Hearing this, Nana felt a bit angry. Just a while ago, Corey had said that this outfit was beautiful, but Swan would rather jump into the river in such cold weather than look at her one more time. Little did she know that Swan in the river had already blushed so much that he didn't know how to react. Corey patted Nana's head, comforting her that she was indeed very beautiful right now. Then, Corey raised his other hand. Nana misunderstood. Swan, aren't you coming out yet? As soon as he finished speaking, a strong magical flame poured out. Worried that Nana might be affected, she instinctively provided protection. In an instant, mists of water were blasted up from the river surface. Nana was a bit worried if Swan might be hurt. Only the bubbles on the water surface proved that Swan was still alive. The next moment, Swan poked his head out of the water. He advanced step by step towards Nana's direction. Nana didn't know how he could stay in the cold river water for so long. Perhaps it had something to do with the holy magic of the Blanche family. She was about to ask if Swan was hurt. Then a frozen rose was presented in front of her. Swan lowered his head in silence, maintaining the flower offering posture in front of Nana. Until Nana asked if it was for her, Swan responded with a weak voice. Seeing Swan's hand shaking and red, Nana guessed he must be freezing, so she confusedly accepted Swan's rose. Corey, standing nearby, patted Swan's shoulder meaningfully. "You look really pitiful like this, but I understand and forgive you." Just as Nana was about to speak, Swan suddenly ran back into the river without a word. Nana was very worried about Swan's behavior and hoped Corey could fish him out of the river, but Corey thought it unnecessary. Swan should be very happy and content now. Having said that, he took out a blanket and a wildflower from his teleportation magic and threw them over. After doing this, Corey advised Nana to return to the ball first, or she might be late. As for Swan, he would have to fend for himself. After Nana left, Swan shyly poked his head out. He really didn't expect Nana to be this beautiful. Back at the venue, Nana found the crown prince who had mysteriously disappeared earlier. They took a bunch of macaroon desserts to enjoy. Corey and Nana soon couldn't eat anymore, so they stacked the remaining desserts into a macaroon tower. Only the crown prince was trying his best to finish the remaining sweets, while educating the others not to waste food. Just then, Hess's exclamation was heard. It was Hess and his brother Helen. Hess couldn't believe that Nana would dress up so beautifully today. Originally, he was a bit worried about Nana's makeup skills. Then, Hess asked Helen to help take photos of him and Nana. At this time, an attendant whispered something to the crown prince. Apparently, someone was looking for him and Corey on some matter, so they had to leave for a while. Nana and Hess stayed at the venue. During the photo session, Helen was acting as the photographer on the side, but suddenly he stopped and interrupted the two. He asked curiously about the nature of Nana's relationship with Eve. Nana said it was just like acquaintances and friends. Hearing this, Helen angrily clenched his fist. He had happened to see Eve seemingly picking out clothes for Nana in a store earlier. Then Helen solemnly advised Nana that Eve person is absolutely no good. He's a dark and dangerous person with nothing but a pretty face. Who knows how many women have been deceived by him? When choosing a man, one shouldn't focus on his appearance. Just as Helen was speaking enthusiastically, Eve patted his shoulder from behind. Slowly leaning close to Helen's ear, he asked, "What exactly makes you think I've deceived many girls?" Casually tossing Helen aside like a stray dog, Eve put on a smile and complimented Nana, saying she looked especially beautiful today. Hearing this, Hess quickly ran over to protect Nana, keeping Eve at a distance from her. But Eve just whispered something to Hess. Then Hess simply dragged Helen away from the scene. Nana turned to ask Eve what he had done exactly. Eve smiled at Nana and said, "I just made up a little lie to be alone with you." Her graduation ball was finally coming to an end, although she wasn't chosen as this year's Ogren Queen of the Academy. In the hearts of a few people, she was the most dazzling person at the ball. Not long ago, Eve had used a lie to send Hess and Corey away to be alone with Nana. Nana couldn't guess Eve's intention for a moment. She stared at Eve with a puzzled look. She thought he might have some secret mission to execute, like before. The next moment, Nana's expression changed. Eve had somehow produced a large package and handed it to Nana. He smiled and asked Nana to open it and take a look. Nana was also curious to know what was inside that made it so heavy. As soon as she opened it, she saw some branded gifts. There were all kinds of necklaces, earrings, and jewelry. Not only that, but there were also many bags and shoes decorated with gorgeous gems. At this moment, Nana felt overwhelmed, but Eve seemed oblivious. He smiled and said this was a graduation gift for Nana. Hearing this, Nana quickly restored the package and asked Eve to take it away. Eve hugged Nana's shoulders and pleaded. He said these were all carefully selected gifts, and if she didn't want them, he would have to throw them away. Nana didn't fall for this at all. She pushed Eve away, thinking he would surely use this to make strange requests like hugging. Eve grabbed Nana's hand, promising he wouldn't do anything. These are just gifts. Nana was still half skeptical, so he simply put his hand on his own face. "I would never lie, because if I betray you, you'll definitely be angry with me." Nana immediately got goosebumps. Just as she was considering whether to use magic to blast Eve away, suddenly a shout of Eve came from afar. Hess angrily returned to the two. He clenched his fists and asked Eve if he wanted to die by his hands. However, he was then half dragged, half persuaded away by several people. After Hess left, the Crown Prince and Corey also happened to return from outside. Upon learning they had been tricked, they immediately knew it was Eve's doing. Corey concernedly asked Nana if Eve had done anything strange. To ease the awkwardness, Eve took out a deck of cards and suggested playing some card games. After a moment of silence, Corey also took out a blanket as a playing surface. At the ball, others were dancing and whispering sweet nothings to each other. Only these four were focused and immersed in their own world. Just then, Swan came over, soaking wet, saying he wanted to play too. He grabbed Corey's hand with one hand to dry himself off, and with the other hand, he was about to snatch the card from the Crown Prince's hand. Suddenly, the host's voice echoed through the ballroom. Nana and the others paused their game and looked over. It turned out to be the announcement of this term's ball's Ogren Queen, Hestia. She was elected without a doubt. After being crowned as the queen, Hess, under everyone's gaze, came to the center of the stage with her partner Helen. When she started dancing the waltz to the music, Nana smiled knowingly. She was genuinely proud of Hess's radiance. Nana was happy that Hess could shine so brightly on such an occasion, but deep down, she was also envious. After all, she knew she could never become like that. Swan nearby noticed Nana's thoughts. He immediately folded the playing cards, then wove them into a crown and placed it on Nana's head. Nana looked at him puzzledly. Swan shyly lowered his head, avoiding Nana's gaze. "This crown suits you." Nana smiled and thanked him. It was this simple and unpretentious smile that suddenly stunned the others present. Not to be outdone, they prepared other handmade accessories for Nana. After the party ended, Nana told Hess what had just happened. Hearing Nana praising her performance on stage, Hess asked Nana if she felt envious. Nana smiled and admitted that it was normal to have such thoughts. After all, people as dazzling as Hess were rare to see. Hess didn't speak after hearing this. He took off the crown on his head and placed it on Nana's, not giving her a chance to speak. Hess held Nana's hand and said, in his eyes, Nana was the most radiant person he had ever met in his life. After hearing these words, Nana was stunned for a moment. Whether Hess said this just to comfort her or not, Nana was moved to have a friend like Hess. Just a few days after his graduation ball ended, the holiday arrived as promised. Other students packed their luggage and boarded carriages to go home, but Nana put on her swordsmanship outfit to go subdue monsters. It turned out that because the school had organized too many activities recently, the schedules for the magic class and swordsmanship class had changed. Nana and the others had to stay at the academy to complete this semester's monster subjugation task before they could go home. Hess gritted his teeth in frustration. Why couldn't they go home on time for the holiday, but instead had to do this trivial task? Just as Hess was about to protest to the committee, Nana persuaded the three to leave with kind words, promising to return home and contact them as soon as possible. Then Nana went to the Ogren Mountains to search for monsters. The subjugation tasks of other groups were in full swing, but Nana was unusually relaxed and finished quickly. The task required killing monsters and collecting their dropped cores as materials. While collecting cores, Nana felt the monsters were getting fiercer day by day. Just then, she noticed a giant snake behind the Crown Prince, about to attack him. Nana immediately used enhancement magic and threw her sword. The sword successfully slashed the giant snake's head, and the noise finally caught the Crown Prince's attention. Nana rushed forward and questioned the Crown Prince about what he was doing. Why was he just standing there in a daze? Didn't he want to go home early? The Crown Prince apologized to Nana, saying he was lost in thought. Corey happened to teleport over. Nana complained to him about the Crown Prince being lazy and unhelpful. Seeing the Crown Prince silent and not as lively as usual, the perceptive Corey immediately guessed that something was bothering him. But when he asked, the Crown Prince pretended not to know and refused to say. At this point, Nana invited the Crown Prince to practice together during the holiday if he had time. The Crown Prince agreed. After all, they couldn't neglect training just because of the holiday. Corey volunteered to be the referee. Then the three discussed where to go play together. Suddenly, the Crown Prince said he had a good idea. He wanted to take this opportunity to show them his ice magic skills. Corey and Nana were a bit unenthusiastic after hearing this. One didn't want to do any physical activities, while the other complained that such places were too cold. Later, Nana arrived at the place to submit the cores. She saw whole boxes of cores being poured into a container. Then the container flashed with light and cast a spell. Nana finally understood that this was a magical teleportation device. She hadn't paid much attention to it before. The staff member realized she was a student coming to submit the task. He reminded her not to pour directly into this, but to put the cores in boxes to verify the quantity first. Nana asked what the cores were submitted for. Logically, even after processing, the cores had no practical applications. The staff member didn't know either. He was just responsible for transportation. Then, Nana asked where these cores were being sent. But the staff member knew nothing and advised Nana to leave quickly if she had nothing else to do. This suspicious answer aroused Nana's suspicion. She used magic to observe the flow of magical power. Finally, she determined that the teleportation destination was the top of the Ogre Mountains. After pondering for a while, Nana couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Even if she knew more, she alone couldn't change the Academy's intentions. So Nana returned home and began her holiday life. She went shopping with her parents after a long time. She accompanied Carrie and Helen in trying to make desserts. She shared interesting stories with Hess whenever possible. In the evening, Nana told Corey about her holiday activities and asked if he had decided when and where to go play. Unexpectedly, she learned from Corey that the Crown Prince couldn't make it due to some matters. Thinking about the short holiday, it was surprising how Crown Prince Shale had undergone such a dramatic change. Since the last holiday, it had become a routine for Nana, Corey, and Shale to go out together. They had made various plans in advance. But that day, Nana learned from Corey that Shale couldn't join them this time due to some business. Finally, Nana and Corey met at the library. They agreed to finish their holiday homework together, but soon Nana fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, Corey sighed softly. Then he conjured a blanket and gently draped it over Nana. Just then, Nana woke up. Corey quickly apologized for accidentally waking her up. Nana embarrassedly explained that the library's atmosphere was too conducive to sleeping. Seeing that they had written about 2 words of homework, Nana decided to go out and relax a bit. Since Shale happened to be absent, the two of them went to a magic item shop they didn't often visit. Then they ate a lot of delicious food. Although Shale was missing, they still had a great time. In the evening, Nana ate her fill, had a drink, and took a bath. On the table was a bag of snacks Corey had given her. She had to admit that Corey was really good at taking care of people. Unfortunately, few people understood him. Among Nana's friends, only Corey could do this to such an extent. At this moment, Nana thought of Shale. Although it seemed the same with or without him, Nana still decided to ask how he was doing. She took out the communication crystal and called Shale. Strangely, it kept showing a busy line. When it finally connected, she heard a weak apology from the other end. "Sorry, Nana, I can't make it during this time, due to some matters." Nana could only express understanding. If there were difficulties, there was nothing she could do. But what good things could you have? You're so busy. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Nana realized she had gone too far. She quickly changed the subject, asking when they could go out together next time. Of course, this was also refused. Just as Shale was about to hang up, Nana stopped him. "No matter what happens, please cheer up." Shale was slightly stunned after hearing this. He left with a "good night, let's keep in touch later," and hung up the phone. Hearing his tone of voice, Nana felt deeply uneasy. However, this didn't affect her subsequent enjoyment at all. When Helen came to bother her, she just found random things to send her away. Nana tiredly collapsed onto the bed. Unexpectedly, she had run into Eve while out with Corey today. These two were both eager to buy unnecessary things for her. Just as Nana was about to relax, she thought of Shale's situation again. Although it's impossible to be happy all the time in life, Shale's situation this time made Nana worry. According to the original plot, they should have met the male protagonist in high school. Unlike the kind and naive Shale from middle school in the original story, his personality was very cold, similar to Eve's situation. For people to change, there usually needs to be a big trigger. But she didn't want Shale to become like in the original story. Suddenly, a pebble hit the window, attracting Nana's attention. Thinking it was Helen's prank, Nana impatiently opened the window. As soon as she looked up, she met Shale's gaze. He looked calmer than ever before. Under the cover of night, those blood-red eyes seemed even clearer. "Long time no see. Nana, I have a favor to ask you. You said you could interpret magical device records, right?" Seeing Nana nod, Shale took out a stack of documents from his chest. "Can you complete these by the day after tomorrow?" Nana briefly looked through them and said she could finish by tomorrow. Shale nodded. "That's best. As for the payment, I'll give you whatever amount you want." Nana found it strange. Shale seemed to be under enormous pressure. "Don't be so serious. Just bring more royal desserts when you come tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Shale immediately teleported away. From their conversation just now, Nana could sense that Shale was trying his best to talk to her in his usual manner. He forced a smile. His eyes were empty, nothing like before. He didn't even say goodbye. Nana tried hard to suppress her unease, convincing herself that maybe he just encountered some troublesome issues. The next day, Nana started working on Shale's request early in the morning. The specific content was mainly checking the exact activity times of certain people in the palace. For example, when they went to the garden, when they ate, and so on. But these alone weren't enough to deduce Shale's troubles. In the evening, Nana looked at these reports puzzled. She thought maybe she was overthinking and Shale was just busy with some trivial matters. Just then, Pebbles hit the window again. As soon as she opened the window, Shale darted in from outside. Sorry for being rude. Where are the report results? Somehow, Nana felt his complexion was even worse. Here are the promised royal desserts. Shale urgently took the documents and started flipping through them. Nana began to taste the desserts. Nana found each piece quite satisfying. Just as she was about to offer one to Shale, she turned and heard him crying. His hands holding the documents were trembling uncontrollably. Tears were soaking the papers drop by drop. Then he covered his eyes with his hands, trying to stop the tears. Nana was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what happened and didn't know how to comfort him. When Shale left, she saw his eyes filled with murderous intent. Nana wanted to ask what was wrong, but couldn't bring herself to. All she could do was wait. After some time, the academy reopened. Hazel was very different from last semester. Her previously long curly hair was now cut short. Nana had grown 0.2 centimeters taller compared to last semester. After saying goodbye to Hazel, Nana tried to console herself, saying this was already a huge change. But it wasn't realistic at all. Now Hess and Corey already looked like adults, while she only had longer, clear hair. How was that enough? Nana deceived herself that height wasn't that important. Compared to inner qualities, no one cared about height. Thinking this way, Hess and Corey hadn't changed either. They were as cute as ever. After self-consolation, Nana thought that everyone hadn't really changed after this holiday. But Shale's image appeared in her mind again. Just as she was feeling sad, a large hand suddenly patted her head. Nana, have you grown a bit taller? Seeing who it was, Nana was stunned. It was Shale. He showed no signs of sadness now, as if everything had returned to normal. His high school life officially began. She had thought Shale might not be able to attend classes on time due to some issues. But unexpectedly, he appeared before her as if nothing had happened. You seem to have grown a bit taller during this time. Nana felt both surprised and confused. After regaining composure, she said she hadn't changed except for gaining weight. Hearing this, Shale immediately joked with a grin. If you become round like a ball, I'll help you roll around. Shale seemed to have returned to normal. They bickered and argued like before. Nana thought things had settled down, but she soon realized something was off. Although Shale would still joke with her with a grin, it was clear he had become more taciturn. Seeing him like this when they were together, it seemed more like an intentional facade. Just as Nana was troubled, Corey found her. He brought cookies for Nana. While eating, Nana talked about Shale's strange behavior. As his roommate, Corey felt the same way. Recently, after classes, Shale wouldn't even go to the dorm, but would rush back to the palace hurriedly. So now the dorm had become Corey's single room. Hearing this, Nana showed a worried expression, but Corey didn't know the details either. He only heard that the atmosphere in the palace had changed recently. When Shale is with us, he deliberately acts cheerful and lively. But when he's alone, his fatigue shows. It's as if his entire body has been drained. Eager to know what happened, Nana didn't even eat and went to the training ground. What she saw was Shale swinging his sword fiercely and irritably over and over. Since knowing him, Nana had never seen him so aggressive. His face showed anger and extreme pain. Nana knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. Suddenly, someone beside her spoke. It was Sivan. He's finally exploded. You've been quite patient. From his words, it seemed he knew something about Shale's situation. Sivan nodded, admitting I should. I guess so. Do you want to know too? But Nana hesitated. Digging up a friend's information wasn't a glorious thing. She decided to ask Shale directly. Sivan ignored this and continued. Shale probably went to the bathroom. Seeing how urgently he left, he might be constipated these days. Nana wanted to punch Sivan right there. She was being so sincere, and he was still joking at a time like this. Before she could react, Sivan handed her a sandwich. Take care of yourself first. Don't skip meals. Hearing Nana say she had no appetite, Sivan looked at her. His gaze made Nana uncomfortable. Before, Sivan wouldn't even dare to look directly at Nana. After staring at Nana for a while, Sivan started chanting a holy magic spell. Nana was confused and stepped back in fear. The next moment, her appetite was stimulated and her stomach growled. Seeing this, Sivan pulled out a table full of sandwiches. After class, Nana had agreed to have dinner with Hess in the cafeteria, but because of some business at the editorial department, Hess had to leave early. Maybe because of the holy magic, Nana felt hungry no matter how much she ate. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the cafeteria crowd. It turned out Shale had arrived. Shockingly, his black hair had been dyed light brown. Shale sat down across from Nana. To Nana's confusion, Shale explained he just wanted a change of mood. But Nana knew it wasn't that simple. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked the question in her heart. I heard you've been rushing back to the palace after class lately. What exactly happened? Hearing this, Shale put down his fork. His expression also became serious. Corey told you, right? Since that's the case, I also have something to ask you. Shale had dyed his black hair light brown. Nana finally couldn't help but ask the question in her heart, why he hadn't been returning to the dorm lately and had to go to the palace. Hearing this, Shale didn't answer. Instead, he asked seriously, Corey told you, right? Realizing the seriousness of the question, Nana hesitantly nodded. But then, Shale stammered and couldn't say a word. He just inexplicably apologized to Nana. The topic suddenly stopped. Nana was unhappy and pressed Shale about what was going on. If not for his status as the crown prince, Nana would have stabbed him with a fork. Speak up, or the mood will get worse. Shale bitterly rubbed his forehead. If I talk about it, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. At the academy, I want to forget about this as much as possible. For a moment, Nana didn't know what to say. Then, Shale stood up with his plate. Let's go for a walk after eating. But Nana clearly didn't see him eat more than 2 bites. After disposing of the tray, he instantly returned to his seat. Have you finished eating now? Learning that Nana wasn't full yet, Shale simply lay down on the table to sleep. He buried his face in his arms and didn't wake up even after Nana finished eating. From that day on, Nana noticed Shale becoming increasingly cold. The smile gradually disappeared from his face. Instead, there was an almost uncontrollable killing intent. The once innocent Shale had unknowingly disappeared. To find out what exactly happened, Nana secretly asked others to investigate Shale's background, but the results were fruitless. According to imperial mythology, the first emperor ate a dragon's heart to obtain the powerful force of black magic. But unlike the Blanchy family's white magic, black magic isn't innate. It requires a ring that can provide black magic to use it. In other words, even Shale, who focused on swordsmanship, could use black magic if he obtained such an item. But that item is a family heirloom passed down through generations of royalty. To forever possess this power, the royal family still practices inbreeding. Could it be that Shale was doubting his own birth because of this? Nana didn't know the specific reason. In her previous life, she always wanted to help her traumatized brother, thinking she could surely find a way to solve the difficulties. But her brother always avoided her, hiding things, and the response was always, even if you help, it's useless. Complex emotions suddenly welled up. Nana thought she and Shale were close enough, but being pushed aside at a critical moment still made her feel regretful. The next day in swordsmanship class, Nana practiced with Shale as usual. Strangely, his attacks were unusually fierce this time, each strike nearly impossible for Nana to parry. His empty, blood-colored eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if he was projecting someone else's shadow onto Nana. Nana shouted, trying to awaken Shale's reason. It was useless. Angered, Nana had to use magic to enhance herself. After she successfully repelled Shale, Nana thought he had finally calmed down. But the next moment, Shale erupted again, striking Nana, who was enhanced by magic, to the point where she couldn't fight back. As the wooden sword came closer, Nana had already prepared herself to be hurt. However, the expected pain didn't come. Blood dripped onto the ground. Nana opened her eyes in confusion. What she saw was Sva's bright silver hair. She had used her own arm to block Shale's attack for Nana. The moment Shale's sword was about to hurt Nana, Sva appeared just in time and blocked the attack for Nana. Then she kicked Shale back several meters. Nana saw her and was worried about the wounds on her body. The next moment, Sva used healing magic to repair the wounds. Seeing that Shale still showed no signs of stopping, Sva quietly instructed Nana to step back and took the wooden sword from his hand. Even though his opponent was Sva, Shale showed no signs of hesitation. He surrendered his sword to his instincts, attacking fiercely but completely ignoring defense. This was also the first time Sva seriously practiced with someone. Her movements were unbelievably clean. Although she didn't have Shael's exquisite swordsmanship, she fully utilized the sword's flexibility. Sva unexpectedly kicked out her sword, hitting Shael's chin directly. Then she followed up by grabbing his freshly dyed hair. Shael fell heavily to the ground. Just as he came to his senses and tried to get up, Sva leaped high, preparing to deliver the final blow. Shael raised his sword to block. However, as Sva's sword came down heavily, the wooden sword in Shael's hand shattered instantly. He looked up in shock. What he saw was Sva's excited face. Then Shael was kicked and fell to the ground again. Sva first put Nana's sword aside, then started kicking Shael fiercely. She picked up a bucket of water and poured it over Shael's head, warning him not to be so pathetic and to wake up quickly. If this happens again, do you believe I'll destroy the Empire? The successive bombardments finally made Shael somewhat clear-headed. He immediately looked at Sva and Nana behind her. Guilt and self-blame instantly enveloped his entire body. After Sva treated Shael, he awkwardly explained that the previous behavior was all at Shael's own request. Seeing the recent violence, Nana of course didn't believe it. Afterwards, Sva asked Nana if she was hurt. Although Nana said she was just a bit tired, to be on the safe side, Sva still gave Nana a full body treatment. After doing all this, he didn't let Nana leave. Instead, he suddenly pulled out a shiny ring. Sva explained that this was a ring imbued with healing magic while putting it on Nana's finger. But when she saw the ring on her ring finger, Nana was instantly terrified. She unceremoniously took off the ring and put on her own thumb. Seeing this, Sva instantly felt deflated. When class ended, Sva asked Nana to go eat together. Nana instinctively wanted to invite Shael along, but at this moment, his eyes were empty, unresponsive to everything around him. Sva told Nana not to mind him. Reluctantly, Nana had to leave Shael alone. After eating, Nana returned to the arena with a sandwich. She was worried that Shael might just stay there and not leave. Sure enough, as she approached, she saw Shael with his head buried in his body, crying. Nana slowly approached with the sandwich. She gently placed it on the ground, saying, "Remember to eat something when you're tired from crying." Then, she took out Corey's blanket and covered Shael with it. In the vast twilight, as the sun was about to set, Nana stayed with Shael until his breathing gradually returned to normal. After all, besides this, she didn't know how else to help him. Nana was almost hurt by herself. After coming to his senses, Shael was filled with guilt. The next day, he came to apologize to Nana with a bunch of popsicles. Shael kept apologizing endlessly, making Nana feel a bit irritated. Frankly, she wasn't affected at all, but she still accepted all the popsicles. Afterwards, they walked and ate popsicles together. Although Shael was still quiet, his condition was obviously much better than yesterday. Nana was a bit upset that Shael didn't open up to her, but she knew she couldn't easily pry, because this behavior could easily be seen as curiosity. When her parents passed away in her previous life, what she hated most was people's constant questioning. Therefore, even though Shael's situation was serious, she didn't want to actively bring up bad memories for him. Thinking about how Shael always used swordsmanship to relieve stress, Nana pondered ways to practice with Shael for long periods. Just then, Sva popped out from the side. She quietly followed behind the two of them. Nana turned her head in confusion to ask. After learning that Sva wanted a popsicle, she gave her one. But Sva didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she held the popsicle in her hands as if it were a treasure. Later, out of concern for Shael, Nana always consciously or unconsciously observed his every move. Surprisingly, Shael now actively apologizes to people. Nana told Corey all about this. He was very worried that his behavior would be discovered by Shael. Being stared would definitely make one feel uncomfortable. "So you came to check on Shael's condition?" Nana suddenly came to her senses. To be honest, Corey's snacks were indeed delicious, almost making her forget the main issue. After searching around, they found that Shael wasn't in the classroom. Corey reminded Nana that he might have gone to the next class. That was Sva's class. Nana quickly walked through the corridor to the classroom door. Coincidentally, she saw Shael bothering Sva, who was sleeping on the desk. Sva, woken up, looked annoyed. "I know Duke Blanche couldn't be cured in the end, but I still hope you can help me this once." Sva yawned impatiently, about to refuse when he suddenly noticed Nana peeking at the door. Sva excitedly stood up at once. To Shael, this seemed like Sva's agreement. He gratefully thanked Sva while Sva was thinking about how to leave a good impression on Nana. When Sva asked about the specific time, Shael felt like she wasn't very willing. Suddenly, Nana popped out. Since that's the case, when can you help? Seeing Shale speechless, Nana cleverly stated that if they're friends, of course they should help. Do you know about my situation? Nana was silent for a moment. Then she lied, saying she knew part of it. She worried that if she said she didn't know, Shale wouldn't let her participate. Shale sighed helplessly, having no choice but to agree. Moreover, this mission might just need a magician like Nana. With that, Shale prepared to submit an outing application. If all goes well, they would depart tomorrow. The next day, Nana boarded the carriage heading to the palace. The academy wasn't far from the palace. Soon, the Black Palace appeared outside the window. While Nana was bored, she noticed Sva writing something quietly. Suddenly, she handed the paper to Nana. It was a portrait of Nana, but drawn extremely abstractly. Nana even suspected Sva was trying to pick a fight with her. Just then, the carriage's bumping gradually stopped. "Come on, it's time to get off." Hearing Shale's words, Nana and Sva's expressions instantly became serious. The reason for Shale's hair dyeing was finally revealed. Not long ago, Nana and Sva had agreed to help Shale together. After school, Shale called for a carriage. By the time the sun was about to set, the three finally saw the magnificent imperial palace. In other countries, black is usually a symbol of evil and darkness. But in the Empire, people love black. This is related to the Black Dragon myth from the Empire's early days. Moreover, all royalty are usually born with black hair and eyes. Nana's grandmother was once an imperial princess, so her brother Helen luckily inherited black eyes. This led to him receiving decent treatment wherever he went. Thinking of this, Nana felt a bit upset. It was bad enough that she wasn't as beautiful as Carly, but how come she didn't inherit even a bit of the black genes? Nana could only attribute this to her bad luck. Following Shale's guidance, the group walked into a side road. As Shale triggered the mechanism, a hidden door slowly opened. Nana couldn't help but wonder what was so important that Shale had to hide it like this. Seeing Shale fumbling in the dark to light candles, Nana simply cast an illumination spell. Suddenly, everything brightened up before her eyes. Ahead was a room with nothing in it, except for a huge spatial magic array. The scale of a magic array is closely related to its effect. Nana couldn't imagine the power of this magic array for a moment. Then Shale instructed the two to stand on the magic array. He took out a bottle of special magic liquid from his pocket and poured it onto the array. The magic liquid was liquefied magical power, allowing Shale, who had no magic, to use spells. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, the ground seemed to have a sinking feeling. Nana was so moved by the sight that she couldn't speak. When she came to her senses, she found herself on the ground. Looking around, it was a cozy room. But Nana thought this was a fictional world. After all, it should be night in the real world right now. At this moment, Nana noticed someone else in the room. It was a middle-aged woman with light brown hair. She looked haggard, but extraordinarily beautiful. Sva helped Nana up from the ground, while Shale went to greet the woman. But as soon as he approached, the woman's expression immediately turned terrified. Screams reached Nana's ears. "Black hair, cursed creature, go to hell." For some reason, the woman showed intense hostility towards Shale. Finally, knowing he was helpless, he curled up in the corner, trembling. Shale seemed to be used to this. He turned around and asked Nana to dye his hair light brown. Sure enough, the woman's condition improved significantly. Shale settled her on the bed. Seeing Shale sincerely taking care of her, Nana finally understood why Shale dyed his hair. But if that's the case, who exactly was the person on the bed? After this, it was Sva's turn to perform. She advised Shale not to have too high hopes. Then she began treating the woman on the bed. From the previous situation, Nana had already guessed the woman's identity. But at this moment, she could only pretend nothing was wrong. Suddenly, the woman started screaming hysterically again. But hearing the content, Nana was stunned. She instinctively looked at Shale beside her. "Seeing your expression, is the truth even more shocking than you imagined? Just as you heard, it wasn't the Empress who gave birth to me. The woman on the bed is my real mother." Learning about Shale's background, Nana was stunned for a moment. It turned out he wasn't born from the Empress. Since the Empress herself couldn't bear children, she had to have children through other women. And the then Empress Sienna, out of jealousy for Caradil's beauty and her happiness with her lover, deliberately chose Caradil as a tool. Later, Caradil was forced to give birth to the Emperor's child, and that child was Shale. Nana didn't expect Shale to tell her such a confidential matter, but she was also curious about how Shale knew this. As Nana said, initially Shale knew nothing. To hide his background, the Emperor and Empress imprisoned Caradol, until the Empress suddenly became pregnant and gave birth to the second prince. He saw the light of day again. Afterwards, the Empress naturally neglected Shale, which made him depressed for a long time. Since leaving confinement, Caradol often came to Shale's room to play with him, giving him the love that the Empress never gave. Upon learning that Shale was ignored because of the birth of the second prince, Caradol's face immediately darkened. But Shale at that time was wholeheartedly trying to get the Empress's attention. He tried to impress the Empress through diligent study. Hearing this, Caradol not only didn't object, but encouraged Shale to show his talent in sword lessons. Although Shale didn't know Caradol was his mother, in his heart he had already treated her as a mother. Every night Caradol would tell Shale stories. She had ample time to escape, but didn't because she cared for Shale. Since learning the truth about his background, Shale resolved to become emperor to vindicate his mother. This is also why Shale is so focused on sword training. However, this path wasn't as difficult as Nana thought. Rather, it was too easy. As Shale's strength increased daily, he became the biggest obstacle to the second prince's succession. To eliminate Shale, the Empress secretly bribed Shale's sword teacher. During the holiday, the person Shale asked Nana to investigate was him. Recalling the scenes of taking classes together, Nana never imagined it would turn out like this. The reason for changing the sword teacher this semester was because he secretly cast the Empress's black magic on Shale while he was practicing swordsmanship. As a magician, Caradol naturally noticed. She secretly transferred the black magic to herself. Shale resented himself for not discovering earlier. Instead, it was the Empress who first detected Caradol's whereabouts and ordered the teacher to eliminate her. Later, with Nana's help, Shale successfully dealt with the teacher and brought his mother to this secret space. Since Shale himself had no magical power, Nana was puzzled about how he managed to do it. It turned out that Shale had previously established a connection with Marquis de Voas to inherit the throne. He is Corey's father and also a colleague and friend of his mother. So Shale trusted him completely. Just as Nana thought everything would be fine once Swan finished the treatment, Shale had already prepared for his mother's passing. Because he knew that the curse on his mother had spread deep within her, and the Blanchy family's white magic couldn't remove black magic. The effect of black magic is to weaken the body and then attack the person's spirit. Until now, his mother still couldn't escape her most painful memories, so she only retained her resentment towards the failed marriage and the royal family, forgetting the memories she had accumulated with Shale. Now Shale's only hope was that his mother could remember him, even if just a little, in her final moments. At this moment, Nana finally understood the reason for Shale's twisted personality in the original story. Just then, Nana noticed that Swan had hit a bottleneck. Caradol had been using her magic to resist Swan's white magic. Nana casually changed the flow of magic. Instantly, the white magic took effect. Shale immediately rushed forward to check on his mother. Nana took the chance to change her hair back to black. Shale couldn't hear Caradol's weak voice clearly. The woman on the bed used all her strength to call for Shale to bring food. For a moment, Nana and the others were speechless. With Nana's help, Swan successfully cured Caradol's mental issues. Afterwards, Nana would visit Caradol every day after school to show her how Shale was doing at school. When she heard the recording of Shale confessing to Hess in first grade, Caradol couldn't stop laughing. Actually, all those cheesy words came from Caradol, because every night, the stories she read to Shale were romantic novels. Just as Caradol was listening intently, Shale happened to return from outside. Caradol glanced at Shale, then immediately read the contents of the recording again. Shale's face turned red with embarrassment, and he snatched away the recording device. He questioned Nana about what this was. Nana nervously said she didn't mean to. It was just that Caradol happened to notice this recording. Don't make so many excuses. I remember telling you to delete it long ago. Or do you not want to join a night order? At this moment, Swan also returned, kicking Shale, who was blocking the door, out of the way. Then he walked straight to Caradol, asking about her physical condition during this time. He reapplied magic to prevent Caradol from suffering due to her weak body. Shale didn't expect Swan to be so enthusiastic. To this, Swan said he simply couldn't ignore a patient. Neither Nana nor Shale believed this explanation. Swan walked up to Nana and explained quietly. He actually felt that Shale was pitiful after Caradoc lost her memory. After all, it's a sad thing when a most important person to you can't remember you. Nana didn't expect Swan to say such humane words. His tone sounded quite sincere. It seemed as if he empathized with Shale's situation. Outside the room was an endless sea of flowers. This scenery was designed based on Caradol's hometown. Nana planned to make a flower crown to give her. Although everyone knew Caradol didn't have much time left, Nana still felt sad. She hoped to do something to make Caradol happy. Maybe she could create a magic circle to summon food. After all, the first thing Caradol did after waking up was to look for food. One couldn't help but admire how strong both Shale and his mother were. At this moment, Shale came over and asked Nana what she was doing. Nana explained that because she heard Caradol liked flowers, she wanted to make a flower crown for her. Shale felt touched. He sat down next to Nana and thanked her for coming to see his mother, even when he wasn't around, because she didn't have much time left. Nana deeply understood how painful separation and death could be. If you only think of what to do later, it will be too late. What's wrong, Nana? Shale's sudden voice startled Nana. Your eyes are red. Nana quickly denied it, saying it must be pollen that got into her eyes. Then both fell silent. Shale stared at Nana without saying a word. He reached out and patted Nana's head. If you have any difficulties, you can always tell me. I'll do my best to help you. At this moment, Swan suddenly appeared behind them, muttering discontentedly while plucking flower petals. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, he rushed forward to hit Shale. Meanwhile, Caradol in the room was quietly watching the three outside the window with a smile. When Nana returned to the room, she found Caradol lying on the floor. She anxiously went forward to ask about the situation. Caradol calmly replied that her legs were just a bit numb, then stretched out her arms, asking Nana to carry her. Nana managed to carry Caradol outside with difficulty. As soon as they sat down, Caradol opened the flower tea. This sea of flowers was almost a replica of her hometown. Although there was no real sea or sky, it was enough to show Shale's thoughtfulness. So Nana, how about our Shale? Handsome, capable, and the crown prince. He's the perfect choice for a groom. Nana shook her head frantically, expressing refusal. Caradol seemed to have anticipated this. In the gently floating flower dance, she said something to Nana. Hearing the content, Nana was stunned for a moment.